Hi there, my name is Quinn AD and this is my Ultimate Quinn Guide for Season 12. I am a Challenger Quinn one trick on the North American server with a peak of 735 LP. I have accumulated over 5.6 million mastery points on Quinn alone. I will teach you about Quinn and League fundamentals to not only help you improve on Quinn, but also in the game as a whole. This guide will break down why you should play Quinn, Quinn's basic kit with her abilities, how to macro and roam, as well as a complete video breakdown of every top lane matchup. I created this 4-hour guide as a free resource with the intention to help players from Iron all the way to Challenger. If you appreciate in-depth educational videos like these, shoot a like on this video to help support the channel and let me know in the comments down below if you want more educational videos like these. So we're going to start off by talking about why play Quinn, and specifically in Season 12. The first reason is because Quinn's in an extremely strong spot right now because of the TP nerfs. As you can recall, Riot Games nerfed teleports before 14 minutes, which made top lane a lot more difficult of a role to have an impact because top lane throughout history of League has had the challenge of being on a quote-unquote island where you lack map impact. There's no dragon, there's no objective, not many champions nearby. Rift Herald isn't really prioritized. So top lane, if your teammates are losing, how do you really have a map impact? Well, top laners used to use TP to have that map impact. But now, before 14 minutes, they can't do that. So Quinn is at an advantage because she can make map impacts right at level 6. So this helps you to have a map impact on the game and actually dictate how the outcome of the game goes anytime you want. And the best part is since TP got nerfed, you can't get punished for these roams. So I can roam and they can counter it. So it's a big advantage for Quinn. Another reason why Quinn is such a great top laner to pick up is because she teaches you how to play weak side and how to roam effectively, which are two extremely important parts about top lane. So if you pick up Quinn in your kit, you're going to notice that you're going to get camped a whole lot, okay? And your junglers are never going to come top. If you're a Quinn player watching this video right now, I'm sure you can attest to this, where your team will weak side you, you'll get camped, you'll get 3-man ganked, and then you're always going to be playing from behind there. But this is really important because this teaches you how to play weak side, because if you're going to be weak sided most game, which weak side is when the jungler doesn't play around you, okay? So if I'm playing jungler spam ganking me, enemy jungler, my jungler's camping bot, that's what weak side is. The jungler's not playing around you, your team's not playing around you. And then most importantly, you're getting camped. So this teaches you fundamentals. You go from Quinn to like someone like Camille or Renekton. You're going to go from getting perma-ganked all the time to your jungler's playing around you. And it's going to teach you those fundamentals on to keep a calm mental when you're playing weak side, and how to have an impact and how to come back in the game. Because a lot of times when I'm playing Quinn, I get camped. I'll go 0-3, and I always have a map impact because what happens is I've learned how to play weak side because all my Quinn experience, it's something just another day. So I don't get as tilted of it. But if other champions get weak sided, they're going to AFK right away. So it teaches you when you play a lot of Quinn, that's how to play weak side and how to play this role. And the other part is how to roam effectively. So roaming is a big asset. It's a big important fundamental way on how to climb in League. And with Quinn, you have your ult, so you're really fast. So it teaches you macro and how to have an impact, how to gank, because you're constantly trying. If you're playing other top laners, you don't really roam that much, right? Especially with the TP nerfs. You're kind of playing just top lane kingdom, right? But with Quinn, you're looking to roam. So having a champion that is a roaming champion as well teaches you fundamentals on how to roam, how to gank, right? How do you get the effective roams off? So playing more Quinn, you're gonna master these two attributes, and then when you start playing other champions, you're gonna find that these two skills will be in your toolkit. Another big part about Quinn that makes her very effective is that she can play to win cons very well, especially in Season 12, because in Season 12, Riot Games introduced something called objective bounties, where when your teammates are inting and running it down, they made the towers worth more gold. And as a split pushing champ, this just opens the opportunity for you to carry a game that's really tough. Because if your teammates are running it down, Quinn loves split pushing. You're very fast to get to those towers, and you do a lot of damage to those towers as an AD carry with a lot of attack speed. So with this together, you're going to have Vinting teammates, objective bounties come on the table, and then when your teammates are running it down, you can just go split push, get extra gold. You get tier 2 towers give you extra gold now too, which is just more incentive to go for that. And I find that a lot of times when I'm playing Quinn, I can come back from a lot of unwinnable games because I'm the one who can get the tier 2 towers, the tier 3 towers, to a lot of objective bounties for the team to help have that win con. The other part is that Quinn can also assassinate any targets with bounty with ease. So this is really important with Quinn. This is a very fun thing about Quinn is that, think about it. You have your blind, okay? So if you don't play Quinn much, I'm just going to talk about it. So you have your blind that lasts for 1.75 seconds and you're an AD carry who does a lot of damage. So if you just think about it like this, I could be like 1 HP and the enemy can be fed and full HP, right? And I'm not that fed, but as long as I have my items, if I land my blind on them, they can't hit me for 1.75 seconds. So if I have enough damage in my kit to kill that champion in 1.75 seconds, you can turn fights around that other champions simply can't. I'll be 1 HP and I can turn a fight around instantly. Someone who's more fed than me, because as long as I have the damage to kill them before blind wears off, I can turn around any fight, which is super important because this allows you to get enemy target bounties with ease. So if they have a 1k bounty Tristana and I'm not that fed, but if I land blind on her, I can one-shot her, which is huge because that allows you, even when you're behind, to get those shutdowns that other champions simply can't. If the enemy AD carries fed, I can't do that. But with Quinn, you have that cheat code blind. If you land it, you got the bounty and you can have those win cons. So the last part about Quinn that I really like talking about win cons is that I can outpush entire teams if I play it correctly. Like, literally, especially with Hullbreaker. Hullbreaker got buffed a little bit late game. It got nerfed for ranged champions, but it's still a good last item if you want. Is that if I am split pushing, I have do sleeper damage. So if my teammates are running it down, they're inting, and I just feel like we lose those team fights, I'll just go farm those side lanes, go farm those inhibitors, and the enemy team will be like, okay, we have 5 people, we're gonna outpush this Quinn easily. But to their surprise, Quinn actually pushes way faster than they think with your Terriers and with your AD carry ability. You do so much damage to towers that with a blink of an eye, you can just outpush teams. They will not respect your damage and your pushing because you're not Tryndamere. If they see Tryndamere split pushing, they'll be like, okay, what to send someone. They don't know how Quinn works. They see Quinn, they're like, okay, yeah, whatever, we'll leave her. And then to their surprise, you'll end the game before that. Okay, so and if you want more in-depth builds and descriptions about how to play Quinn, I updated on my website called quinnad.gg. The link will be in the description down below. On this website, this is the previous version, so this part right here isn't updated, but when it's live it will be. But essentially what it's going to be is going to talk about every single matchup, and you can search the matchups too in the search bar, and you're able to look through them. And when you click on a matchup, I'll click on one of the updated ones that we're about to upload, is you're going to have the starting items, you're going to have the build, situational items. These are items that you can choose based on your preference that I think work. Track on the enemy's cooldown, so you can always have this on a second monitor to know exactly what the enemy's cooldowns are and compared to your big ones. And a new one that I'm adding is the cutdown values, so to see what matchups is cutdown worth into. For the example, for Quinn, the enemy has to have 663 health or more level 1 for you to proc cutdown level 1. So Aatrox has 650 base health. So if he goes any Doran's item at all, you proc cutdown on with him the whole game. So I'm going to have a cutdown recommendation, like always recommend it, or sometimes recommend, or don't recommend cutdown, so that you can know based on the math they're going with that. Then I give an overview on how to play level 1 to 6 on the specific levels with abilities, and a whole breakdown on how I recommend you to play the actual lane out. Some recommended runes here too. Usually I give 2 or 3 standard rune pages. You can just limit test to see what's based on your preference. And then we're going to have videos based on season 12 of me playing the matchup, so you can watch them as well. So I also offer coaching as well for anyone who wants to take their Quinn gameplay to the next level. My coaching link is metafy.gg/@quinnad, or in the link down below in the description. With my coaching, I go over exactly how you should be playing Quinn in a live game setting, or we go over a VOD review on a certain VOD that you had and review some of the mistakes or some areas of improvement. Some things about me, myself as a coach. I've been coaching for over 5 years, and on Metafy, which is one of the biggest gaming coaching websites out there, I am top 4% on the entire website. I have been coaching hundreds of students over the years, And a thing about me is I just graduated from Teachers College, and I am now officially a certified teacher as well. So I structure my coaching sessions just like I would as my students for lesson planning in class. So I take my knowledge of teaching in the class with students from various learning abilities. I worked with a lot of students with learning disabilities as well. And I combine that with my coaching sessions, so I make sure that I accommodate any single learning style that you have and try to plan it accordingly in a way that I would structure my lessons. And on the screen right here, as you can see, is a few screenshots of some recent students that I've had for coaching students who have been finding success as they've been navigating themselves through the league ranks. So I don't only just coach Quinn, I can coach any single champion on any single role, especially up to a master level, and anything top lane, I can go even higher than that. So I can help anyone from a novice player to an expert on taking their gameplay to the next level. Okay, so now I'm going to give a basic rundown on Quinn's abilities. So we're going to start off with Quinn's passive. Quinn's passive is Harrier. So every 8 seconds, your passive, which is Valor, marks a nearby enemy and reveals it for 4 seconds, and it causes your attack to do extra damage. How it works is when you're chilling, this is the passive, it's on cooldown right now, and when you're near a champion, it's going to mark the champion, he gets marked, and when I auto attack it, it does extra damage. So there's a few things I want you to keep in mind with Quinn's passive, okay? So this scales down with crit chance. So the more crit chance you have, the shorter cooldown of your passive. It's just the cooldown that's affected. And essentially how this works is it goes all the way down from 8 seconds to 2.93 seconds. So at 100% crit chance, your passive, just this part right here with the cooldown, is gonna mark every 2.93 seconds. Right now it's 8 and it scales down. So there's a lot of things that you wanna keep in mind with Quinn's passive, okay? We'll talk about the nitty gritty and break it down throughout this guide. But essentially what I want you to remember, the key point is that, first of all, it marks minions as well, but it prioritizes champions if you are in vision, okay? So if I'm out of vision, okay? So if I'm just fighting, if I'm just chilling, right? Just walking and just fighting against an enemy, okay? There's a lot of minions here. If I'm near a champion, it's not going to mark these minions, it's going to mark the champion. Okay, so if there's always champions nearby, it's going to prioritize them. Okay, and then when I leave the range, if I don't consume the mark, it goes on cooldown as well, or if I consume it. The other thing you want to know is that if the champion's out of range of you, it's going to mark the minion. So it marks the nearest minion right there, and it will just randomly go for that. So that's just something you want to keep in mind, okay? So when the pass is about to come up, if you want to mark the champion, make sure to walk to the enemy. Before it comes up, it'll mark him so it doesn't mark a minion. So playing around your passive is very important when you're playing Quinn. Now we're going to talk about Quinn's Q, which is Blinding Assault. So what this is a straight line skill shot ability, and the first person I hit is marked as vulnerable, which means you're passive, so you're going to get a Harrier mark on them if you land on someone. It's going to near sight them for 1.75 seconds, which near sight is just the same thing as Graves W, and it does extra damage to them as well. So there's a lot of things you want to keep in mind for this. So if I hit a group of champions, okay, if there's multiple, it does splash damage, your Q, but the thing I want you to keep in mind is that it only blinds the primary targets. If I Q here, it's going to do the damage, same damage to both of them. The primary target, which is the one you hit, gets marked with the Harrier. This guy doesn't, and only this guy's blinded. So that's what you want to keep in mind, okay? So, and when you're using it, it does the same damage to both if you're just throwing the Q. It hits everything around it, same with minions, good for wave clear, but it only does the Harrier mark and the near sight to the target that you hit. So next ability is Quinn's W, which is Heightened Senses. So it's got a passive and an active. The passive is when you attack a Harrier mark, you get a burst of attack speed and movement speed for 2 seconds, okay? And the active is when you press W, it reveals the area around you, as you can see on the icon. It's a pretty big area. And it just reveals the whole area around you, just like Ashy. So if I press it, every bush, everywhere, for 2 seconds, I can see everyone. So the thing you want to keep in mind is that the Q also disarms jungle camps minions, okay? So if you're fighting in the jungle, if you're doing a jungle camp, and I'm hitting it, right? He's going to start hitting me, okay? But then if I throw the Q, it stops him. So it's what a disarm is. So for 17.75 seconds, the jungle camp can't attack you. The other thing too is if I mark someone with my W, you have vision of them for 2 seconds as well. So it reveals the surrounding area for 2 seconds. But if I actually like identify someone, you see has got the little eyes. So for 2 seconds, you will have vision of the target that you mark with the W. So those are just little logistics about it. Quinn's W is the most important part of her kit, because I always get asked this question on stream and on YouTube, is they see I'm maxing W and they wonder, why are you maxing W on Quinn? What's the point? It's not for the active, it's for the passive. We're gonna break it down, but just know that it's got a very strong passive, and as I go along, we're gonna talk more about it. Now, our next ability is Quinn's Vault. So with Quinn's Vault, what it does is you dash to an enemy, you deal a very little amount of damage, not too much, and it marks them with a Harrier mark. And then it does a knockback, and it slows them by 50% that decays over 1.5 seconds. So essentially what Quinn's E does is you press E on someone, it'll mark them with the Harrier mark, it'll knock them back, and it'll slow them a little bit for 1.5 seconds that decays. The slow's not too great, but it's a little bit. And the key points about the E, first of all, gives another Harrier mark. So as you can see, you're noticing a common pattern with Quinn's kit that her abilities all give Harrier marks. So that's another reason why we're going to go with W max. We're going to talk about that in a bit. But essentially with the E, the key points I want you to know is that it's programmed as a dash and a knock up. This is where people get really confused, okay? So how dashes work in the game, okay? Think about Lucian E, think about Camille E towards the wall. Any dash you can think of in the game, they all get interrupted by CC. So what this means is if someone CCs me when I use my E, I'm gonna be canceled out of my E entirely. But Quinn's E is unique because it's a dash and a knockback. So it's both, okay? So how this works is I can interrupt all standard dashes in the game with my E. But if any ability has CC attached to it at all, since the Quinn's E is programmed as a dash itself, you will get knocked out of it, okay? So any ability in the game that has no CC, your E will cancel it, will stop them in the air, will prevent them from moving. But if they have any CC at all, you gotta be very careful about the E because it will cancel my E entirely. If you want a big descriptive portion of interactions with Quinn's abilities, I recommend you to watch this video right here where I talk about Quinn's interactions with particular matchups so you can see visuals of Quinn's E and Q in action. The other interesting thing about Quinn's E is that it is the only ability in the game that cancels uncancelable windup. So an uncancelable windup could be, for example, like Garen's Q or Camille Q. These are abilities that can't be targeted or canceled except for Quinn's E. Okay, so then Quinn's last ability is Behind Enemy Lines, which is a very unique ultimate. It has a 3-second cooldown, so you are considered a shapeshifter. When you press your ult, you call Valor, and you take a 2-second channel. You gain 70% movement speed at your first activation of ult, which is total movement speed, and you are in Valor form. So you press R, 2-second channel, then you are a bird, and you get to fly around the map. So there's a lot of interesting things about Quinn's ult, okay? So when you are in Quinn ult, you are fast, okay, as you can tell. But the other part of the ult is, the first part is that you're in Valor and you're flying around. Then there's something called a recast. So when I leave ult to turn back to Quinn, which you can leave ult many ways. I can leave ult by pressing Q. I can leave ult by pressing E. I can leave ult by pressing R manually, like literally pressing it. Or I can leave ult by auto-attacking someone, or a target, a minion, or a champion. So this is all very important stuff here. So what happens is that when you leave ult, this is the important part, is that every champion that you hit with your Sky Strike, which is an area around you, I'm going to show you in a sec, if they get hit by that, they get a little bit of damage, and they are marked with Harrier marks, okay? So right here, I can press ult. These are targeted, they all get Harrier marks on them, and it also means that they're revealed with the Harrier. So I can consume all of their Harrier marks and do the extra bit of damage. So press R, they're hit with the Harriers, and I can consume all of them and keep the DPS going there. So the things I want to talk about with Quinn's ultimate, okay, is that Quinn's R is misunderstood a lot, and you can tell if you play against any Silas player as a Quinn that a lot of players don't know how to use it, especially Silas players. This ult has a 2-second cooldown, okay? So this ult has a 2-second channel, okay? So when you're fighting people, okay, in the brink of a fight just in front of them, a lot of times it's not very good to just press ult, because if I press ult, it's a channel and they can easily cancel me. They can easily take me out of my ult. So if you want to use your ult correctly, is usually you want to do it out of vision. So if I'm in a fight right here, I leave vision, press ult, they don't see me channeling, I come out as Valor and fly away. So you want to do it very hidden, very low key, so that enemies can't interrupt your channel or seeing that you're pressing alt. So just a few tips with Quinn's abilities that you have to know is that you basically want to play Quinn because like we talked about, you're going W max Quinn. So Quinn's W from level 1, when you get the Harrier mark, it got buffed, is when you hit a Harrier mark, you get 28% attack speed and 20 bonus movement speed, okay? 20%. Then every point you put in W goes up. So at max level, what happens with your Ws, you get 60% attack speed and 40% movement speed for 2 seconds. So this is a very big steroid because you get a Harrier mark from your passive, you get a Harrier mark from your Q, from your E, and from your alt if you hit people. So you have a lot of ways to get your Harrier marks, and this goes down to 2.93 seconds if you have full crit. So the whole kit relies on these Harrier marks, okay? Don't think of these Harrier marks as damage procs. They do damage, they give you a lot of extra damage, but don't think of them like that. Think of them for the steroid that you get. 2 seconds of a lot of attack speed and a lot of movement speed. So it's good for when you're chasing targets, good for when you're running away from targets, and good for kiting. Just all around everything that you need. So, the common mistake that I see with Quinn players when they're trying to fight is that they just play for the damage. So right here, you get a, this is a common thing I see, is you get a Harrier mark on them, you hit that, then you're gonna throw your Q, and then you're gonna throw your E. So right here, what's the problem with this is that you're not factoring in the DPS that you get from the Harrier marks. You're just doing it for the damage. And your damage goes down significantly if you do it like this. Okay, so now we're gonna talk about the trade patterns that I see, the common patterns. Okay, so now we're gonna talk about the common mistakes I see in Quinn students when I coach them and the patterns that you kind of want to look for. So the main problem that a lot of players, that happens with a lot of players' gameplay is that they think of these Harrier marks as damage. But I don't want you thinking of them as damage. Yes, they do give you extra damage, but don't think about it like that. Think about them as steroid marks, okay? So every Harrier you get 2 seconds of amplified attack speed and amplified move speed. So I want you to play these Harrier marks like this. So when you're comboing someone, when you're chasing someone, when you're escaping, every time you see a Harrier mark on someone, making sure that you're consuming it and you're doing everything you can for that Harrier mark. So these are the problems that I see with a lot of players. They'll go, the passive will mark them, then they'll hit them, then they'll throw the Q, and then they'll throw the E. So they're playing for damage there, okay? They're just playing for the marks, the damage. This lowers, like, your whole combo if you're blowing it out that quick. If you're playing crit Quinn especially, you're wasting Quinn's all your damage. You want to think of these Harrier marks as attack speed steroids and movement speed steroids. So what you're really looking for is being calculated with how you use it, okay? So if I'm in a fight, your passive marks him, DPS the champion for 2 seconds, then throw your Q, DPS for a little bit, he can't hit you back, and then if you need to use your E, save your E and use it for the end, okay? So you want to just kind of like think about your Harriers and play for the DPS. That's how you want to think about your Harriers. Obviously, the situation is going to differ depending on what point of the game it's in. Sometimes you can't play for damage. There's a whole lot of combos that you can do on Quinn that will help you and play the proper scenarios, but you just want to make sure that you're putting thought into your DPS, okay? If you want to full out combo someone, you're going to play like an 80 carry and just hit the Harriers as they come and go from there. So now the other thing I want you to keep in mind when you're playing Quinn is that I want you to think of your Quinn E as a saving grace, okay? This is the other big mistake that I see in a lot of Quinn players is that they're using their E for damage in the slow. So let's say I'm in a fight, okay? You're fighting someone and you're chilling and you use the E at the start. Maybe you're gonna make the blind easier to land because they're slowed, they're knocked up, but the problem of using your E aggressively is just like you're playing an 80 carries, just like a Lucian dashing into you or Ezreal dashing into you. You can still do it, but people do it at the wrong times. Think of your E like a saving grace ability. Think of it like, I'm gonna use this ability as a last resort, if I have to. Otherwise, I'm not gonna use it. I'm gonna keep this as long as possible. This is the most important ability in Quinn's kit. So the reason is because this ability is literally better than a flash, right? Because what happens is, we talked about before, about it counters uncancelable windups, which is very unique, but it also pushes you back extremely far. So the thing about Quinn Z that we're going to talk about is how it works here. So if I'm max range against someone, your E is going to bring you back no distance. So let's see right here, I'm fighting someone and they're chasing me and I want to escape from them. If I use my E max range, right? Let's see how much distance I get from max range. Literally 0. You get no distance. You get pushed back to where you are. So how Quinn's E is supposed to be used is you want to use it as close to the target as possible, which goes against everything you're used to learning about other champions. That's where Quinn's unique, is that she essentially goes against all the fundamentals you've been learning. Other champions, you don't want to get caught. You don't want to get close to the enemies, especially as an AD carry. Quinn, you want to. I want them to pull me in. I want that Darius to flash E me. I want that set to E me. But that's why Quinn's a very good top laner. Because the closer you are to the target, the better E is. As we talked about, the Quinn E full distance, far away from someone, gives you no distance. You get nothing. But let's say Darius pulls me in, flashes, whatever. I'm right on top of them. I'm right on top of them. The worst scenario in most champions. But that's what happens. Now when I press E, I actually get pushed back. 525 distance. So the dash, the distance that you gain come from you being close to the targets. When you're playing Quinn, I let them CC me. I let them jump on me. I let them pull me in because now I get a better E. I slow them. I knock them back, right? I get the Harrier speed so I can outrun them when I consume the Harrier mark after. And I get a big distance with 525 units. That's why Quinn's E is better than Flash. Because if I'm right here and I use my E, I land right here. Let's say I'm right here and I use my Flash. You get about the same distance. So that's why in sticky situations, you want to make sure that you're using your E and not your Flash. So that's why in sticky situations, you want to make sure you're using your E and not your Flash. If I get caught, someone pulls me in, someone flashes on me, you want to use your E always, okay? Because your Flash gives you 400 distance. If I Flash, I get pushed right here, 400 distance, okay? So we're going to keep in mind right here, like not even past the pebble. Now let's say he pulls me in and I get E pushed, right? You get more of a distance. You get pushed back even more. It's 525 range, Flash is 400. So you get a lot more distance by doing this. Plus you knock them back, plus you cancel their uncancelable windups. So let them CC you, save your E for that. When that big CC ability is down, that's when you use your E. So if you want to use Quinn, play with Quinn like a pro, you're going to use your Qs and your passive marks. That's literally all you're going to use. Use your Harrier, DPS, maybe blind, do some blind jukes, change directions. Just chilling. And then every target I'm playing against, I'm thinking what CC ability they have. So every time you're playing Quinn, think about what big ability do they have that you want to use your E for. I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm playing against Darius, okay? This is a simple answer, but every champion has one, okay? When I'm playing against Darius, the only ability I care about is his E. So I'm only going to use my E if his E either pulls me in or misses, okay? So I'm playing against Darius, and he whiffs his E. Okay, now I can use my E aggressively if I want to, because I'm only using my E after he uses his E. If he pulls me in, that's fine. But that is the part where I'm going to use my E. So if he misses it, I can use my E to re-engage. If he actually pulls me in and gets me, I'm going to use my E to escape. So if you play Quinn like this, you are going to find you're going to be winning a lot more games because you're using your E as disengage. I'm going to think every matchup I play against, I think what big ability does that opponent have that I want to use my E for? I'm always thinking. So if they don't use that ability, I don't use my E. I literally save it. I don't have to. There's obviously some caveats, like let's say he's 2 HP, then I'll use my E, okay? You can use it for some situations, but just, I want you to put thought into the E. When you use it, did you have to use it here? If your answer is no, and you don't have to use it, you're not gonna get a secured kill from it, that you need to use the E here, then don't use it. But if it's necessary, let's say he's 2 HP, or if I wanna do the little CC because my teammates are there, then use the E, of course. But I just want you to put thought into it, because most Quinn players just use a sort of autopilot, and that's the biggest mistake. So, if you watch Tyler 1 play, Tyler 1 play, this is a mistake that he makes all the time that a lot of other Quinn players do as well. Because like I said, E's the saving grace. So when I'm leaving ult, this is something you don't want to do. You just go and you E them out of ult, right? Why? Because first of all, you lose your E, which is the sacred ability. Second of all, because you're also losing your passive, okay? So like I said, if you press ult out of your, like I said, if you get an extra Harrier mark from your ult. So like I said, you get an extra Harrier mark with your ult. So if I'm in my ult right here, and I use my Q or E out of ult, I literally lose the Harrier proc. That's all I get. I only get one Harrier proc just from my Q. That's it. So I lose the ult Harrier proc, okay? So how you want to use your ult, okay, is you want to auto attack out of your ult first because you get the extra Harrier. So when you're chasing someone down, this is what I like to do. If you're in ult form, you're chasing them down, you hit them, you get the Harrier proc, and then you get your passive. So this is a combo I want you to do out of your ult, okay? So you're flying in, you're gonna initiate always with an auto attack in most situations, okay? Not your Q, not your E, just auto attack, right? Literally right click on them. Then you get that extra Harrier mark, DPS them for a little bit. Then you want to use ideally your Q next, DPS, and then save your E, like I said, as the saving grace. So sometimes you don't even use your E. Think about it, okay? So if I'm chasing a target and I'm trying to run them down, hit them, start DPSing them. Then I can hit the passive and then throw the Q if I want. Then I'm saving my E still, waiting for that ability. So every champion, you're thinking about what ability you want to use your E for, okay? If I'm playing against a set, flying them down. I want to engage on set, be aggressive. You fly down, you start auto-attacking, you're kiting. I'm saving my E for his E. So I'm chilling. I'm just going to keep DPSing. And then the second he uses his E, I can use my E after that. If he pulls me in, I E after that. There you go. That's how you successfully engage with Quinn. Just always think, what CC ability do they have? Save your E for that CC ability. When they use it, if it either hits you or doesn't, that's how you're going to use your E. Sejuani ults you, E after that. Remember, like I said, you want them to be close to you. So that's how you want to use Quinn E. Let them jump on you. Let them CC you. Save your E for that. If I use my E, then they CC me, I'm dead. If they jump on me and then I E after, you have the best chance of successfully living. So now I'm going to go over the rune pages on Quinn and explain the kind of matchups you're going to go with them. So the first page you're going to be running, this is the standard page that I really like on this current patch, is the press the attack page. So you're going to have PTA's remains keystone. I really like this keystone because it gives you a best of everything. You get short trade damage. So I could just auto attack 3 times, get a big chunk. You can use that as poke, especially in the lanes where you can't get many autos off. And then extended trades, you get amplified damage after the mark gets hit. So if the fight's going a little bit longer, especially in the tankier champs, you get a lot more damage out of it. So other rune you're going to be choosing for this standard page is Triumph. The reason we're going Triumph here, not Overheal, is because with this standard page, we're going to talk about the build with it as well. You don't really have that much healing in your build. You don't have that much lifesteal. Riot Games really nerfed a lot of lifesteal. So you're going to find you're not really making use of Overheal because you don't have the lifesteal to back it up. So without much lifesteal, with the healing got really nerfed, I run Triumph there. It gives you extra gold to help snowball, and that 10% health you get can help with tower dives or against champions with igniter damage over time. Other rune you're going to be running is Bloodline. So the way I want you to always think about Bloodline, no matter what rune page you're going, it's simple as this. If the first item I'm building as Quinn is lifesteal, so if it's Blade of the Rune King or if it's Shield Bow, then you can go Alacrity potentially, right? You don't have to, but that's the only times where Alacrity I would run, is if I'm building Lifesteal my first item. If I'm not building Lifesteal my first item, let's say I'm building Lethality, or if I'm building Kraken or Gale Force, for example, I'll go Bloodline because, again, you don't have the Lifesteal. So you need Lifesteal, buy your first item. If you're not building it, Bloodline's the way to go. Next, we're going to talk about Cutdown and Coup de Grace. So this is going to be a big topic, but I'm going to break this down later in the guide, but essentially with Cutdown, what happens is that your Quinn's base health is extremely low, okay? So Quinn's base health is to a point where So with Cutdown, I go Cutdown almost every game I play, simply because we're going to break it down later in the guide, but Quinn's base health is extremely low, and a lot of champions throughout the game, they start building health and you don't. So you're going to find that Cutdown, you're going to start doing so much damage because Quinn's base health is so low. It's one of the lowest in the game. Not the lowest, but it's down there. So having Cutdown just means early game you can proc it, mid game you can proc it, late game you can proc. If you're behind, there are more levels on you, there are more health. It allows you to go with that as well. Other options going Coup de Grace. I'd only go Coup de Grace sometimes depending on how the comps are. Again, we'll break that down later. But most times I run Cutdown even into squishier matchups. So the next two runes, which I run secondary with the standard page, are Treasure Hunter and Eyeball Collection. Now we're going to talk about why. What's the point of these two runes? Okay, so with Quinn, you want to carry, okay? You want to help your team, solo queue. You want to help your in-team teammates. These two runes are perfect for that because with Quinn, you're going to be roaming a lot. You're going to be trying to help your team snowball the game. These are good snowball runes, okay? So, Treasure Hunter, every unique kill you get on someone, you get 70 gold, then 90 gold, then 110 gold, 130 gold, 150 gold. So every unique kill, every bounty hunter staff, you get an extra 20 gold on top of that. So, I really like this setup right here because it helps you, rewards you for being a good player, and it helps you carry a lot of games. So if I get a first blood or any kill, I get an extra 90 gold on my first kill with the Triumph giving you 20 gold too. Then let's say my bot lane's inting, I roam bots, you get incentivized with this, okay? So a lot of times when you're roaming with Quinn, you're gonna give up a lot of minions, a lot of gold, a lot of XP, right? And it makes it hard to roam as Quinn successfully if you're gonna lose so much for it. But Treasure Hunter and Triumph, they let you to roam and get more pay for it. So let's say I roam bots and I give up like a wave or 2 waves or a plate. I get extra gold, so I get rewarded for the successful roam. So it gives you more incentive to roam. Quinn's a roaming champion, and a lot of times when you roam, you're gonna give up some stuff. Having this setup right here allows you to roam effectively. Same with eyeball collection. Every kill you get gets you more eyeball stacks, so it helps you to play more of a roam playstyle. This is why I like it as a standard page. It gives you basically everything that you need, and it helps you snowball the game to carry to victory. Quinn's an early, mid, late game champ, but you're early and mid game, you really want to start popping off just because in solo queue in general, your teammates are always gonna int, and you want to carry them. This is a perfect carry page that works because you're a roaming champion and it helps you to snowball your lane to victory. Next page is the fleet page. So the only differences we're making here is we're running overheal here. Why? Because fleet gives you a lot of healing, so it makes use of overheal. You can make use of it because you're getting so much healing. So matchups I run fleet footwork into are any matchups where they do a little bit of poke, or if you just want some healing. Let's say you're playing against, for example, Gangplank, and you want to heal up his poke. You can run fleet footwork, and you're going to find that in the matchup, you're not really going to find problem with him poking you because you have the sustain. So it's going to help you a lot. Plus, you get the movement speed to chase people down. So it provides you a lot of advantage there. Think about it. Anytime they have like a poke matchup top lane and you're a little bit more scared in the matchup, you can run fleet footwork. And the thing is, you're going to be always running these two runes if you're going fleet, because the problem with this page, you don't lack damage. These two runes are perfect because they allow you to get that damage that you need. So it gives you healing, so your absolute focus can be fully charged more often, and you get a lot of stats out of here. So this page is good. You can even run into tankier matchups too if you want to. It's more of a playstyle preference for you. That's why I'm giving you the option of running it. It lets you to have a safe lane phase, and also good scaling, good for chasing, good for sustain, and you don't lose the damage because you're running both of these. So it gives you just essentially everything that you need, and it makes you more of a monster with Quinn. So the next page that I have is the phase rush page. So you're going to be running this into matchups where you just need the speed and slow resistance, okay? So some matchups of mine could be Nasus, could be Olaf, okay? So these are kind of matchups where, for example, Nasus, his W hits you. You get slowed so much that phase rush gives you slow resistance. So if you get slowed by Nasus Wither, if you proc this, the Wither's like countered because you get 75% of that slow is mitigated, so it lets you just run through his Wither. So that's kind of matchup. Same with the Olaf too, where you just need as much speed as possible to win in that matchup. Phase rush can help you to escape. You're gonna run these two as secondaries because you need lifesteal in your page no matter what, and pairing with cut down, it gives you the most damage. So that's the best way I can do with it. If you're more confident in these kind of matchups, you can also run absolute focus too. It's the same thing, a little bit slower, but a lot more damage as well. So now we're going to be talking about the Lethality Quinn playstyles. A lot of the cool Lethality Quinn lovers. If that's you, if you're a Lethality Quinn lover, comment down below, let me know. So right here we have the page. So I run Electrocute, Cheap Shot. Reason why people always say, why don't you run Sudden Impact? Because Sudden Impact means that you have to use your E to engage, which on Quinn most times you don't want to do. So that's one reason. Second of all, because Cheap Shot procs on your Q too. So Sudden Impact only procs on your E, and you don't really want to engage with your E. Cheap Shot procs on your Q and your E. So it gives you 2 damage with it, but it procs on both. So if I Q someone and then I auto them, you get Cheap Shot procced, you wait 4 seconds, then you use your E auto attack, you just proc Cheap Shot twice. So that's where I like it. Eyeball collection, because again, you're going for roaming, it helps you to snowball, it's a lot better than the other two. And these options, you can either go with Relentless or Treasure Hunter is your main two. Again, I talked about it in the Press the Attack one, but Treasure Hunter, because you're roaming, you're getting more gold. It incentivizes you to roam as Quinn, especially when you're playing Lethality Quinn. Your goal is to roam and get kills around the map, so Treasure Hunter rewards you for that. If you go Relentless Hunter, you're a lot faster when you're roaming, so that's an option for you too if you like going a lot more speed to get to the right place at the right time a lot quicker and to roam quicker. Another option you can run is Ingenious Hunter. This is a playstyle build where I only run this if you're going Prowler's Claw, Edge of Night, Ghostblade. Like all these actives, and it just makes Ingenious Hunter so much better. But if you're not going that particular build with those 3 items, I wouldn't run it. So I guess my top one would be Treasure Hunter, but you can tweak with any of these 3 if you want. Then if you're pairing Lethality with these damage, because you need scaling, Lethality falls off really hard. So if you want to play Murder Bird Lethality Quinn, make sure you're pairing it with the damage too. I would run these 2 every single time. It just provides you the most out of it, and it helps you to become more useful later on in the game. So now we're talking about the first strike page. So this one, a lot of people ask me about, oh, when can I run first strike? How is first strike good? So think of first strike more like if you are playing to get a little bit of gold early game, just to grind through the lane and get your snowball spike. And you can pair first strike with lethality or crit builds. They're both good for that. I would run first strike if your playstyle is more like you like the gold income from it and the little bit of damage that you get, the extra damage, and you're going for short trades. So this page matchup could be good, more like not too much for lane. I would only run this in the melee matchups, but kind of like play style. It's more of a play style, not really like a matchup thing though. You know, like if your play style is you want to income yourself with more gold, you can run this page and it will help you a lot. So right here, you're gonna go magical boots because the other two are really bad. It gets you free stats of boots, so you can save a lot of gold. You don't really need the boots with Quinn, so it's good. Futures Market helps you get your items quicker. Cosmic Insight lowers your smite and flash. Cosmic Insight lowers your flash and ignite, so it helps you a lot. The item haste too works. It just synergizes all with the playstyle you're going. Secondary, you have options. You can go these two if you want more damage, or you can run an interesting page right here. This is a Korean Quinn tech right here that a Korean Quinn player has been running, where the purpose of this playstyle is that you are becoming a gold mining machine. So you got gold from magical boots, you got gold from futures market, you get gold from first strike, so from the trades and later on in the game. And then when you're playing against the melee matchups, you have bone plating, so they can't really do too much damage to you on like when they try to jump on you. And then you get demolished, so you're playing for turret plates. So this page, literally, you're just getting so much gold. You walk up to the melee champion, he can't really touch you. You get the first strike damage on him, the first strike gold, right? Then you're getting plates. You just hit the plates on him. Demolish, demolish, demolish. And you're building for more of that early mid game. Getting that gold income, being able to use that to roam. And we're going to talk about the builds in the next portion that's paired with the roots. So now we're going to talk about this other playstyle or keystone, which is Lethal Tempo. So the Lethal Tempo is a good keystone. It just really depends on your playstyle preference. So Lethal Tempo, you can think about it similar to the PTA, so I'm not going to go too in-depth about the secondary runes. I'm going to pair it with these two because you're playing for more mid to late game and more damage. Lethal Tempo is a scaling rune. You want some scaling runes on top of that with it. So think of Lethal Tempo in comparison to PTA. PTA is good for single targets, okay? So if I'm just planning on going for single targets, going for picks, going for one-for-ones, going for short trades, going for lane domination, PTA is a lot better because it's good for that 1v1. But if you're playing for more team fight and for more scaling, Lethal Tempo is your go-to, right? You're not really doing that much damage in short trades, some short bursts when you're trying to combo something. You're not really doing too much out of it. But if you're in a team fight with Quinn or you're getting into that part, Lethal Tempo is so much better because you're not just on one person. PTA only can proc on one person. Lethal Tempo, you keep it the whole fight. And you get longer range. So it allows you to become way more useful in team fights. So Lethal Tempo is very good. If your playstyle is more for team fights, more for extended fights, and more for that. So that's where I would go Lethal Tempo. But I still think it's second to Press the Attack. I think Press the Attack does everything but a little bit better. But if your playstyle is more for team fights and more for scaling late game, you can run Lethal Tempo as well. Just limit test with them, see what's good for your playstyle, and just see, do you like playing for more 1v1s, more carry potential, more lane domination, or for more scaling team fights? That's the kind of questions you're asking yourself if you want to pick between Press the Attack and Lethal Tempo. Okay, so the first build that you're going to be running is more of a standard one, okay? So as you're playing, you're going to be building your Kraken Slayer as your first item. This wasn't always the play, but after the durability change, everyone's a little bit tankier. Kraken's more of a necessity, to be honest, a lot of games, even against squishier teammates. Even against squishier teams, because you just need that extra bit of damage that everyone gets. You need that extra bit of damage because everyone's a little bit tankier. So if you're building Kraken Slayer, I would recommend to build Pickaxe first instead of Noon Quiver. A lot of people ask me why Noon Quiver is a better item, even if you can afford it. Because this is what happens. If I buy Pickaxe, right? And let's say next back, I back at like 500 gold. I can buy a longsword and contribute towards the Noon Quiver, right? Let's say I buy Noon Quiver. Then I have to wait for 875 gold before I'm able to buy the next item, right? Which a lot of times is tough to get that much gold and have it in inventory. So if you have the option and you have like 875 plus gold, I would buy Pickaxe for your first item, then build towards Noon Quiver. If you can't, it's totally fine, build towards Noon Quiver, but this is the way I like to do it. Build tier 1 boots whenever you find possible. The speed helps. Then we're going to complete our Kraken Slayer. Now, this is the scenario where it gets really important. Do not finish your tier 1 boots. Don't finish them. Leave them at tier 1s. I get this question a million times. Why? This is only if you're going Wits End. I'm going to explain the benefits of Wits End in a bit. Okay, so essentially what happens, okay, is if I build my tier 2 boots like right here, for example, right, or right here, right, you are delaying your Wits End spike so much. And with this build, you got to get that Wits End as soon as possible. You need those 2 items and then you're going to be a monster. Mythic item plus Wits End, you're a monster. We're going to talk about that. But if I buy boots too early, you're delaying the spike. And you don't need boots as much on Quinn because you're fast out of vault with your R. So it's not a necessity to buy the boots. It's a luxury. So it's not needed. So since that's the main thing, you want to delay it for Wits End. Okay, and we're going to talk about more logistical parts about it. But we're going to talk about the Wits End because I get this question all the time. Why do you build Wits End? They have a full AD team. They have no magic damage on their team. Why am I building Wits End? Okay, guys, don't get jebaited because I know this item says 40 magic resist. That's where everyone gets jebaited, okay? This is not a defensive item. It is an offensive item, okay? So when your teammates, you're building Wits End, your teammates are flaming you because your enemy team's full AD, just mute them. Please mute them. I get this stream so many times, this whole question so many times on stream. This item, don't think about it as them doing magic damage, okay? Think about it, this item is good against champions or enemies who build armor, okay? And we're gonna go into that. But, okay, so you're gonna build your Wits End, you're gonna complete it, okay? And the reason why you're delaying your tier 2 boots, okay, is because right here, as you can see, tier 1 boots gives you 25 moon speed, right? Tier 2 boots gives you 45 movement speed and 35% attack speed. What's the difference? It's 20 movement speed and 35% attack speed. That's the difference, right? To buy the boots, okay? Now, when we complete Wits End, what stats do we get? You get 40% attack speed, so it's 5% more attack speed than Berserker boots. And then every attack you do gets you 20 movement speed for 2 seconds. So, with tier 1 boots, plus Wits End, 20 movement speed, 25 movement speed, plus 20 movement speed each auto, you get the exact same movement speed as tier 2 boots, Berserker boots, whatever it is. If you go Ninja Tabbies, 2 plated steel caps, or Mercury treads. But tier 2 boots, especially Berserker boots, are in this item. They are literally in Wits End. So we're delaying our spike of boots to get this Wits End as soon as possible. When this is completed, you're a monster. The item components suck on this. Hearthbone Axe is a terrible item. Pickaxe is a bad item. It doesn't provide that much when you have it there. When you complete the item, you become a monster because now you get the Fray passive, which gets you so much extra damage. That's what you need. You need it as soon as possible. So skip the boots, finish Wits End, then you can finish the boots. But until then, get the Wits End done. Now we're going to address the part about why Wits End. Why are we doing this? Like, what are we building this for? Okay, so this item is so broken right now, okay? It's broken on solo lane AD carry champs. So think about Akshan, think about Quinn, think about Vayne, the solo lane ones, right? So the solo lane ones, right? But why the solo lane ones? So we're running the solo lane ones because it got nerfed as bot lane. So the higher level you are, the more use you get out of Wits End. So if you guys have been keeping up with the season, when Wits End was broken and every AD carry was spamming it, they nerfed it. So essentially the sweet spot is around level 12, level 13. Level 13 onwards, when you're level 13 and onwards in the game, Wits End is stronger than it's ever been in this current form. But when that early Wits End nerf came, you were stronger early. So essentially level 12, level 13 is the sweet spot. If you're under level 12, you're not really getting any damage on Wits End, not that much. You're level 11, you're level 10, you're not getting that much. AD carries, they are under leveled. So if you build Wits End second item, you are so under leveled that you don't really get the extra damage of Wits End until later on the levels. So that's why it's not that good. But solo laners, you're higher on XP, so it's better for you, okay? So that's the first thing about why you're building as a solo laner, not an AD carry anymore. Second is because this item's overtuned, okay? Look at the stats, 40 attack damage, 40% attack speed, which is just insane. Plus, every auto attack deals 15 to 80 damage based on level extra. So at level 18, you get 120 damage plus 40% attack speed. I'm not even talking about the MR, which is crazy. It's a lot of damage, it's a lot. Look at comparison to the other ones, you know, Kraken Slayer giving 65 and 25. You know, this one's giving you 120 and 40, 120 damage and 40 attack speed, whereas this would give you 25 attack speed, 65 attack damage, for example. The stats are insane. But the best part, this is the number one reason why you're building Wits End. Because if you read it, it says you get magic damage on hit. So, The reason why this item is so broken on Quinn, yes, you get a lot of move speed, which is really good for you because you're a champion who wants to be slippery, who wants to be fast, right? You get a lot of good stats, a lot of damage, a lot of attack speed. The main thing is because of the magic damage part. That's the crucial right there. That's the element. Because when you're playing Quinn, what happens? They all stack armor. All the Malphites, you know, plated steel caps, bramble vests, frozen hearts, you know, play against a Quinn starter pack. You see that. They are going to spam armor items, right? When you're playing Quinn. Always, always. That's the counter to you. This does mixed damage. Magic damage. So it gives you mixed damage in your kit, right? So if I build Wit's End, I am doing mixed damage. I'm doing magic damage. So when they're stacking armor, my magic damage is going through that. And when they're building MR, I'm building full AD. So I have mixed damage, and that's the most crucial element of a champion in the game. The fact that you can have mixed damage as Quinn makes her a freaking monster. So when your teammates flame you because you're building this to a full AD team, mute them. Because their brains are just way too minuscule, and your brain's way bigger than them, got a bigger brain. So you're going to follow this tech. I play Wit's End. Before when Shield Bow was fine, or no, we're going to talk about that, but when Shield Bow was good, I would literally build Shield Bow and Wit's End against a full armor team, like a full armor Malphite, full armor Hecarim with frozen hearts. And the second I build that Wit's End, I'm starting to do damage to them. And it's like, what the fuck? It's because, again, it goes through it. So they're stacking armor. You get magic damage. Magic damage goes through the armor. It counters it. That's why it's a really good item. So don't think about building Wit's End if the whole team's AD or AP. The magic resist is good. It's an asset, though. It's like old Trinimir building Essence Reaver, right? Why would he build Essence Reaver? It's a mana item. He doesn't have mana. It's because he's using it for the other stats. Wit's End, it's a damage item, a mixed damage item. It's not an MR item. Don't get debated by that stat. Please do not. It's a broken item. I build it. To answer the question a million times, yes, I build Wit's End even into full AD teams. Think about if the enemy team, how much armor are they building? That's what you're thinking about, okay? If the enemy team comp, they're stacking armor. Armor is the stat. Wit's End's a better item. Let's say the enemy team comes stacking magic resist. Like that's the stack. If a full AP team, you're stacking magic resist, then you can think twice about Wit's End because now you're not getting as much benefit of it. They're building the Maws, they're building the Mercurial Boots, like all the Force of Nature, whatever it is. That's where Wit's End's not as good of an item. If their whole team, your whole team's AP and you're just stacking MR, then Wit's End you can think twice about it. But that's the way you're thinking about it. 9 times out of 10, Wit's End's just the best item for that. So now you can build your boots. I go Berserker boots most times. If they have a lot of AD, you can go plated steel caps, especially with these assassins. Mercular boots, I don't really run that much unless I'm playing against Teemo or someone that I really need CC, but very rare. Basically just Teemo. It's the only time I build it. And then you're going to build Lord Dominic's. You need this because everyone got tankier. The extra armor pen helps you a whole lot, so this is almost a necessity, this patch. So you're going to get your Kraken, Wit's End, Lord Dominic's. Now after your Lord Dominic's, this is where you can start thinking. Okay, so this current patch as I'm making the video, I've been spamming this. If you've been seeing my YouTube videos, I've been talking about Tank Quinn and playing more tanky. So Random and Zoman got a buff, and I've been really liking Tank Quinn. This item's very strong too. So you have options here, and I want you to present you these options, okay, depending on your playstyle. Okay, so after you finish the core, Kraken, Wit's End, Boots, LDR, that's the core, it's done. Now you can decide on these last items what you want. Do you want more damage? Like let's say like you find you're not doing damage in that game and they have a lot of tanks and you just need damage. They're all tanky and you just need the damage. You don't need survivability. You can go Infinity Edge Guardian Angel. Solid build, gives you extra damage. But when I build Kraken, Wit's End, Lord Dominic's, and press the attack, and Gathering Storm if you're going that, for example, not all the times I do, but if you run it, you have so much damage that like you really don't need the IE. It's just too much. But like again, that's up to you. If you find that you don't need it, an option for you is you can tweak with these, okay? So let's say they have a full AD team, like a lot of AD, like 5 AD champs are like a lot. You can go, which I think is a better page, is you're running these 2 plus plated steel caps, right? So much AD, so much armor you're getting. Plus you have damage. You have so much damage, right? And then remember the Wit's End, they're going to be building plated steel caps that'll go through that. That's a good item too. So that's like a page that have a lot of AD champs. This page, I promise you, will be unkillable. Rando and Zoma, if you're wondering why we're building this item, it got buffed. It's so cheap, 2,700 gold, 90 armor. And then the other thing that I like about Rando and Zoma is it also gives you a slow. So I can E onto them and Randoins use the proc, mid E and then slow them, which is really cool. It's a really good option. If they jump on you, can slow them as well. And it also reduces crit chance and attack damage. So I can use the active to reduce their AD and reduce their crit chance, especially against AD carry champs. It just makes you a monster, makes you just so hard to kill. And if a Quinn can't die, she's just a beast. She'll carry the game. So you already have enough damage in your kit with the items and with your W and everything. So I really want survivability. I've been building that. Now let's say they have mixed. Let's say they have a lot of AP and AD. This page right here, you're going to be a monster. You cover your ground. You got Magic Resist, Wit's End. You got a lot of attack damage, a lot of attack speed. armor from Randuin's, and then Ma with the lifeline that gives you a lot of lifesteal when you're low. It gives you a perfect balance of literally everything. Literally everything, boys. Ability haste as well. Very good standardized page. And let's say they have like a hella AP team. You can run Ma and then just throw a GA. It's more just for the extra life. You don't really need the MR, but this could be like if you're playing as like a full AP team, you can just change it. So that's why with those 3 items, I want to be situational for you. If you want damage, again, go Infinity Edge. Otherwise, tweak with the other 2 based on your playstyle. I just gave some scenarios to think about. But again, if I'm going standard build and you're just thinking, I just want something simple, Queen ADs or something that like, you know, let's just say I'm playing against a basic comp, basic team, mixed damage, like there's no heavily AP, no heavily AD. I'd run this page right here if I'm queuing up. It just gives you literally everything. It's going to make you a monster. And you're going to find that if you're not dying in these team fights, you're going to be a lot more useful in them as well. So now let's talk about if you want to play Quinn more like an assassin, or if you need like a dash, okay? This is another playstyle, another good one, another good build. This build, let's say if you really like being like a crit assassin, let's say you're a Kai'Sa main and you just love that playstyle, playing like an assassin AD carry. If you like jumping on them, just full out assassin, but you don't like building lethality, right? This is your page. And it's gonna be a little bit controversial, so I'm gonna talk about it because there's something in here that I got a lot of questions about too. So you're gonna go Gale Force, same thing, you're gonna be building your pickaxe first, and you're gonna be building your Noon Quiver next. You can build your boots early because we're not going Wit's End, so you can build your boots whenever you want. You can build it as a rush if playing against like, I don't know, a set, or like someone you just want speed, like an AD carry, like a Vayne. You just want the boots as quick as possible, you can do that. It's up to you. Now, we don't have Wit's End, so there's nothing with the compiler stuff, so you can buy boots whenever. Buy Gale Force. It gives you the nice active that you get to use. Then second item, this is where the controversial comes, okay? I like going Collector with this build a lot. Okay, everyone always tells me this. Oh, but the math isn't right. The math is terrible. You know, Collector's a terrible item. Lord Dominic's the better in every regard. Every regard. Don't buy Collector. It's terrible. I get that a million times, okay? Telling you guys, you are playing as an assassin with this build. Why does Kai'Sa build Collector every game when she builds Gale Force? Right? She goes Gale Force, she builds Collector all the time. Lucians are building Gale Force Collector. Why are they doing that? Lord Dominic's a better item. Why are they building that? Because you're playing as an assassin. Your playstyle changes. Okay? So, yes, Collector doesn't do as much when they're full HP. Yes, we know that. But as an assassin, you're not going into them when they're full HP a lot of times. You're waiting for them to be low and then you're jumping on them. To have this Collector execute, right? To have that, plus the Gale Force damage, there's a lot of damage when they're low. You can literally just like go in, use your Gale Force dash, and you have a better chance of securing the kill. It secures on Ignite too. You're playing Ignite as a champion. So having Ignite, it helps you to get that. It also gets you extra gold for the kill. Gives you 25 gold each kill, which helps you snowball a lot, right? As an assassin wants. And Collector helps you get the kills. This is a big asset, boys, okay? You're trying to 1v9, you're trying to carry a game, your in-team teammates stealing the 1k shutdowns. You want to play literally like an AD carry. You want to be the monster, the man of the show, right? Or the woman of the show. You want to be the star of the show, okay? So what happens is that with Collector, it helps you to solidify those shutdowns. You're playing against a Tristana, she's 1k shutdown, okay? You land the blind on them, you start doing damage, you use your Gale Force, then use your Ignite, and you have a better chance of securing that shutdown, right? You're going for that shutdown, they're worth big bounty, having Collector is the best item you want. They're worth big shutdown, they're kind of low, Collector's the item you want, because you're more confidently going to be able to secure that shutdown and go in for that fight, right? So that's the reason why I really like Collector. All right, another option you can do is swap it with Stormrazor, okay? So now you're wondering, why Stormrazor? Like, when am I going to choose both? I want to leave it up to you, decide. Stormrazor, the reason why it's good on Quinn is it helps you to land your blind on champions. So I'm just going to give you a prime example. Vayne, you're playing against Vayne, okay? I fly in, I need to land this blind on Vayne or I die, okay? So, Stormrazor helps you land the blind, because I leave alt, I auto-attack them, it paralyzes them, they can't move much, right? Then I could throw my Q right after the auto-attack, and it's a lot easier to hit because now they're slowed. They can't sidestep the Q. So it helps you land your Q. So in any game where you need to land the Q, again, Fed 80 carry champs, Fed squishy champs are going to blow you up. You need to land that Q and you just can't because it's hard because they're mobile champions. Stormrazor helps you land that Q. So that's where it's good. That's where it's better than Collector. You decide. If you want to play for more like assassin-y, like take the kills, like become a monster, get the extra gold, get the executes, go collector. Otherwise, Stormrazor, depending if you need to land that Q. Then you're going to go IE third item, you can get crit third item, build Lord Dominix after that because it's just an essential item to have, and then Guardian Angel, just standard, just gives you an extra life, helps you to become an assassin, go in and get that life out. So again, the only change you're doing here with this build is going basically Stormrazor and collector. Rune page you're running with this one is press the attack. The rune page you're running with this build is you're running the press the attack page. The build you're running with this page is the press the attack page, the one on the screen right there, and the description of it. So the rune page you're going to be running with this page is the one right here, the press the attack page. So the rune page you're running with this setup is the press the attack page on the screen that you see here. Or you can run the Gathering Storm Absolute Focus one. So the decision here, I talked about in the runes section here, but essentially it just depends if you want to play for more scaling or more early game. Okay, so now we're going to talk about this unique lifesteal build, okay? So this one is very unique, okay? It's a pretty decent build on this current durability change because lifesteal is very needed in the game, and if you're able to have lifesteal, it makes you more of a monster. I would build this into more squishier team comps, and if you really value playing like as a healing Quinn, if Ravenous, Taste of Blood, Shield Bow, Bloodline Quinn back in the day was your favorite, you love that healing, this is like a revival of that. So you're gonna go Blade the Rune King Rush, okay? You're gonna build your Wits End second. This is interesting, I know, because we're talking about, first of all, we don't need the boots yet because the Wits End, I talked about that earlier, but right here, essentially, you're not going Mythic till third item. Why? Because having Wits End by your second item, you're a monster. You need this item by second. It's just so strong. You get the most benefit out of it when it's your second item. You get the most spike. So you want the second. And then you go Blade of the Rune King Rush because it gives you that lifesteal. Shield Bow got nerfed. So to have lifesteal in lane phase is so valuable. To go Vamp Scepter Rush is the best item to really buy. But you can't really go Vamp Scepter Rush anymore because Shield Bow got nerfed a lot, right? So and Shield Bow's not really a good first item rush anymore. Blade of the Rune King's a very strong item. Gives you 8% lifesteal, which is good, even more than Shield Bow right now. And it gives you a lot of damage. So you can have this rush item, then go Wits End second. These two items are very strong with each other. Gives you a lot of magic damage as well, a lot of speed you get with both these items, right? Then you can build your Mythic third item. So you don't need the Mythic stats with this page because you're basically replacing the Shield Bow with the Bork. The Bork in and of itself is strong. Irelia's go Bork. You don't need the Mythic, okay? It's a very strong item. It's stronger this patch than Shield Bow Rush if you want lifesteal as your first item. Then go Wits End. Then third item you can go Shield Bow. Now it's good because now you have your damage. You have a lot of damage with these two items, so then you can get the Shield Bow. You're not going to find you're losing damage by buying this item. If you rush it, you're going to have no damage because the durability patch made you lose a lot. Having it here, though, it gives you a lot of lifesteal too. Both these items together makes you heal a lot, makes you a monster. You can have alternates for Shield Bow. You can, even with this page, if you want to all-in lifesteal run this, you can either build either two, depending on your playstyle preference. You can fit them in with this build. Just change the Mythic, depending on your playstyle. Do you want to all-in on healing, or do you want some damage with it, or do you want to dash assassin style? Up to you. Then build Bloodthirster. You're literally all in on the healing. All in, boys. All in. Let's go. And then last time we go Lord Dominix to have a little bit of damage. And the rune page that you're running with this page right here is the press the attack one. Either the scaling late game one with Gathering Storm Absolute Focus, or the early snowball one with the Treasure Hunter Eyeball Collector. So now we're going to talk about the lethality build. With this page, you're going to be running the rune page. You have two options. You can either run the First Strike rune page, the one over here, or you can run the Electrocute page. I think the Electrocute one's a little bit better with this page because it just provides more synergy with the build, depending if you like First Strike or not, okay? So the build you're going to be running is Eclipse as your first item, okay? This item is very strong, gives you lifesteal, gives you healing, gives you Omnivamp, gives you that little shield to speed, right? That Quinn makes it very strong with Quinn. Next item you're going to be building is Essence Reaver. So the reason is because these two items are very strong together. So if I auto attack out of alt, you get that Sheen proc from your alt, right? And then you get the Eclipse proc too. Both those proc together gives you so much damage. So when you're trying to assassinate someone, I literally get to a point where later on in the game, I can just press auto attack on someone, then Q, you'll delete them. Just literally all you need, just auto attack and Q, and then they're blown up. So that's where this build gets really strong. Essence Reaver helps a lot, and plus it's cheap item. Then you're gonna go Lord Dominix, it just amplifies the damage you get. And then Okay, and then the option you have for these two items, depending on their team comp. Are they all squishy? If they're all squishy team comp, you're going to go Collector as your third item. If they're tankier, you're going to go Lord Dominik's. So you're going to build both items. It's just the order matters. Full squishy comp, Collector. Tankier comp, Lord Dominik's. Then you're going to build the one you didn't build. So if I go Lord Dominik's, build Collector after. If I build Collector, I will build Lord Dominik's right after. Okay, that's all you can do. Then your last item, situational. So you can build GA if you find you have enough damage and you want more survivability. Or you can swap any of these with Guardian Angel. So you can play as a critality build. I can go Infinity Edge if I want. Go Infinity Edge. This, you have the crit. You have the crit. You can run this. You do a lot of damage. Okay. Or you can... Or these situational items if you want. So if they have shields, you go Serpent's Fang. If you want a little bit more speed in the game, you can run Ghostblade. If you want to be around the map a little bit quicker and have a little bit of ability haste. Or this item is very strong depending on the comp. So let's say you're playing against anyone with like a CC ability. Edge of Knight's broken. Let's say you're trying to run a Veigar down, run a Xerath down, run a Lux down, right? If I have Edge of Knight, oh boy, they're done. They're donezo. What do? You're in ult, you're flying at them, full speed, right? They use that CC ability on you in the ult, which is hard to land on you, but they use it, right? They use the Lux uses the Q on you, Xerath uses the E, Veigar cages you. You'll go right through it. Then you just combo them. So you fly full speed at them, they can't even take you out. You're just a monster. So Edge of Knight's a very strong item. Situational, depending if they have a lot of CC. You can even build this item a little bit earlier if you want. You can even build it like here, for example, after your third item. Depending on you, how much you value this item, but it's very strong with lethality build. So now we're going to talk about the Prowler's Claw or the boss build. This is the fun one. It got nerfed a little bit on this patch with their ability change because everyone's tankier. But essentially you're going to go Prowler's Claw as your first item. You don't need boots with this build, not a priority. You can build it whenever you want, but I don't like them that much. Just tier 1 boots, I would say. Buy them early and then just forget about them. Prowler's Claw, very fun build. You get to use your combo. I have a whole in-depth Prowler's Claw combo build. I link it right here in the video. Watch it if you want to see the combos and how to use the interaction. Go really in depth with the Prowler's Claw combos in this video. So essentially with this Prowler's Claw, okay? So the next item you're going to go is Lord Dominik's. Just because of their ability change, you need this. Like everyone's so tanky. You're going to find you're not doing damage to them without Lord Dominik's. It's just more of a necessity with this build. Then you're going to go Edge of Knight. Edge of Knight just lets you to just jump on them and just not get comboed. And then you can go Collector as your item. It will allow you to secure targets, get extra gold, and you go Ghostblade to speed your way around the map. So this page right here will make it good for squishy comps and good if you really like to play for Snowball. And this is one of the most fun Quinn builds to play if you start popping off. It's extremely fun, extremely enjoyable. I highly recommend trying it out, but durability change made this build a little bit worse. So if you're choosing between two lethality builds, I think this one's just way better in every way. But if you want to have more fun, I would run this Prowler's Claw build right here. So now the last build I'm talking about is the first Strike Ring build. This is more of a new one. The rune page you're going to be running this build is a particular one. It's going to be the runes right here on the screen. And this one's more of a fun playstyle. Okay? So the whole purpose of the playstyle is to essentially, you want to play for the gold income, okay? The short trade gold income. So it all synergizes together. You have the first strike, you have the magical boots free gold, the futures market free gold, right? And then you have the demolish to help you get plates better, right? And then when you buy Eclipse, right? You're all for the short trades. So the short burst is strong. So for the next 3 seconds you get in the first strike, you have the Eclipse proc, which is good for short trades, right? So you get most gold in those short trades. You can start snowballing, get the gold there, especially with all the plates. Then the next item you're going is Blade of the Rune King or Stormrazor, depending on the matchup. If they're tankier, go Blade. Otherwise, go Stormrazor. I know people are wondering, oh, but why Eclipse and Blade of the Rune King? They kind of go against each other. This one's for short trades, this one's for long trades. It covers all your angles. So you got a short trade, big burst, jumping on them, first strike, the extra damage, right? The amplified damage. And then after the trade, after your first strike's gone, they're slowed, and then you get the Bork extended fight damage. So it gives you, like, you're basically covering all angles. It makes you a very strong beast, especially against tankier targets. Plus, Bork is good against tankier targets. So that extra damage you get with the Bork added on to the first strike gold that you get. And Stormrazor slows them, so then they just have to take your whole combo. Then when your combo's done, if they're still alive, they get Bork slowed. It just gives you everything. Then you're going to go Lord Dominik's just to amplify the damage. Especially, I think Lord Dominik's more of a necessity item in every build you're playing on this patch, with everyone being tankier. Then you can cover the last item with whatever you want. You can go build Guardian Angel, you can build Randuin's, or you can just amplify damage and go Infinity Edge, cover the bases because you got the double crit. So let's try it out, go with it, and let me know down below if this is a build that you... Now we're going to talk about how to roam effectively on Quinn. This is a common question I get when I'm playing Quinn or when I'm streaming, is that a lot of Quinn players find that they lose too much from roaming. I go for a roam and I just come back to top lane and I lost like 10,000 plates, 3 cannon minions, and a whole mortgage payment for that roam. So the key of Quinn is that you don't have a combat ultimate, you have a utility ultimate, so you have to be making use of this. You can't just be playing fully for lane. You can't just be playing fully roams. You have to go find that perfect balance, that nice dynamic. And how you do this is, ideally you want to set up the best ways to roam. So there are 2 best ways that I want to give you. Again, macro is very tough to explain because it's very situational, but I'm going to give you 2 scenarios that you can probably apply in your gameplay on some tips on how you can roam more effectively. So the first way to plan your roams is to create a slow push. So what you're going to do is you are just going to last hit the minions. What this does is you're going to create a very big wave. It's very good to do in lane. The enemies lose a lot of minions. The enemy loses XP, zone out of XP. If you get ganked, you can 1v2 a lot easier because you got a big minion wave. If the enemy tries to fight you, you can't because you got too many minions. So even if you're behind, you can find out that you're able to get a lead, you know, in the trades. You get ahead if he ever fights you. So essentially the slow push, when you're building this big wave, it's very hard for them to attack you. You're very, very supported, okay? The minions are there to protect you. So you're gonna build a big wave. Create the biggest slow push you possibly can. You're planning this roam, okay? So you're slow pushing, creating a lot of minions. Then when this wave crashes the tower, now you're looking for 2 options. Do I wanna get this plate? Do I wanna dive? Or do I wanna roam? Those are probably the best 3 options that you're thinking about. And if you wanna roam bot lane, for example, this is the best time to do it. You just slow push and crash a huge wave to that tower. Now you go back and recall. Now the enemy's got to clear all those minions, okay? Then he's got to push through all the minions to your tower and then finally get there. And it's going to take him a very long time to do that if you create a very big wave, because he's got to kill every minion under that tower, then wait for the whole next wave to come. It will take him forever. So now you're buying yourself the best time to roam. So that is how you can set up a roam. You're creating it through wave management. So creating a very big slow push and going for a big crash there. Second time is the more rewarding one, is you just solo kill the enemy top laner. I just solo killed them. Let me shove the wave, go for a roam. Especially if he doesn't have TP. Most of your top laners are gonna run Ignite, okay? So let's be real, especially in this current meta. I'm sure you guys can attest to that. And then most of the times they don't run TP. So it's even better if they don't run TP. You just solo kill them, crash that wave, just hard crash, don't slow push, just crash the minions right away. Then back, buy your items, go for a roam right there. Those are the best 2 times to go for roam times. Also, look at lane states, okay? Don't just roam, look at the roam at the right time. So first of all, looking at bot lane. Does bot lane have a big lead? Is my bot lane winning, losing? Do I get a big shutdown for the roam? Am I rewarded a lot for it? Am I going to do anything if I roam bot there? Are we just going to get clapped? Or getting it murked? Maybe think about where the jungler is. Where's your jungler? Most important thing to think about, look at levels. Your bot lane just got level 6. They both have ultimates. Enemy bot lane is pushing towards you. My brain is thinking, okay, I'm going to plan a roam because I'm looking at my bot laner's levels. They're level 5, they're turning level 6. The wave is starting to, my bot lane just crashed to their tower. The wave's pushing back to my bot lane. Best time to roam. So I'm thinking about them, looking, okay, my bot lane, my Leona's level 6. She has her ult up. They're pushing the wave towards my Leona. That's a good roam. I'm just going to shove that, go for it, bang, go, roam bot, get the double kill. That's how you do it. You're planning, you're thinking about your roams, okay? So those are the 2 strategies on how you can roam more effectively. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the parts about split pushing. Because a lot of people have this question. They always say like, hey, like, I don't know, when should I group with teammates? When should I split push? How should I be doing this, Gwen AD? So this with Quinn, think about it like this. You are playing a very selfish playstyle, okay? So what do I mean by this? You are really playing for yourself. Think about the advantage that Quinn has, okay? Especially in this meta. She is one of the fastest top laners in the game, okay? She can get around the map, no problem at all. No one can really match her, okay? In terms of speed. So, especially in this non-TP meta, it's even better, okay? This is how you're thinking about the game. So, what I'm trying to do, this is me, top laner, the T, and this is the enemy team, okay? You probably get in this scenario a lot, especially in lower elos. Your teammates just perma-fight, perma-group, perma-lose. Let's just be real. We're losing the coin flows, buddy, you know? So they're going to lose the fights. So you're right here as top laner. Let's say that this tower is down, and there's tier 2 tower up right here. So this scenario is applicable right here. So now you're asking yourself in this situation, what do? They're going to group and all die. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to communicate to your team before a fight happens. Let's say you're split pushing, okay? Let's say your teammates are chilling. They never forced a fight yet. The enemies, there's no objective up. Everyone's just chilling here. Everyone's just doing their own thing. They're farming waves. Jungler's probably farming camps, and you're pushing bot. So first thing, try to communicate to your team, tell them that you're split pushing, because most people don't know how to play with it. It's okay if they listen or not, it does not matter, okay? What your goal is you're gonna crash side lanes here. You push side lanes, okay? Now, after you crash this side lane, you crash the wave, the minion wave is gonna hit their tower, right? Now they're in a big predicament, okay? Instead of just going here and just fighting with your team and fighting 5v5, 5v5 is never good in League. Because what happens when you 5v5 is that you're coin flipping. You know, is my teammate's going to ult properly? They're not going to get caught. They're going to play it properly. You want to increase your odds of winning the fight. So the asset that Gwen has is you're going to be split pushing here, pushing the waves, right? Then their top laner's in a predicament, especially if he has no TP. Predicament right here. This always happens. The lower elos, the more effective this is, but even higher elos, there's not much they can do here because it's a lose-lose situation. You push right here. You shove this, okay? Now their top laner, especially if they have no TP, right? Two choices. Do I get this wave? Do I fight? Most times they're going to get the wave. So he's going to catch that wave, right? Now you fly over mid when their top laner's here. You spam ping a fight. You spam ping your team to fight and force. And then now you're fighting a 5v4 because their top laner's not there because they sent someone. That's what you want to do with Quinn. You're drawing people out of position, right? Let's say the top laner says, screw it, I'm not going to get that wave. Okay? They lose a lot of minions when you push, because you push 2 or 3 waves right there, for example. They lose a lot of minions. That's a lot of gold they're losing. So you're creating a win. It's a win-win situation. Either they're out of position, you fight a number advantage fight, or they lose the minions and you're chilling right there. Another option too is you are a very fast split pusher. Okay, so let's just take this scenario and people are getting around Baron fight. Okay, let's just say that your teammates probably didn't start Baron, but they're in the Baron area, anticipate a fight's happening. Most times I'll be split pushing bot. They will be spam pinging me. Team must be like pinging, what are you doing, Quinn? What are you doing? Join our team. Okay, so I'll be chilling here. Split, push, 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 push. Now again, creating that predicament with the top laner. If he comes here, I can just fly over to Baron and we'll fight. He can't come, I can. I can join, right? And if he doesn't join and they fight 5v4, I don't care. Most times, I will literally let them fight, do their thing. You get so much. I have such a fast split pusher that I can go here and get the tier 2 and push really fast. I can threaten for inhib. And then I can also use it after I get the tower and potentially clean up a fight too, because you can join there. So that's kind of what you're looking for macro. Not always split pushing, but thinking that anytime you're not doing anything, every second when you're playing Quinn, you want to make sure that you are being effective, okay? You're being proactive. Every second matters when you're playing Quinn. Every second. Because you're the fastest top laner in the game, you got to be using every second to farm. So you're farming minion waves. You're farming. After that, you farm the jungle camp. Fly over, push for the tower. Teammates group, you keep pushing. Or you can decide to group them. It's just, you're always doing something. You're always, if you're ever just sitting there doing nothing, you're playing Quinn wrong. You got every second, you're either trying to make a play or farm minions, okay? Because you're fast. Another way you can macro too is you can play the split push one, okay? So, right here is I'm going to be split pushing. I'll be push bot. I'll push a few waves. Get the waves pushed. Now is a big wave here. Their top laner comes to catch it. Then I'll recall. Go top here and start pushing. You're fast. You're fast. You can start doing this. Or you can just fly over mid and push that wave. Fly here. You're literally, as a one-man show, you can just start farming all the waves. Especially when your teammates aren't there. Let's say your teammates are like, you know, not there, not doing anything. There's a free wave. I can catch the bot wave. Fly mid. Catch the mid wave. Doing it not to take your teammates CS, but you're fast, so you gotta be using that asset, taking jungle camps whenever they're near. You wanna make sure that since you're the utility ult, you wanna be using this as like a gold mine. You're so fast, you're taking camps. Don't be afraid to take your jungler's camps too. If your jungler's topside here, we're mid to late game, golems are up, take the golems. Take these golems, there's a lot of gold you get here. Take the raptors, take the red buff if you're ahead, because most times you're over leveled over the AD carry, you know? Take these resources, evade enemy, drop wards here, push here. So you wanna make sure that you're collecting as much as you possibly can. So these are just kind of like ways on what you're thinking. I want you to play more individualized. You're very fast, but I want you to make sure that you're getting a lot of CS when you're playing Quinn. If I'm looking at your op.gg as a Quinn player, if I'm looking at a coaching student, for example, and I see that the Quinn has low CS and a lot of deaths, it means that they're grouping with their teammates way too much. You should be having high CS and lower deaths with Quinn, because that means that you're joining less fights. That means that you're playing more split push. You're playing Quinn more effectively. So look at your gameplay. Pull out your op.gg right now when you're watching this video. Look at it. Is your CS 7 or above? How are your deaths? If your CS is under 7 and your deaths are high, you are playing Quinn wrong. If your CS is high, that's the main goal. You can get a lot of KP. If you have a lot of CS and a lot of KP, that's good. KP is kills, kill participation. That's good. That's really good. That means you're being very proactive. I want you to aim for at least 7 CS per minute. There's no reason not to do it. Even if you mess up your last hitting, literally you're the fastest champion in the game. It just means you're not choosing to split push enough. Every second, try to push these waves. It creates pressure. If I push bot wave, they have to take this. Then I can push mid. Then they're going to send someone here to take mid. Then I can push top. They're going to have to send someone top. Now they're out of position. Now they're AD carry one top to catch the top of because just push it. Okay, let me go force a Baron fight or something because he's out of here. You know, you're being the one to draw them out of position. So that's what I want you to think about when you're playing Quinn. Okay, so now we're going to discuss each top lane matchup in depth, explaining the win cons of the matchup, what I like to do, as well as some gameplay in the matchups themselves. So this part right here is about 3 hours in length. I put a lot of time into creating this matchup section. It was the biggest chunk of this guide. No content creators ever went this in depth on actually explaining the matchups, especially including game footage like I did here. So all I ask is if you appreciate this sort of content, please smash that like button, comment down below, let me know. And without further ado, I hope you enjoy. So now we're going to talk about the Aatrox matchup and some tips and tricks you can use. So with the Aatrox matchup, okay, his first Q has very long range and it's going to always interrupt your E. Always. Because his first Q range is 650 and your E is 525 range. His second Q is 525 range and your E, if you get pushed back full distance, you get 525 units. And his third Q is 225 units. So essentially what you want to do, his first Q, if he throws it, just let him throw it, let him hit you with it, that's okay. After the first Q, you have two options. You can either E at the second Q or E at the third Q. If you can E at the second Q, do it right after the first Q and get close to him, throw the E, hit the Harrier, run back a little bit, you'll dodge his second Q, and then his third Q does nothing, okay? Otherwise, if you want his third Q does the most damage, he could flash Q you after that, so if you're low, try your best to save it for his third Q to cancel that one. The other thing in this matchup, just be cautious about his EQ trade. Aatrox in this lane, he's going to throw his EQ to poke you out. So you just got to be mindful about that. And the whole matchup is literally his W. That's it. He can't W you behind minions though. So just stay behind minions. He's going to try to poke you with his EQ. It's fine. Just try your best to not get hit by that. It's just a little bit of poke. Doesn't do that much damage. The win con in this matchup if he has W on you. So stay behind minions. If I'm behind minions, if he's trying to engage on me, I'm just trying to keep sidestepping. Very thin his hitbox. And if he tries to throw it, you can't go behind minions. So what you can do is if you're behind a big minion wave, you can start trading him. You can use your E, you can use your Q, you're fine. And then he can't retaliate with a W. If he ever misses the W, that's how you use your E. So how to use the E in this matchup is after his W's down. That's ideal world, okay? Because if I E first, then he W's me, I'm dead. So if he gets to you in the W, if you get caught in it, just try your best to hit a Harrier proc on him and run to the side. Save your E the whole time. Don't use your E at all. And then either you escape it and you're chilling or the W push you back in. Then you E right after you get pushed back in. So that's how you're using your E in this matchup. At level 6, just try your best to do some blind jukes. Try to use your speed with the Harrier. And again, if he ever misses W, that's your call to action to use your E. That's the call to action right there. So if he misses W on a trade on you, you can use your E aggressively in the 1v1 if you so choose so. So that's how you're going to use it. So now we're going to talk about the Akali matchup. Okay, so this is a very interesting one. A lot of Quinn players struggle in this matchup. I would recommend to go Wits End Rush here because what happens in this kind of matchup is that you don't want to get one shot by her. You could throw an early Maw in. I wouldn't go it early, like too early. I would get your Wits End, then start building Mythic. Then if you're like out of the game, you can start building Maw third item because you're not going Shield Bow. Otherwise, you can just save your Maw for later on. It really helps a lot. And then what you're trying to do in this matchup is you want to think about a win con is to dodge her E. That's the win con. Okay, so her Q is a very short cooldown. It's 1.5 seconds. Her W is a long cooldown. Her E is a long cooldown. If she lands E on you, you E right after her E hits you, and then you get pushed back. Okay, so it kind of counters her E in a way. So that's what you're trying to do there. Otherwise, when you're playing the lane, you be as aggressively as possible, level 1 to 5. You want to really dominate this lane. Okay, then your goal is trying to bait her W. It's a fat window, fat cooldown, 20 seconds. Okay, so you're trying your best to combo her, get her to use a W. Maybe if you're in lane, you use your E on her. Sometimes if I'm in lane and I feel like we're level 1 to 5 and we're not really a threat of me dying, I'll use my E on her aggressively. She'll instantly W because she thinks I'm trying to trade her, and then I back off. Bait of the W. Goal number 1 accomplished. Now W's down. Now the next window, I'm just being super aggressive. I'm walking up. I'm not letting her lane for 20 seconds because the W's down. Okay, with a W down, she's a minion pre-6. Minion. Okay? Then, otherwise, you want to punish your windows. Her Q's very short range, so don't let her get the Qs on you. You want to try to kite back as much as you can. And when you get to level 6, be very careful. Okay, if she lands the E on you, you're one shot. Because what the E does is, what Akali's always going to do in her engage, she's going to ult you once. She's going to press ult once, okay? Then she's going to try to land her E on you. And then if she lands the E on you, she gets to get right on top of you. And then she gets to spam her Qs. okay? That's why you gotta be careful about. If she lands the E, she gets the extra dash, which makes the matchup very tough. So your goal is, if she's ulting you, don't panic. Think, how can I dodge this E? I can't go through minions. So if there's a big minion wave, try to like stay behind a minion so that if you anticipate she's gonna throw her E right after the ult one, then she's gonna E the minion, then you're okay. But otherwise, if you feel like you're gonna get hit by the E, try your best to flash it if you can. That's the best time to flash it. And just be respectful about that. That's all it is. That's what you're thinking. Now you're thinking about a win con. Now instead of panicking when she's ulting, you're thinking about that E, okay? She misses the E, she can't do anything because she ulted already to get into you, right? Then you can use your E, for example, and back up a little bit, right? Then, if she doesn't land that E after that, how does she get back onto you? Her last bit of ult, the second ult, is an execute. It's like when they're low. It's not an execute, but it's like the finishing blow. She used that second ult to get back onto you. That's the finisher. She can't. She has to kill you when she uses that second ult. But if she uses that to get into range of you, she's not going to be able to kill you because she wants to do it. She wants to throw her ult to get onto you, throw her E, jump back on you, spam her Qs, and then when you're low enough, she ults you. But if she doesn't land that E, she's kind of useless. So that's what you're looking for post 6. Otherwise, what you're trying to do is slow push the wave, create a really big slow push, and then crash the wave, look for roams. Look for roams in this matchup. It's a very good roam matchup. And when the game goes on, if you have Ma and you have Wit's End, it gets very tough for her to one-shot you. So you have that option for you. Gets better. Just be careful about her window and just play the matchup by trying to dodge the E. Okay, so now we're talking about the Anivia matchup. So with this matchup, Wit's End Rush I think is your key. Gale Force Mythic is a very good one. Keystone Runes options, you either running and run Fleet Footwork or PTA. If you want to just like sustain up her poke a little bit, you run Fleet. If you're more confident, I would recommend Press the Attack. So this matchup, you essentially want to play a mechanic where you're going to E-dodge her Q, okay? So how this works is when she throws her Q, she's probably going to, she has to manually press it, okay? And a lot of Anivia players, she's going to throw it where you are. So when the Q is about to land on you, when it's traveling, I'll E her. And if she doesn't Q like mid-E, which a lot of Anivia players won't do, she'll miss it because the hitbox is where she lands, okay? So you can E-dodge her Q that way. That's how I'll play early game. Try to bait out her W, her win, her wall, and the only big damage that Anivia gets is if she lands the Q on you, her E does amplified damage. So the Q is everything. That's the poke. She lands the Q on you, throws the E at you, does a big chunk, and her ult gives you the chunk too. So the other thing I want you to remember in this matchup is you want to E cancel her R. If she Rs at all ults, you E her, okay? Because otherwise, she keeps that ult up and it's going to drain you. But if you can throw your E and cancel it, it's really good because then your ult's put on a cooldown and then you can start punishing her. So that's how I would play the matchup. And you want to make sure that you're playing really aggressive. So create slow pushes. If she ever dodge misses her Q, you run her down. That's how you're going to use your E in the matchup. For her to cancel her ult or to dodge her Q. If she ever has her Q down, do not let her lane. That's how these mage matchups start beating you. Don't let them bully you. Don't let them punish you. It's a long lane if she's playing top lane. Probably auto-filt. But if she's actually playing for realsies, when she starts pushing and starts being aggressive, misses the Q, run her down. You have Harriers. You'll catch her all the way to her tower. She's dead. Do not let her lane until after when that Q is gone. Do not let her breathe over there. Okay, so the next matchup is the Annie matchup. So 2 Keystone Runes. You can run the Fleet page like here or the Press the Attack page, whatever one you decide to go for. Starting items, I'd go Longsword refillable pots. And then the item rush you're going to go is Wit's End Rush, just to give you a little bit of MR to make the matchup a little bit easier for you. Annie's kind of annoying, to be completely honest. I'm not a big fan of the matchup, only because she can start like potentially one-shotting post 6, but the durability change made the matchup a little bit easier. So what you want to do is early game, you have really no fear of her. Keep in mind of her stun passive. So when you see little bars under her health, it means that those are her passive stacks, okay? So what you're going to do is you want to keep track of her stun charges, and then when the stun is charged all the way, her next ability is going to stun you. So just be cautious about that. And whenever she uses her stun, either on a minion or on you, if she ever gets in range of you, run her down. Run her down. Do not let her live. Do not let her breathe. Post 6, she can start one-shotting. If you're low, don't be near her because she can Tibbers one-shot you. Look for roams in this matchup. It's really good. And like I said, just keep in the win con. If she throws a Q on a minion, you want to make sure to punish her afterwards. Okay, so the next matchup is the Camille matchup. This one is a very interesting one. I'm telling you guys, this matchup is Quinn favored. I know it sounds weird. It doesn't seem like it, but I promise you this matchup's Quinn favored. So what you want to do in this matchup, the important thing to know is that your E can cancel Camille's Q. Okay, her Q is called an uncancelable windup. If she has her Q channeled up, your E can cancel it completely. It doesn't go off. The animation will go off. The damage doesn't go off. So what you want to do is, knowing that, okay, if she's trying to like get her Qs on you, you save your E for a second Q. She'll Q you once. After 1.5 seconds, she gets her second Q, right? Which is the true damage one. So if she throws her Q on you once and you can hear the little charge up, just wait like a second. And then when she gets close to you, throw your E before she gets the Q off and it'll cancel it. You get a freebie. So that's the matchup with the alt, with the Qs. So how you're going to play this matchup, okay, is it's all about positioning. So if she's staying close towards the wall, you want to be the opposite side against her. So essentially, kind of like when you play the matchup more, you'll see her E range, right? Where you always want to be out of her E range. So I'm on the side, and then if she tries to throw her E on me, she won't be able to because I'm out of the range. So the other thing you can do is if she's ever in the middle of the lane, okay, and she's ever like far from a wall, you can use your E aggressively there. I would recommend this only if you're confident, because what happens if you're in the middle lane, there's no walls near her, I can start getting a PTA trade. She's too far to go walk to a wall to E me. And when she gets there and walks there, I have time to walk out. That's more advanced. Otherwise, save your E for her E. When she throws her E at you, if you lands it or not, you just E right after. She's gonna E you and then throw a W at you. But if she E's you, even if she stuns you, if you throw the E right after she stuns you and then you hit the hair and run back, a lot of times you can juke her W too. So that's the way you want to play with it. It's all about positioning, be on opposite side of the lane with her. And the other thing is you want to play aggressive level 1. After level 2, just be careful about her E. The important thing I want you to know in this matchup, which is a little weird, is that your E can cancel the first part about her Q. So the important thing about this matchup is that your E cancels her first E. So how Camille's E works is she has 2 parts. One E towards the wall, one E away from the wall. The E towards the wall, you can cancel that one. But when she touches that wall, her E has CC attached to it. So now you can't touch her. If you hit her, she's going to stun you every time, okay? So how you play this matchup, if she's Eing you towards the wall and you're at the wall, you can E her because it'll cancel because she's jumping towards you, right? And you got a good indication to get it. Otherwise, what you do is when she E's away, that's the best time to E. Let's say she's playing to retreat. She's playing to run away, right? She's getting ganked or something. Save your E. When she's running towards the wall and she presses E on that wall, right when she presses E on the wall, just press E on her. Because she's going to E away, you'll follow her all the way through, and then you'll hit her, and then right after her E ends, you hit her, and then you catch it, right? So when she's Eing away, your E is very good. If she's Eing towards you, if you're able to E her before she touches the wall, that's for more advanced players, do it. Otherwise, just be careful about her Eing you, okay? When she ults you, the combo you're trying to do is you're going to let her get her... So what you're going to do when she combos you is you're going to let her get her ult on you. She's going to try to jump on you, save your E for a Q. So try to kite a little bit towards the wall, walk towards one side. Then you're going to E to the other direction. You'll cancel her Q, right? So you're kind of stalling her a little bit. You walk maybe towards like away from your tower. Then you E her towards the other side, towards your tower, cancel her Q, and you have the best chance of survival right there. So the build that I would recommend with the Camille matchup is, I think Press the Attack is the best option for you. And the actual items, you can play with either Gale Force or Kraken Slayer as your mythic items. Gale Force is good because you can dodge Camille's E, which is perfect, especially if she goes like Knight. If she goes like Knight, Camille, she's trolling. Because what happens, especially if you have a Gale Force, is right when she E's, I just dodge her E with my Gale Force every time. And then if she can't land it on you, she's always out of range of you. So she can't press ult on you. If you blind her, she can't press ult because she has to actually press it on you, right? So that's something you can keep in mind. I can Gale Force dodge her E. And then if she doesn't have flash up or she has Ignite and she only Ignite TP and she doesn't have flash at all, I blind her after that and I can just kite her. She can't even ult me because I'm out of range. So Gale Force completely counters her. It's the best mythic if you're able to get it. Otherwise, Kraken's good just to do a lot of damage to her. So next matchup is Cassiopeia. So in this matchup, I think Press the Attack or Fleet are the best two. I would recommend Press the Attack if you're confident, Fleet if you're not as confident. Fleet helps with her poke a little bit. And a good rush in this matchup is Wit's End because it gives you a little bit of MR, a lot of damage, a lot of movement speed. You can go Gale Force as your mythic item. Gale Force is pretty decent because it helps you to escape and to do a lot of damage and to kind of assassinate her. So with this matchup, if Cassiopeia lands her Q on you, she can spam her E's. If she misses the Q, it's a 3.5-second cooldown, and then she doesn't really get the damage, the amplified damage with her E. So essentially just try to dodge her Qs. That's when she throws a little poison on the ground. And if she misses it, she has 3.5 seconds where you can start trading her and get a window. Other than that, try to land blind and go for short trades on her. If you land blind on her, you can start going for a short trade, land your E on her and combo her. The main part of the matchups are W. So your goal in this lane, in the 1 to 5, is to bait her W. If she ever throws that W down, just try to escape the fight. Blind her, try to escape. You can't E when she Ws. You cannot use your E at all. Then when the W's down, be really aggressive. The next, her W's a 24-second cooldown, then it goes down to 16 seconds. When that W's down, I don't want you to let her lane, okay? Be really aggressive. She misses that Q especially, you jump on her. She misses that Q, you can dodge your Q with your E2 if you're good at timing, but it's a little bit tougher to do that. But if she misses that Q, that's your window to use your E if you want to look for a trade, okay? She misses that Q, you got 3 seconds, just go for a short trade with your E, and then go for a blind on her, go for a play like that, and it's good. One interaction I want you to know with her ult is if you E her right when she ults, if you time it correctly, you will make her ult backwards because Quincy's a knockback. So if you E her right when she presses ult, if I hit her right before she presses the ult, her body goes behind for a split second. So she'll ult behind and her ult, it's a really cool mechanic. If you're wondering like, oh, that sounds kind of gimmicky, it's really not, because if I'm flying right at Cassiopeia and I just E her right away, which I recommend never to do, but if you want to play against Castle matchup, I would recommend it because I fly right at her, press E right away. She'll think she'll see that and she'll be like, okay, well, he's doing this. He'll press alt and then usually you can get make her ult backwards. Otherwise, if you're too scared to do this interaction, just try your best not to get hit by the ult. If you look away from her, she can't ult you. Like you don't get stunned. So try your best to like look away. Or blind her so she can't punish you with the ult. And then again, if the ult's down, the W's down, she's big part of her kit's weak. So you want to make sure that you're punishing her accordingly after that. Next matchup is the Cho'Gath matchup. So in this matchup, I would run press the attack every time. He's a tanky boy. We want to do a lot of damage. Cutdown's really broken this matchup. In this matchup, what you want to do is essentially it's all about his Q. Okay, his Q is the one where he throws that big circle on the ground, and then after a delay, it does knocks up in the area, whatever in the side of that circle. So how you play this matchup is Q's a delay. So when you're playing Cho'Gath, you're playing really aggressive. Save your E. How you use your E in this matchup is for his Q. So when Cho'Gath uses his Q, you master the timing that right when he Qs, you E right away. So what this is going to do is if you do this perfectly, you will dodge his Q every single time. So now, when you dodge his Q, you get to be really aggressive because the silence doesn't mean anything there. So again, you're playing the matchup, save your E. The second he throws his Q, you instantly spam your E at him. Practice the timing. It requires good timing because if you don't time it correctly, he'll knock you up mid-E, and that's not good. So right when you see that Q, you're playing a lane, you're tunnel vision focus, waiting, watching. Second you see that Q animation, it's about to pop up, you E him instantly. Now you dodge his Q if you can master that, okay? Now Cho'Gath is scared and just keep running him down with a lot of auto attacks because that's a big part of his kit. And then you're chilling. Scary part is if a good Cho'Gath, what he's going to do is going to silence you first, then he can get the knock up on you. So that's a little bit scary, of course. So if he lands a silence on you, try to run away a little bit. His silence range is kind of lower, so it's not that scary. A lot of Cho'Gath players don't do that, by the way. They'll start with the Q first. But just be mindful about that. If you're in one-shot territory, if he's level 6 and he has a silence up, if he lands a silence on you, you can't do much. So just be careful about his E. Okay, most Cho'Gaths don't use the E first, so they're not smart. And it's hard for them to land the E because it's shorter range. So just try to stay in max auto attack range. He's going to be forced to use his Q. Then you can E dodge his Q every time, and then you're chilling. The other thing with his ult is this is where you can make a decision on your build. I recommend Kraken Slayer as your build option. You can go Wits End Rush too if you want. Otherwise, go Kraken Slayer Rush. And with this matchup is Shield Bow got nerfed a lot for sure, but especially if he's AP Cho'Gath, you can go Shield Bow if you want into AP Cho'Gath because his ult, he can't eat through Shield Bow. So Shield Bow is a really big counter to Cho'Gath. He can't ult through it. When you're low and he presses ult on you, the Shield Bow is going to pop up and it's going to counter his ult entirely. So you could do that into AP Cho'Gath, but if it's tank Cho'Gath, I go Kraken Slayer. And just be mindful, if you're kind of like half health and he has ult up and all abilities up, be careful because he can silence you and one-shot you. So just, if you're full HP, he doesn't really have a one-shot territory. So you can be aggressive there. Just when you're low, just try to find a way to back and not be near him. That's the... Okay, so now we got the Darius matchup. This one's very fun. So a few keystones I would recommend. I'll give you a few options. You can go Phase Rush as your keystone. This one I recommend for newer players or people who really struggle into him. Phase Rush gives you speed. This matchup's all about speed, so you can escape his engage. But I don't really think you need this as much, to be honest. It's not as necessary. What you could do is just run Fleet Footwork if you're a little scared. and then go PTA, press the attack if you're confident, okay? Fleet footwork should provide everything you need. The phase rush is a little overkill in my opinion. Darius will run Flash Ghost every time. If you're very scared, you can run Flash Ghost too. Again, I would not recommend it. I don't think it's necessary. I think Fleets would be the best rune page that I would run. And I would run Ignites and just be careful of positioning. Okay, so save your E. How you use your E in this matchup? Save it for easy. That's literally the matchup, okay? Do not E until his E's down. So this is how the matchup goes. You're playing aggressive level 1, okay? He's going to either start his E or Q. He can start either one. So be careful, okay? Don't be too aggressive till you see him use an ability. Wait for the minions to be low and then see if he's going to Q it. If he Qs it, then use your E. Because some smart Darius players will, when you E them level 1 aggressively, he'll E you right after, and then he'll ghost you and run you down. So I've seen that has happened to me. So be careful. Make sure that you know what he starts, okay? Darius could run you down level 1. He's very scary. So if you see that he starts Q, your E can dodge his Q. So when he starts channeling his Q level 1, press E right away. It's a channel from his Q. It's a little delayed ability. And then you can dodge it. So right when he goes, if you E right when he Qs, you can dodge it because the damage of Darius's Q is the outer end of it. The inner end does nothing, doesn't really do damage. The outer part of his cleaver, the Q, does most damage. So if you E when he's charging his Q, you'll dodge his Q damage, and you won't really take any damage or the bleed, okay? Other part, level 2 onwards, how you play the matchup is literally save your E for his E. Two options. Darius misses his E. Now you can use E aggressively in this matchup. You can trade him, you can counter him, you can poke him, you can punish him. Other than that, Darius pulls you in. Right when he does, you E him right away instantly. Don't touch a Harrier, don't do anything. Instantly E, hit the Harrier and run back. If you do this quick enough, you'll dodge his Q every time. That's why the match is very hard for Darius, okay? That's how you're playing it. So your E can cancel his W. If he W channels, if he's channeling your E cancels it because his W is an uncancelable windup. Other part is his ultimate. So if Darius is about to ult you, what you could do is, let's say your E's down. Let's say he flash E's you or something and like he kind of like outplayed you and you have no E left, but you have your blind up and he has his ult and you know you're going to die to it. What you could do is, if you have your flash up especially, save your flash. Okay, just save it. When you're low enough, you blind him, right? Then you flash out of the Q. Because how Darius works is that if you blind him, his ultimate point and click ability. So in last resort, if he gets in this play and your E's down, try to blind him and flash out of his near sight. Because if you do this, he can't press the ult on you. So that's like a last resort if Darius is going to run you down. And if you Q him right when he ults you, his ult's countered too, because point and click abilities get countered if they leave vision. That's like a little gimmicky thing, but it's something you can consider. Your Q could help you a lot at post 6. You can use it as a saving ability. Other than that, the matchup is just about positioning. Be careful. He has Ghost. He's fast. He's going to go tier 2 Boots Rush. If you're really scared in this matchup, go tier 2 Boots Rush. Otherwise, I don't think it's really necessary, to be honest. You can go Blade of the Rune King Rush too. Blade of the Rune King Rush helps a lot. It gives you speed, steals moon speed, makes the matchup a lot easier. But if I'm playing the matchup, I probably just go Kraken Wits End as per usual because I really like those items. But you can also go Blade of the Rune King Rush into Kraken Slayer. Very good options. So that's the way I would play this matchup. And just remember, be careful. It's all about positioning. Being very mindful about his Ghost and about positioning. If you're too extended too far and he gets a pull on you or he flash pulls you and he has his Ghost and you're too far, he can run you down. So you just want to be very careful about the positioning there. So now we got the Dr. Mundo matchup. This one is a very interesting one. I wouldn't recommend, so if you're newer, you could go Fleet Footwork. I don't think this is necessary, to be honest. What I would do, I'll give you two options. Run Fleet Footwork if you're a little scared in this matchup. Press the attack if you're a little bit more confident. And for build options, if again, Blade of the Rune King Rush is very good into him if you're scared in the matchup. Otherwise, you can just go Kraken, Wits End, Lord Dominix as your core 3 if you're a little bit more confident. And essentially what you're going to do is Wits End really helps too because he does a lot of magic damage. So in this matchup, his Q's a 4-second cooldown. He's going to spam it. But it doesn't go through minions. So try to stand behind minions. Your goal in this lane is to try to get his passive popped, okay? Your E can cancel his passive. The matchup's annoying because what happens is, like, if he has his passive, your E can't hit him through it. So he's going to have his passive. He's going to be running at you, right? If you E him, he doesn't get knocked back at all. It's just like Eing and Olaf with ult, if you've ever done that. He doesn't move anywhere, and you just get screwed over. So what you want to do is just let him... your goal is to pop his passive when there's no lethal range of you. So what I mean by this, okay? Say you're chilling in lane, you're behind minions, okay? You're just vibing, you're chilling there, okay? Then what happens is that if he has his passive up, either two options. Either Mundo throws a Q on a minion or misses against you and this Q's down, then be behind a minion and throw your E at him. So what happens here is that when you bounce back, he won't be able to punish you for it. So now you pop the passive. His passive is a longer cooldown, okay? So your goal is to make sure you're about to pop it in a safe area. If his Q's up and you really want to pop his passive, you're afraid of doing it, what you can do is just, again, be behind a minion, E him, and then you'll bounce back. If he throws his Q right after, he'll miss because you bounce right behind the minions. That's why you want to E behind a minion, right? He can E through the minions and the minions will push you, but his E's not scary, it's just his Q's. And at level 6, when he's trying to run you down, that's why I want you to pop his passive before he chooses to run you down. Post level 6, if he wants to run you down and his passive's up, he's very scary. That's why when he's level 6, I try to find a window where I can E him behind a minion, okay? When I'm not, he can't run me down. In a safe area, we're both laning, we're both level 6. He has his ult up, right? Let's just say he misses the Q. Then I'll be behind a minion, I'll E him, hit the Harrier, run back. He can't punish me because he doesn't have a Q. And then now I got his passive pop. Now with his passive pop, his threat's a lot lower. So that's what you're trying to do. Your goal is to get that passive pop. When he's trying to run you down level 6, try to blind him and try to play sidesteps. If he misses Q, 4 seconds of you being able to outrun him, okay? The Q is everything. He lands a Q on you, you're slowed. It's hard. It's a sidestep matchup. Blind him and then try to like blind juke him when he's trying to ult you, try to save some time. If he misses a Q, use the Harrier, run back, throw the E, and then you got 4 seconds to escape for his next Q, and then you should be good. This matchup is hard early game, right at level 6. It's easy level 1 to 5. Level 6 onwards a little tough, but the matchup gets really easy when you're at 3 items. If you have Kraken, Wits, and Lord Dominix, you just shred this guy. It's so easy. If you still struggle, go Blade the Ring King 2. Those 4 items, you're a monster into him. He'll never beat you 1v1. You have Ignite too for his ult. Yeah, I wouldn't go Mortal Reminder. You have Ignite. His ult's low, just save your Ignite for his ult when you're trying to all in him. And you have all the damage, you're just going to completely shred him. Cutdown's going to murk this guy. So the matchup gets a lot easier as it goes on. So now we got the Draven matchup. So this is an 80 carry matchup. So with second, so I go pre-TA as your rune. I wouldn't recommend lethality too much. They can just build Ninja Tabbies or Shield Bringer, just kind of useless. Secondary runes, you have 2 options. You can go Biscuits and Cosmic Insight. That's usually good into 80 carry matchups because they're kind of like gong shows. So you do like a lot of fights are happening. So that's an option. Otherwise, you can go Eyeball and Treasure Hunter and play for roams. You can go Absolute Focus, Gathering Storm and play for late game. If you're scared of the matchup, you can run Fleet Footwork as your keystone. These are just options you can consider. This matchup, just know early lane phase, he has the advantage on you. But when you get later on in the game, you start destroying him, so he's not that bad. Just lane phase bully. His E can cancel your E, so be careful. If he uses his E, you can find a window to use your E back at him. But be careful about him running you down because he does a lot of damage. Your goal in these 80 carry matchups are all the same. Literally land your blind on him from afar. If you hit it, do your auto E auto proc PTA, and then run back. That's it. Just short trades like that. That's the matchup. I know it sucks. I know it's annoying. You want to play more aggressive, but Draven's a little bit tougher. To be honest, these 80 carry matchups, they do more damage than you up front, but your window is the cheeky blind. You land blind on them, short trade, PTA trade, walk back. That's the matchup. You miss the blind, just walk away. That's the matchup. I know it sucks. It's boring to play like that, but that's the best way. Draven needs kills. He needs to snowball. If he doesn't, you outscale him very hard. You also have a utility ultimate. So at level 6, you can slow push the wave, crash at the tower, look for a roam. He can't do anything about it. He's got to sit top. So you can actually impact the game. He can't do anything about it. You can just kill top. So it's a roaming matchup. It's a chill matchup. Gale Force is a good item. I think Gale Force are probably my favorite into this matchup. And it helps you a lot to go for assassination plays on him. If you're not playing for the lane, you can go Kraken Slayer as well and just play for that. So that's how I would play the Draven matchup. Just know that you outscale him, try not to die early game, and be careful about him because if he E's you, I would E right after that. Otherwise, don't use your E when he's E's up because if he E cancels your E, you're going to get stopped right in front of him and he can just run you down. So just be mindful about that. Okay, so now we're talking about the Fiora matchup. So this matchup is Quinn favored, contrary to what you probably think in this matchup. A lot of Fiora players hate this matchup. So I play against a lot of challenger Fiora top players, and a lot of times that they end up when they get familiar with me in the Quinn matchup, I've had these one tricks like literally pick Malphite or something else into me because they can't win on their one trick. So the matchup is very Quinn-sided when you learn the cheese. So level 1 is going to start Q most times, okay? So in terms of build, you can run either press the attack or fleet footwork. Fleet footwork if you're a little bit scared of the matchup. Press the attack if you're more confident. The press the attack is probably recommended because you want to do a lot of damage. It gets pretty tanky Fiora, but fleet footwork does help the matchup a lot because it helps you escape her. So in this matchup, what you want to do is it's all in mind games with her W. So level 1. Just be careful about her passive marks. If her passive mark hits you, if she hits you in that area, either with a Q or an auto attack, that's the vital, so it does true damage, okay? So whatever angle body that you get marked, the ones behind, so let's say that you're playing against Fiora and the mark goes behind you, that's a good mark for you, bad mark for her. So you don't want to do anything. Like, she can't really hit that easily. So that's ideal. Just stay there, be aggressive. If the mark lands in front of you, what you could do is walk back in the bush. If you leave vision, you walk back in the bush, it'll reset the vitals, what it's called, and it'll reset, and then hopefully you get a vital that's behind you that's bad. So that's what you could do. If there's a vital in front of her, it's easy to get, and you're scared of forgetting it, you could do that. Level 1, though, I wouldn't worry too much about this. You could if you want, but there's no even she lands a vital and you win. So you save your E for Q level 1 especially. So what's going to happen is you be aggressive as possible level 1. You keep auto-attacking her. Just keep spamming auto-attack. Then she's going to throw the Q at you. Okay, when she throws the Q at you after that, even if she lands a vital on you, I'll E right after her Q. Your E can cancel her Q mid-Q, by the way, but it's okay if she lands on you. Throw your E and then proc the PT trade. Walk back at her and proc PTA. Don't let her just Q you like that. You're making sure that PTA is proc because she has no threat after that. Okay, just save the E, let her Q. Don't E her first, because if you E her first, she'll Q you after, and then she'll run you down, okay? So the other thing is her Qs, if it hits you, her cooldown goes down, okay? So if she doesn't hit a target, her cooldown from Q is 13 seconds, level 1. But if she hits a target, 6 seconds. So if she hits you, if you E first, then she Qs you, she has a 6-second cooldown on her Q. It comes up before your E. She can literally run you down. So you gotta be careful. Level 2 onwards, you're being very careful. I'll use your E because she has your W. So how this matchup works is it's all mind games, of course, with her W. She can she can W cancel your E, but this is how you're playing the matchup, okay? So if Fiora, okay, if she Qs onto you right away, okay, I would recommend most times to just E right after the Q, because this is how it works. The closer you are to Fiora, the better for your E, because she has less time to see your E, and your E animation is so fast, boys, so fast, okay? So if you E her right after she Qs you, and then she Ws right after that, you have time to sidestep because her W animation is so long, and then she'll miss a W. So that's why if she Qs onto you, you can use your E most times. The only time this doesn't work, some Fiora players do this, so be mindful, that if she Qs and Ws at the exact same time, and W's like mid-Q, then you E her, you're screwed, right? But she has to predict it. Because if you're at QWs and you don't do anything, she loses her W. Her W is a 24-second cooldown. So a lot of your players won't do that, you know? Just to like predict that you're going to E right when she Qs. So don't do this every time. Kind of like mix it up a little bit. I wouldn't E her Q every time because then she'll get the hang of it. But maybe just like do it like once, and then the next time she's about to Q, just probably don't do it, because then she'll probably think to QW the next one because she saw you Q the first, E the first one. So mix it up, okay? But if you E her before she presses W, she'll miss W every time because your E animation is too fast. Okay, the closer you are to her, the better. What you could do into Fiora is another way you can play this matchup is you can just E her randomly and then don't hit the Harrier proc, just instantly sidestep. Because what happens if you E Fiora and then just instantly sidestep, she'll throw W right away, right? But then right when she throws a W, you'll dodge it every time. So just the whole matchup, the little gimmick that I like to do is just randomly when playing in lane, just a little aggressive tip, just chilling. Throw my E at her randomly, she'll W right away. But right after I E, right when I land, I don't take time to hit that Harrier. You just walk sideways right when I land because I'm predicting her W. She'll throw W, then when her W's down, I hit that Harrier from the E. Now I have her W down, 24-second cooldown, that could be super aggressive. That's a little gimmick that works against 99% of Fiora players. Right after you E, they'll W right away, but they'll never land that W. They'll never land it through reaction, never. As long as you play like I told you. You E her, she throws W, sidestep the W, you're big chilling. So that's how I would play the matchup there. Bait her W. Post 6, she's a little fast, but again, same matchup. Just how you use your E. It's all about spacing. When you start getting items, you get really fast. And in terms of build in this matchup, I would recommend probably Gale Force or Kraken Slayer. Those are probably the ones that I would recommend. Blade the Root King Rush, if you're scared in this matchup, it's a very good one. Essentially what's going to happen with that is that you're going to make the matchup unlosable because you just steal movement speed from her. She jumps on you, just auto attack her 3 times, steal her movement speed, and then you're gone from there. So yeah, that's how the matchup goes. And just be careful about running this matchup because she can melt towers. Her E doesn't really matter that much. All your focus about her W. That's how you use your E. That's what your thought process. Your thought process of how you use E in this matchup is a W. Depending on if you want to E her Q or if she misses W, you jump on her right after. You want to be really aggressive. When I'm fighting Fiora later on in the game, right? I don't use my E at all. What's going to happen? Let's say I'm being aggressive. I'm trying to fight her, right? I just keep auto-attacking her Q or kiting. Eventually, when she gets low enough, she's going to have to use W because she has to use it at one point. Then when W is down, then I use my E to secure the kill. Don't E at all if you don't have to in this matchup when you're playing aggressively. When you're the one being aggressive, don't E if you don't have to. If you feel like you can kill her with auto attacks and Qs and Gale Force, just go for that. Let her just keep autoing her, keep damaging her, save your E the whole time. Eventually she's gonna throw out W. When she's low enough, she has to. W's down, now you use your E. That's how you play aggressively in the Fiora matchup. Okay, so now we got the Gangplank matchup. This matchup got a lot tougher after all the buffs the Gangplank's been getting, but it's not that bad. So his Q cooldown is now 4 seconds. He gets to spam his Q. So with this matchup, a few options with runes. You can either go press the attack or fleet footwork. I would recommend one of those two. Those are the only two keystones I would recommend. If you're scared of his poke, go fleet. If you're more confident, I would go press the attack. Okay, so in terms of build, you could go Blade of the Rune King Rush. It would give you the sustain you need to make the matchup a lot easier. Other than that, you can go Gale Force. Gale Force would be really good because it help you dodge the barrels and help you go for assassination attempts on him. Or you can go Kraken Slayer if you want to play for team. So again, this matchup, you can really decide how you want to play with your build. But that's how I would go with the Mythics. And if you are playing this matchup, how you want to go with it, okay, is how it's going to work is Gangplank's auto attack gives him a lot of movement speed and basically like another Ignite. So his passive, if he plays as smart, okay, Gangplank's very smart. If he has Ignite too, if you miss position level 1, he can auto you, get a lot of speed, Q you to death, and Ignite you and you're dead, even after you use your E, because he'll be faster because he's got his movement speed from his passive. So he's a pretty scary champion level 1, to be honest, against good Gangplank players. I mean, I don't know how many good Gangplank players you guys are going to play watching this video, but hey, there's a good Gangplank player, just be careful level 1. So in this matchup, how you want to be playing is his Q, you can spam it supporting click ability. You want to make sure every time he lands his Q on you, especially if you're running press the attack, is you want to make sure that PTA is proc. So essentially level 1, how it goes is the only time I walk into his Q range is if I know I'm going to auto E auto proc PTA at least so that he Qs me for a PTA proc. Does that make sense? So what you're going to do is let him Q you if you're in range, but every time I'm in Q range, I'm making sure that I auto him right away, instantly E cancel the auto attack timer. Then I auto him 2 more times, proc the PTA, walk in bush, drop minion aggro, Q for PTA. Then I'll walk back, wait for my E to be back up, walk back into his Q range when my E's up so that every time he Qs me, I trade with him. Does that make sense? That's how you're going with it. Next part is his barrels. So this matchup with the barrels, this is where it gets interesting. If he tries to hit his barrels, right when the barrel explodes, you E him right away because it got delayed explosion. So if you do this correctly, you can master this timing. You'll dodge his barrels every time. So right when he hits that barrel explosion starts popping off, you E him. Your body will be at his body when the first barrel explodes. Then you hit him. Then it was going to explode the next barrel. You're at him. Then you bounce back. So it's like a cool, it makes you look really cool and it's a really good way to go with it because his barrels are delayed. So right when he throws the barrels, you E him. That's how you use your E in the matchup. You'll dodge the barrels. Other than that, try to blind him, go for trades against him there, and it'll make the matchup a lot easier for that. So level 6 is the part where he doesn't really change much. You're playing the matchup basically the same. You're just making sure that he's a lane bully, and your goal is just to survive the lane, okay? You have windows. If you're better than him, you'll clap him in lane, but just know when you have 1 to 2 items, you always stomp Gangplank, always. You have enough damage, he can't do anything about you. He's a very weird champ. He's good with poke, he's a lane bully, but you're faster than him later on in the game, and you're just going to clobber him, especially when you can E-dodge his barrels. So just try to grind out the lane, try to survive, try to push it out if it's going hard. Again, that's why I recommend Fleet if you struggle in this matchup because he pokes a lot, he's a lane bully. But other than that, when you start getting outside of lane phase, you want to make sure that like you're being aggressive there. So you have your windows, okay? In this matchup, I would recommend not to leech because if Gangplank gets to lane first and he starts pushing you in, he can get you to recall on you. And it's hard to outpush a Gangplank if he gets prio first. You want to make sure you're pushing into Gangplank always. You don't want him to shove into you because then he can poke you to death, right? So you got to be careful about that. With his barrels, you can auto the barrels when they're low. When they have like the 1 stack, you can hit him because it's a real range champ. And you can make sure to detonate his barrels too. If you kill the barrels, it doesn't explode. So making sure that you're utilizing that. His Q range, another thing I want to note is his Q range is 625 units, which is a little bit longer than your vault range. Your vault range is 600. So his Q slightly outranges your E. So you want to make sure that you're a little, when you're trying to be in his vault range, you're a little bit closer because he can outrange you. So now we're going to talk about the Garen matchup. This is literally the easiest matchup in the whole game, okay? I'm telling you, it's actually the easiest matchup in the whole game. So why is this the easiest matchup? Because Q is considered an uncancelable windup and Quinn E cancels all uncancelable windups. So with the rune page, I'm going to run press the attack because you want damage. And in terms of build, just go full damage reduction build. If you're scared of the Garen matchup, you can throw an early Bork in the matchup because that's his Q cleanses him of slows, but you gaining movement speed makes the matchup a little bit easier. So if you're losing, Blade of the Rune King's really good. He also builds Stride Breakers as first item, so you're going to do a lot of damage to him. So, I mean, if you're scared in the matchup, if you go tier 2 boots and with Blade of the Rune King, Garen's just freebie. But if you're a little bit more confident, you don't have to build the Blade of the Rune King. Save your E for his Q. That's the matchup. When he Qs you, you can see him charging and his Q starts like lighting up. You know when his Q's up. You'll hear it too. He says charge. When he runs close to you, wait for him to get close to you, then you E. Don't E right away. Wait for him to get close to you so you get a bigger pushback. You'll E. His animation on Q will go off, but it will not silence you, will not damage you. Then you're pushed back to safety. His Q, he can still silence you after that, so be careful. Don't be like too aggressive after you E cancel his Q. After you E his Q, wait for his Q to go back, then you start being aggressive, punish him. His Q is an 8-second cooldown at all ranks. So after you do that and his Q's down, you just be aggressive. His W is a long cooldown. Doesn't really do too much. His E's not really a factor either. Don't really care about the spin. It's just his Q. Just save your E for his Q. Be really aggressive other than that. If Garen's hiding under tower, which a lot of people tell me, always healing up with his passive, try your best, first of all, after you're playing in lane, just always try to throw an auto attack at him here and there when you're near him to make sure his passive doesn't work. If you auto attack Garen or hit him at all with any source of damage, his passive stops regenerating him, okay? If you don't touch him, his passive is just going to start healing him. But if he gets hit with something, his passive put on 8-second cooldown. So if you ever can, try to hit him. If Garen's like that passive guy who just sits under tower all day, play a freeze on him. Like literally, what you can do is slow push a wave, crash it at his tower. Wave's going to push back towards you, then force a freeze. Force a freeze, okay? If you force a freeze right there, Garen can't play the game because now he's just going to lose all the minions. So if you notice he's a very passive Garen, you're not playing to push, you're playing to freeze. Because if you freeze, he's going to lose all of his minions. He's too passive with the players, too scared to walk up. You see him. He's hiding under tower all game. So play the slow push, crash a tower, wave resets to you, freeze the wave, he can't play the game. Post 6, be careful because Garen could kill you. If Garen's good, he'll kill you. So he could flash you from a bush and silence you and then combo you with your E. You can't use any ability when he silences you. You can't flash, you can't use your E. Then he can ult you and one-shot you. So your Q can cancel his ult. So just know that. If you blind him, he can't press ult on you. So that's just something to consider. Okay, if you Q him and you're outside of the blind range or the range of his near sight, he can't ult you. And what you want to do, especially if he has Stride Breaker, is a little bit scary. It's just about positioning, okay? If you're basically just making sure that you're being cautious about your positioning when he starts getting his speed items, you'll be completely okay. You want to make sure that you're playing for the 1v1, you're playing for the spacing, and you're playing the same thing. Just be careful about his flash, okay? Because if he flash Qs you, he could get you. Just when you're full HP, you'll be okay. If you're like half health and Garen has flash up, just be careful. He has a window to kill you because he could flash Q you and get you there. So just be mindful about that. Another thing is, it's not as good after the durability change, but just something to consider. If you run Shield Bow in this matchup, his ult, it literally counters his ult. Because when you're low, his ult won't go through Shield Bow. So you'll get low enough, you'll be in lethal range, he'll ult you, and then Shield Bow magically pops up and it saves your life. Something to consider. Again, don't think it's necessary in the matchup too much. I think Blade of the Rune King is probably a really good item, and that's how I would recommend going with that if you're a little bit scared. It's all a speed matchup. If you have more speed than Garen, he's actually the most useless champ in the game. Now we're going to talk about the Gnar matchup. So Fleet was okay a little bit before the durability change, just to have a little bit sustained because he has his boomerang poke and he starts Fleet too. But after durability change, it gets a little bit too tanky, so press the attack is more of a necessity. What I would be thinking is to be running these runes right here with press the attack, and then your thought process is either going Blade of the Rune King Rush or Kraken Slayer Rush. One of those two, I would say. Blade of the Rune King Rush is okay because he builds HP as his first item. So since he does, Blade of the Rune King will start shredding him. He do a lot of damage, especially with Mega Gnar. He starts shredding him there. Other than that, you can go Kraken Slayer. So those are the way options I would go with builds. With this matchup, when he's in Mini Gnar, you want to be as aggressive as possible. Your goal is to try to, if he throws his Q and misses his boomerang, his Q is a 20 to 10 second cooldown. It's pretty long, to be honest. And it's a part where, like, if he throws it on the minion wave, you jump on him. Try to proc PTA. So the matchup's pretty easy when he's in mini, or if you land blind on him, you get free trade too. If you land blind on him, go auto, E, auto, proc PTA, run back, and that's the little trades there, so he can't retaliate. His E is like a little jump. So what you could do is, if he jumps on you, you could E after that, but he's not really that big of a problem, to be honest. If you use Mini Gnar, I'm not really thinking about using my E to cancel his E or anything or jump after. I just want to be really aggressive. Try to not get hit by his boomerangs, and if he autos you 3 times with his W, he gets an extra burst of damage and movement speed. So try to do short trades. Don't let him get his proc on W, because that gives him his damage when he's in Mini Gnar. You're not going to be super aggressive when he's Mini Gnar. Now look at his bar on the bottom. That's his rage bar to turn to Mega Gnar. This is where you're careful, okay? If he starts transforming to Mega Gnar and he gets the transform, he can jump on you and just clobber you. So when he's turning to Mega Gnar back up, be cautious. Is the window, be careful, because if he jumps on you when he's in Mega Gnar, he can just clap you into a wall or just start shredding you, just denominating you. So be careful, okay? So when he is Mega Gnar, what you want to do is his W, he can throw it on the ground and it can stun you. So try to sidestep that if you can after he jumps on you. Be careful about using your E. You could also E him in midair and Mega Gnar if that's an option for you. It's a really good option. Then he won't be able to get his W on you. So just be careful. Like, try to keep an eye on for his jump. If you can E him midair, it's perfect, but it's a little bit tougher to do. Otherwise, try not to E during his W, because if he hits you, he can get you. And if his W hits you, you're screwed if he W's you mid-E when he's in Mega Gnar. So just be careful. The W is when he throws his head on the ground and shows like the straight line. Just don't be near a wall. Post level 6, do not be near a wall, because again, that's the part where he's going to just be a monster. He can throw you into that wall and just start clapping you. So be very careful about that. And the matchup is just bait out Mega Gnar, be away from walls, just grind it out. It's a short timer until Mega Gnar goes away. When Mega Gnar is gone, when he goes back into Mini Gnar, be as aggressive as you possibly can. When you get a few items in this matchup, it gets a lot easier. You start dominating him, so that's how you could be playing for that. Just kind of scale up a little bit, and then you'll be golden from there. So now we're going to talk about the Gragas matchup. So if you're a little bit scared in this matchup, you can run Fleet Footwork runes to heal up. Otherwise, go Press the Attack. I think Press the Attack would be a solid rune choice there for Gragas, to be completely honest. You probably don't need the sustain as much. He's a little bit annoying. It's a matchup where you have to go Cut Down, and long story Philippots are best. With build options, you can go either Kraken Slayer or Gale Force is my 2 options of what I would run right now. Your Gale Force are pretty good because it helps you to dodge his ult and land at a more ideal spot. We'll talk about that in a bit. But just depending on how it goes, what you're going to do level 1 is he's going to start Qing most times, and his Q is the same cooldown as your E almost. His Q is 11 cooldown, 11 seconds, your E is 12. So you have that window. What you want to do level 1 is you want to start being really aggressive in the bush, and then when he throws his Q, you want to E dodge his Q with your E. So right when he throws the Q, E him. He's going to throw the Q and he's going to explode it right away. If you just press E, you'll dodge his explosion, and then you get a big trade with the Press the Attack, walk back. After, when he gets his level 2 onwards, he can have his E. So now you gotta be careful about using your E. So I'm gonna use his E thinking about his E. That's how I use my E level 2 onwards. So if you're behind minions, you can't E you. So what you could do is a trade, a very valid trade. Be behind minions, okay? Gragas is going to throw his barrel at you to poke you, okay? If I'm behind minions, I can E him. Because if he E's me right after, he can't hit me. So either you can dodge his Qs with your E and go for trade. You can do that as long as you're behind minions. Or in lane, just try to find windows where, let's say you miss his Q and I'll be aggressive, be behind a minion wave. Auto, E auto, be behind minions. If he tries to E you, heal the minions because you bounce back. Then be aggressive, find ways to trade. Be aggressive in this matchup. He wants to poke you, don't let him poke you out. And if he misses his E, it doesn't get a cooldown refresh. If he hits something like a minion or you, his E is cooldowns refunded a little bit, so just be mindful about that. If he hits you or a minion, his E is going to come up pretty quick. Other thing you want to be careful about is ult. So this is why I like Gale Force in the matchup, because if you anticipate he's about to ult you or all in you, if you Gale Force right before he ults you, it'll push him in a way you don't want. Because what Gragas wants to do, he wants to ult you away from your tower when he's engaging on you, right? But if you Gale Force, you can dodge that completely. Or you can Gale Force towards him, Gale Force in him. But when he's about to ult, let's say he's trying to be like ult you away because he's scared. If I Gale Force right before he presses ult, he'll push me towards him, which is not what he wants when you're trying to ult in him. So Gale Force does make the match a little bit easier. Other than that, I think Wits End Rush is probably my favorite because it gives you a lot of bit of MR and a lot of sustain for him. So that's an option you can do too. You could go Wits End into Gale Force. That's a very good option. Gives you both bases covered, gives you the dash, and it gives you the MR. And then later on in the game, you can throw a Ma as well, just to cover your bases and make the matchup just kind of unplayable for Gragas. So now we're going to talk about the Gwen matchup. So this matchup I would put at around a medium difficulty. This matchup is, I would run Press the Attack or Fleet Footwork. I think Press the Attack would be the runes I would be running right now. But if you're a little bit scared of her all-inning you, especially if she goes Ghost, which good Gwen players will run Ghost and TP. I think those are the best two options into you. You can run Fleet for that. It will help you a lot when she's trying to run you down. Wits End Rush is essential in this matchup. It's very good. It covers your base because you get the magic resist and the movement speed. It's a good option. So what you're going to do is when Gwen has her level 1, you beat her really hard. So try to be careful. If she has Ghost especially, don't E her first. Let her E you, because her E is like a little dash. So she'll E, then you use your E. When your E is down, she either E's, she gets a lot of attack speed, doesn't matter. You just save your E. So you auto-attack her to death, auto-attack her to death. Then she's going to use her E either away or towards you. Either option, you just E her. And then you just constantly go in and go for a big trade till she runs to her tower. Because you're going to win. Her E is a 13-second cooldown. Your Q is 12 seconds, so she won't get it back. So you're chilling, to be honest there. When she gets later on in the lane, what you're considering about is her Q. So her Q, look at the bottom part of her passive. If it turns purple, she has her Q fully charged. And then it does a lot of damage. So what she wants to do is charge that up. Then she's going to EQ and get a lot of damage. So when that Q is fully charged, just be careful. Because if she hits you with it, she's going to do a lot of damage on you. So this matchup is all about baiting the W. That's what I call it. Her W is a 22-second cooldown. So your goal is maybe you're in lane, you're chilling. You E her randomly behind minions at a safe spot. Then she's a lot of Gwen players, when they see you E them, they're going to use their W as scared, you know. But you just want to bait it. Now her W's down. Now B, don't let her lane. So that's how you play the matchup. Like you E randomly, trying to bait her W or throw Q. She'll probably throw W to dodge your Q because the Gwen players are two-head and they try to like waste the W. Oh, Quinn E'd me. Oh, Quinn Q'd me. Oh, I got a W now. Now that's what you want. You bait it. W's down. You can't hit her when her W. You can't. That's where it's annoying. The matchup gets really annoying in her W because let's say she's trying to all run you down. Let's say you use your E on her and then she W's. You can't even consume that Harrier proc because then you have to walk back in the W to get it, which you don't want to do, obviously. So that's where the magic gets a little tough if your W's up when she's running you down because a lot of times you can't consume that Harrier proc. So just be careful about that. That's why I want to bait that W. But when W is down, be super aggressive. Her ult is basically like old Irelia ult. She throws these little blades at you. And her ult isn't really scary there, to be honest. It's just her whole all-in kit is just if you're low enough and she has her W, she can all-in you and kill you. But when you start scaling up and buying items, you're going to buy Wits End, you're going to buy Maw eventually in this build. It makes the matchup a little bit easier for you because she just can't really do too much. She can't really do much there at all because you have so much magic resist, and then when her combo's down, when her W's expired, and you live, you can just start dominating her because you're really fast. She relies on her Ghost. Her Ghost makes the matchup, again, if she's running Ghost, you gotta be a little bit careful because she can start running you down. But your Quinn with Harriers, you're still really fast with Wits End speed. You'll be able to outrun her with that. So I wouldn't be too worried as long as you're building correctly. She scales really well, but if you're building a lot of resistances, it doesn't really matter for her. And if you feel like the matchup's just really hard and she's a monster and you need to deal with her on split, you could buy Anathemas on her and it would just really like make it so she can't delete you, and if she can't delete you, you're chilling. So again, early game, be as aggressive as possible. Try to bait the W. When W's down, be really aggressive. Be careful about her Q's with the empowered purple part because that's going to do a lot of damage. When her W's down, be as aggressive as possible. Ideally, save E for after her E. So let's say her W's down. I will punish her a lot with auto attacks, Q's, auto attacks. Then she uses her E either away or towards me, regardless of which one. Then I'll E. And I'll just chase her after that, just constantly, because her E is a 13-second cooldown. Be really aggressive, punish her to death, and pop off. A lot of times, if she doesn't have Flash, right? Most Gwen players don't run Flash. Then you can just use that to your advantage. Okay, well, if I'm trying to fight her, and let's say she ghosts away, or she has Ignite, for example, she has no Flash, you can just eventually just go for a kill. So that's how you. So now we have the Heimerdinger matchup. So this one, you just got buffed, so it's going to be an interesting one. We're going to talk a little bit about Heimerdinger as a whole. So do not leash in this matchup. Okay, so for the resist, we're going to talk about the runes. I think Fleet Foot works pretty good in this matchup because he pokes a lot. Hard to get it with PTA. I think I would run Fleet every time in this matchup, to be honest. Just does way too much. This is just annoying. So I would run Fleet all the time, permanently in this matchup. And what you want to do is, first thing, do not leash in this matchup. Because if you leash, he's going to get the turret placements, and then he's going to be a monster because he gets the turret prio, and it's going to be annoying as heck. So what you want to do, okay, run instantly to lane. He's going to be there. Just level up Q, okay? He starts stacking those turrets. Try to, like, kill the turrets. Wait for him. He'll come there. Start placing the turrets. Throw your Q at the turrets. Your Q can disable a turret so it can't hit you. Auto attack the turrets when you're free. You're safe. You have fleet healing. You'll be okay. if you have to take a bit of damage to do this, is fine. As long as you're not in lethal range. Like if he's trying to place his turrets level 1 and just like 40 seconds in the game, just start autoing the turrets, start queuing the turrets, start hitting them. Then when you're a little bit low, you can walk back and recall. Your goal is to get those towers, because at the start of the game, he'll have towers. He wants to stack them up, but if he wastes them and you kill them, then your goal is accomplished, okay? You don't want him to stack it. So that's your goal. Try to fight for the towers, try to fight for them. Because what happens, ideally what you want to do is you don't want him to shove you in the lane. If you start getting a push into Heimerdinger, the lane gets so much easier. Because if you get to a point, like I said, level 1, he's going to start playing the turrets. If you can start killing them and you just say you accomplished the goal and you got all the turrets gone and he has no turrets, now you're big chilling. Because now when the lane starts, he's going to place one turret at a time. You just instantly kill it right when it spawns. Okay, auto, Q, auto, turret's dead. Now, every time he has a turret up, because it's on cooldown, he places the turret and you kill it. He doesn't have time to charge them. So now you can start shoving him in. The matchup's so easy. Otherwise, if you don't do this, he's going to spam his turrets. He's going to shove you in all game, permanently poke you to death, and he can't get ganked because the turrets just make him unkillable. The most annoying little bugger ever. So gotta be careful. That's why I want you to do this. Other than that, if your jungler wants you to leash, don't leash. Like I'm telling you guys, I don't care. Send them to me. If your jungler is mad, literally send them this video and tell them I told you not to leash in this matchup. Like literally do not leash. And mute your jungler if he gets tilted at you. I'm not kidding. You can't leash in this matchup. It's going to make it really annoying. So don't do that, okay? Next thing is that his grenade is the same thing as Anivia Q. So if he throws the grenade, it's a hitbox where it lands. So if he throws the grenade at you, you E him. You save your E to dodge his grenade. So if he throws a grenade when you're behind minions, E him, because you'll dodge the grenade stun. If you don't get hit by the grenade stun, you get a big impact. Although they'll be behind minions, his W, when he shoots those little lasers outside his little turrets, I think, outside his, their little rockets, when he throws them, if you're behind minions, it doesn't go through that, so that's how you're trying to chill. Be behind minions so he can't W you. If he throws your E, you E him, so that's how you're using your E in the matchup. Try to constantly kill his towers. You're trying to push into him, because if you accomplish the goal correctly of getting the towers, you're going to start pushing to Heimerdinger, then the matchup's so free low, he does nothing, like literally nothing. You start spam, let's just say you accomplish a goal and he's got no tower placements, you just kill him on spawn, right? Be aggressive as possible. Save your E for his E. Aggressive. I'm autoing, queuing him, autoing, queuing him. Then he's going to throw his grenade at me. I dodge his grenade with my E. Then I'm super aggressive after that until I'm going for lethal. That's how you play the matchup. Level 6, he can literally 100 to 0 you. I would recommend going fleet footwork. So level 6, he can literally 100 to 0 you. Got to be very careful about that. Like literally he will 100 to 0 you. So if he throws you can empower any of his abilities, either his grenade, his W, his turrets, either of the ones. If you're trying to get Dove or like your jungler's trying to gank him, you'll throw empowered turret. If he throws empowered turret, you got to be very careful. Just like run back, to be honest, because that empowered turret's going to just murk you. You're trying to stall it out if he throws that. If he throws empowered grenade, it can bounce, so you gotta be careful about that. And his empowered W gets to spam the turret or the rockets. But again, if he doesn't have the turret power, you're okay. Just level 6, you gotta be very careful. Be smart, okay? If he gets to shove on you, let's just say we don't accomplish the goal, he gets to shove on you. Sit under tower, try your best to push, and try your best to kill the turrets one at a time if you can. That's the goal you're trying to do there. Because if he starts shoving you, he can start getting all your plates with his ult. He can punish you. You can't get ganked because he can just empower his turrets. Just a very annoying matchup. So what you want to do is try your best to start when the wave starts pushing back towards him. Try to get one turret at a time. And just be careful about his ult. If he uses his ult grenade, you want to just be careful not to get hit by it. If you have to flash it, flash it. Empower W is only going to do a lot if you're low. That's the one he's going to use the most if he's trying to kill you. But he only can do that if he gets a stun on you. So early, just play the lane like I told you, E-dodging his grenade. He won't be able to use that W to kill you because you want to be too low. And try to fight for prio in this matchup. You can't really roam in this matchup. He'll destroy your plates. Try to stay in the matchup. Try to accomplish the goal of trying to get the push. If you succeed with the push, you're chilling. And if this guy doesn't get kills, he's very useless. Okay, so now we got the Illaoi matchup. This one's extremely easy. Dirty Mobs, who's the best Illaoi, puts this matchup as a Quinn matchup, a dodge-worthy matchup. They don't have fun, the Illaoi players, into us, but you have to play it correctly. Okay, so the reason how this matchup goes well is if you're playing it correctly. So this matchup is literally like this is how Illaoi works, okay? First of all, in this matchup, you want to run either Fleet Footwork or Press the Attack. I think Press the Attack's a little better, to be honest, because he gets a little tanky. Blade the Rune King Rush is pretty good. Otherwise, go Kraken Wit's End. Whatever you prefer. Blade of the Rune King will make the matchup a little bit easier for you because he stacks HP. But what you want to do in this matchup is literally just don't get hit by the E. That is the matchup. That's how Illaoi works. And this is why Quinn players struggle in this matchup, because you have to learn how to be aggressive in this matchup. Okay? So first of all, he can't E through minions, so stay behind minions. Then what you want to do is try to bait his E. So maybe I'll walk outside the minions, then walk back. He'll throw his E, try to jab me, but I'm baiting it. Now his E's gone. Now when his E's gone, that's how you use your E. Right when he misses it, you be as aggressive as possible. You E him instantly. Big trade into him. Big trade. Use autos, Qs, everything. His E's a 16-second cooldown. Go full out mode into him. Everything, okay? That's how you're playing. You have to learn how to be aggressive. Don't just let this guy miss E and then just chill. You don't, no. He misses the E, you want to be as aggressive as possible. Make sure to punish him for missing the E, and then you're just going to scare her, okay? So that's the matchup. Stay behind minions, she can't E you. If she lands the E on you, it's annoying. You get put in like the little ghoul thing. You have options, okay? If you could try to fight her, to be honest, but if she's able to kill your thing, the spirit, you get the little detachment and then she starts spawning the tentacles. It's annoying. A lot of times I like to run away if she lands the E on me and just re-engage after it. But if you're in a fight and she's kind of low, you could try to fight her back in the E, but I would do it very situationally. Most times when she lands the E on me, just run back, pull back, just chill, just accept it. But if she's low enough and you feel like she can't kill your soul in time, then you can just go for a kill on her too. But again, when she lands the E, she's a very strong champion. That empowers her ultimate too. So try your best not to fight her in the E, but there's some cases where you can. Your E cancels her W too, so just keep in mind for that. Her Qs aren't that big of a deal. She can Q through minions, throw a big tentacle on the ground. Try to kill her tentacles whenever you can. You're a ranged champion, so you can easily kill her tentacles when it's on the wall. And if she has no tentacles, she's really useless. You get extra gold too. And again, her ult only matters if she has her E on you. If she lands E on you and she ults, you're going to be destroyed. She can literally like 1v5 if she lands her E on you and her ult's up. But if she misses the E, her ult doesn't really do too much. So that's the matchup. Literally, it's an E dodge matchup. Don't let her land the E. If she lands the E, try to disengage. Try to sidestep the tentacles. Then try again. That's the matchup, boys. I mean, it's an E dodge matchup. Be confident. But the matchup where a lot of Quinn players struggle is you dodge the E and then you watch Illaoi. No. You use your E aggressively there. Her E's down. You instantly auto run her down. Big trade. Be aggressive as possible. And then there you go. You're chilling. Don't forget to punish her. That's how you play. Okay, so now we got the Illaoi matchup. This one's extremely easy. Dirty Mobs, who's the best Illaoi, puts this matchup as a Quinn matchup, a dodge-worthy matchup. They don't have fun, the Illaoi players, into us, but you have to play it correctly. Okay, so the reason how this matchup goes well is if you're playing it correctly. So this matchup is literally like this is how Illaoi works, okay? First of all, in this matchup, you want to run either Fleet Footwork or Press the Attack. I think Press the Attack's a little better, to be honest, because he gets a little tanky. Blade the Rune King Rush is pretty good. Otherwise, go Kraken Wit's End. Whatever you prefer. Blade of the Rune King will make the matchup a little bit easier for you because he stacks HP. But what you want to do in this matchup is literally just don't get hit by the E. That is the matchup. That's how Illaoi works. And this is why Quinn players struggle in this matchup, because you have to learn how to be aggressive in this matchup. Okay? So first of all, he can't E through minions, so stay behind minions. Then what you want to do is try to bait his E. So maybe I'll walk outside the minions, then walk back. He'll throw his E, try to jab me, but I'm baiting it. Now his E's gone. Now when his E's gone, that's how you use your E. Right when he misses it, you be as aggressive as possible. You E him instantly. Big trade into him. Big trade. Use autos, Qs, everything. His E's a 16-second cooldown. Go full out mode into him. Everything, okay? That's how you're playing. You have to learn how to be aggressive. Don't just let this guy miss E and then just chill. You don't, no. He misses the E, you want to be as aggressive as possible. Make sure to punish him for missing the E, and then you're just going to scare her, okay? So that's the matchup. Stay behind minions, she can't E you. If she lands the E on you, it's annoying. You get put in like the little ghoul thing. You have options, okay? If you could try to fight her, to be honest, but if she's able to kill your thing, the spirit, you get the little detachment and then she starts spawning the tentacles. It's annoying. A lot of times I like to run away if she lands the E on me and just re-engage after it. But if you're in a fight and she's kind of low, you could try to fight her back in the E, but I would do it very situationally. Most times when she lands the E on me, just run back, pull back, just chill, just accept it. But if she's low enough and you feel like she can't kill your soul in time, then you can just go for a kill on her too. But again, when she lands the E, she's a very strong champion. That empowers her ultimate too. So try your best not to fight her in the E, but there's some cases where you can. Your E cancels her W too, so just keep in mind for that. Her Qs aren't that big of a deal. She can Q through minions, throw a big tentacle on the ground. Try to kill her tentacles whenever you can. You're a ranged champion, so you can easily kill her tentacles when it's on the wall. And if she has no tentacles, she's really useless. You get extra gold too. And again, her ult only matters if she has her E on you. If she lands E on you and she ults, you're going to be destroyed. She can literally like 1v5 if she lands her E on you and her ult's up. But if she misses the E, her ult doesn't really do too much. So that's the matchup. Literally, it's an E dodge matchup. Don't let her land the E. If she lands the E, try to disengage. try to sidestep the tentacles, then try again. That's the matchup, boys. I mean, it's an E dodge matchup. Be confident, but the matchup where a lot of Quinn players struggle is you dodge the E and then you watch Illaoi. No, you use your E aggressively there. Her E's down, you instantly auto run her down. Big trade, be aggressive as possible, and then there you go, you're chilling. Don't forget to punish her. That's how you play.
And you can win with an 800 LP Irelia being bodied 1v1 against Gwen.
Okay, so now we got the Irelia matchup. This one's a bit tough. One of the hardest Quinn matchups for sure. A lot of rune page options. I would recommend the press the attack one, to be honest, or the fleet footwork one. They're both good options. In terms of build, since after the durability change, I think either Kraken or Gale Force are a little bit more mandatory. If you're scared of the matchup, you could go Shield Bow 2 as your mythic choices. And in regards to how you're going to actually play this matchup, okay, so this is how it goes. Her Q is 11-second cooldown, and she can dash onto minions when they're low, okay? So how it's going to work is level 1, okay? She's going to start her Q most times. Bad Irelia start E or W. If she starts E or W, do not worry. Sometimes they will start E, okay? Just try to dodge your E. If she starts E level 1, just be as aggressive as possible. Does nothing. She's just giving up level 1. You don't be afraid at all. Be as aggressive as possible. Try to zone her off the wave. Don't let her walk up if she does that. She starts W, she's just griefing, but I've seen Aurelias do that. Just don't worry about that. Q is where you're watching, okay? So now what's going to happen is what you're going to do level 1 is you're going to wait in that bush, okay? She's going to walk up. Your minions are going to be, the 3 minions are going to be low, okay? When they start getting low, she's going to walk up. She wants to go Q on the minions, the first 3, right? Just literally, if she starts walking up for that, just spam auto attack her. Don't E, okay? I'm telling you how to play it. You're going to play exactly as I tell you, okay? If you have to rewatch this segment, rewatch it. I'm going to explain it as concise as possible. So, you're waiting in that bush. She's walking up when those 3 minions are low. She's going to go Q on those minions. As she's walking up, you just spam her with auto attacks. Don't E. Just auto. Her eyes, tunnel vision focused on those 3 minions. Auto. You're constantly auto attacking her. You proc PTA. Just keep autoing, right? Then right after that, there's no low minions left because those 3 ones are the only ones. Now she's in a predicament. Okay, she going to Q onto you or is she going to run away? She runs away. You just constantly auto attack her. She's already low because you started autoing her first. Then her other option is Q onto you. What does that do? You just E after that. There we go. Now you're chilling. You E cancel her Q. You push back, and now you can just go for a kill. You get a lot of level 1 kills by playing Irelia like this because they always play the same. Okay? So after they get the Q on the minions, they either run away. If you do, you just keep autoing. Don't use your E. Only use your E when she Qs onto you. That's how you play level 1. Okay? Just keep auto attacking. You get a lot of kills. I get solo kills on Challenger. I really played by doing this. So level 2 onwards, you have to be careful because her E is the scary part. So a little tip into Irelia E is if she throws her E at you and you feel like it's going to land at you, throw your Q. So if she's throwing the E, she's channeling it, right? And you feel like you can't sidestep, you're going to get hit by it, throw your Q at her. Because she's too focused on the E, she's not going to focus on dodging your Q. So if she lands the E on you and you land the blind on her at the same time, right? Now she can't land the Q on you because she focused too much on landing it. She stunned you, but now you hit the Harrier from the speed, and then you get to run away. You get the little cheat. Then she jumps on you eventually. If she gets the blind, then you E away. You got a better chance of going for escape. Otherwise, you're able to, if you do this correctly, she won't even get the Q on you because, remember, you're stunned, but she's blinded. So she can't hit you. She can't use anything. She can't click on you if she got it. So that's one little mechanic you can use. Another option is you could E dodge her E, but the only thing about this is if you do this, she can get a Q onto you afterwards. So if you feel like that E is going to hit you and you can't do anything about it, if you just really feel like it's going to hit you, try to throw your E at her, right? You'll dodge the E, you'll dodge the little stun. Then she'll Q onto you, just hit the Harrier and try to run away. That's what you could do too. You'll get hit by the Q and she's going to be annoying. She's going to do a lot to you, but that's just like a worst case scenario. That's an option you can consider. And when she has her ult, one mechanic I want you to remember in this matchup, which is very important, is if you're going to get hit by her ult and her whole combo and you can't do anything about it, you have to listen very carefully how you're going to play this, okay? She combos you. She lands her ult on you. She lands her E on you. She's got 3 dashes. Just the worst case scenario, okay? All you do, you throw your Q at Irelia. You E right away. QE. Don't auto attack. Q, then E. Then after that, then you hit that Harrier auto attack and run away. If you do that combo correctly, you got the speed, you're running out. By the time that near sight goes away, you're out of her Q range. Even though she's got the triple Q ready, she can Q you 3 times. she won't be able to use any of the Qs because she's blinded. She can't click on you. So that can save you in a horrible, horrible scenario. Okay, if she lands everything, think, okay, I got caught by everything. Okay, think about what Queen AD said. Q Irelia. Remember, she Qs behind you, by the way. So if you want to know this, if she's going to jump on you, she lands her ult and E on you. She's going to Q, right? The first Q. She's going to go behind you. So instantly, right when she goes behind you, right when she throws a Q, throw the Q behind you, then E, then hit the Harrier and run away. If you do this correctly, she will not be able to get the Qs retaliated on you. So that's something you can consider too. Otherwise, how you're playing, if Irelia misses E and she has her ult, she's not as scary because with just her ult, you're okay. When you're trying to fight her in the ult, she jumps on you, right? Don't walk to the slows or the needles. Try to kite away from that where the little opening is. Even if it's towards her tower or like in the lane, like not ideally where you're running the tower. You're playing to fight her in that duelist zone. So try your best not to walk through those blades because you're going to get slowed like a lot. You don't get hit by the needles if you walk away in the other way. There's one opening where she jumps at. So you're going to white kite towards there and you keep kiting her. And then when she jumps on you again, try to throw your E, and then you have a better chance of winning too. That's the way you'll go with the Irelia matchup. Try your best not to fight in the waves, and keep in mind of her passive, okay? When her passive's fully stacked in the bottom where her mana pool is, you can see it. When it's fully stacked, that's where she gets a lot of stacks. She does a lot of damage. So try not to fight her in a minion wave when that's fully stacked. If that's fully stacked, try to wait. When that goes away, then go for a fight on her. Again, try to fight her outside minion waves. If she's outside a minion wave, she's a very weak champion. Don't be afraid of Irelia. Think, if she misses that E, you be aggressive too. If you're playing this lane, don't be scared all game. If she throws her E on you in lane and she's not level 6, she misses that, be as aggressive as possible. Constantly run at her, auto. Don't use your E though. Then if she Qs onto you, you E her, she has no extra dashes, you just destroy her, right? So that's how you play against Irelia matchup, okay? So it's very cautious and contingent on that. So she misses E, you be aggressive, but wait for her to Q onto you and then use your E. Otherwise, at level 6, you gotta be very smart. So the next matchup we're going to talk about is the Jax matchup. So in this matchup, you have a few keystone choices. You can either run Fleet Footwork or press the attack. Fleet Footwork helps when you're trying to escape from Jax, but the downside is Jax gets a little bit tanky, especially after the durability change. So I think I would personally recommend the press the attack page just to get a little bit more damage to him. I find that if you play the matchup correctly, you don't really need the speed as much. With regards to your builds, I'm going to present you some options. So I think Gale Force or Kraken Slayer are the best two mythics for this matchup. Gale Force helps a lot in the 1v1s, and we're going to explain why in a sec. Kraken Slayer helps if he gets really tanky and we're not going to be doing damage to him. So those are two options you have. Situational items you can throw in this build are Nevoid Quick Plays or Essence Reaver because Jax is all reliant on having his Qs spamming on you and his cooldown gets really short. So if you're able to get a lot of ease, you literally counter the 1v1. So if you have a Nevoid Quick Plays and an Essence Reaver in your build and you're playing for the 1v1, you have the best chance of beating him with those items because like I said, you get you a lot more ease to counter his Qs, and if you E his Q, you kind of just hard counter him. So with this matchup, Jax is going to start E level 1 like almost every single time, which is his little counter strike where he spins it around in a circle. And level 1, you want to play as aggressively as possible. Okay, so first of all, like one Jax player out of 10 will start Q. So what's going to happen is if you use your E aggressively level 1, and he's a smart Jax, which most of them are not, I'm telling you, even Challenger Jaxes don't do this. You E them level 1, then the good Jaxes would Q you back. Like they'll save their ability and Q you on top of you. So be careful. That's happened a few times. Just be mindful about using your E. But most games, especially in a lot of the ELOs that you guys are watching from, they're going to start E. So E is a counter strike. Don't worry about it. Play as aggressive as possible. You can use your E aggressively if he starts E. How it works is if he's charging his E, your Harrier proc doesn't get consumed. So if he has a Harrier mark on him and you auto him, it's not going to consume the Harrier mark. But it will refresh the duration of Harrier when you have your W level. We'll talk about that in a bit. But essentially level 1, you're just going to charge his counter strike. He's going to have the Harrier. Right when that the counter strike goes away, hit the Harrier and go for PTA trade. Be as aggressive as possible level 1. Level 2 onwards, you're literally just going to use your E to counter his Q. That's it. That's the only time you use E in this matchup ever. Unless if there's like a potential to kill him otherwise. But how it works is you can cancel Jax E in midair. That's why Quinn's a big counter to the Jax matchup. Very big counter. Because if he jumps on you, I can E him literally midair and then push him back. So when he jumps on me in midair, I push him back and then he can't get his counter strikes done on me. So the way that this matchup works, if you want to succeed with it, is you essentially, the only way Jax can ever get counter strike on you if you play it like this, where if he Qs you, you E him either in midair or when he lands, it's okay. If this happens, Jax has one counterplay to you. Okay? He'll jump on you, right? And then you'll E. And then he has a counter strike still charging. Then he'll flash right after he lands and he'll stun you. That's the only time he can get counter strike on you. So if Jax has flash up, you always have to be thinking about him. You got to be very careful because he can always do this on you. He can always get you here. So if you could ever go flash for this matchup, let's say if you flash and you know he's gonna flash and like you can assure that like his flash is down in any way possible, that's a win for you, because the only way he's ever gonna get the stun on you is if he has flash, because he'll get you by surprise. So any chance in this matchup, if you feel like you're both low and if you flash, he's gonna flash, I would take it, because that's a trade in your favor, because that's the only way Jax can ever do anything in this matchup. Otherwise, it's super free. Save your E for his Q. Then the one thing that, this is a big tip for Jax, because some people say they struggle in this matchup. The way you beat Jax, okay, boys, is after you E-cancel his Q and you go for the little trade, I would E-cancel his Q and then go for a little trade after. Don't just cancel it. You want to make sure that you're punishing him for it, right? You want to make sure that, okay, I E-cancel his Q. I'm going to walk up, I'm going to auto him like 2 or 3, 4 times. Maybe get my PTA proc and get some damage, get some trade. Then walk back. Stay out of his Q range, okay? Because Jax's Q range is extremely short, okay? It's a lot shorter than your E, especially later on in the game. He gets his Qs up a lot quicker, especially with cooldown reduction too. So you're going to E-cancel his Q, get a big trade on him for like 4 seconds, perhaps, around 4-ish seconds, 4 or 5 seconds. Then back up. Don't go in his Q range at all until your E's back up. That's how you play the matchup. His Q's shorter cooldown, but when you do this interaction, you don't go back to him. You just literally just sit back. Don't go into his Q range. Do not go near him until your E's back up. When your E's back up, now go near him. Approach. That's how you play the matchup. If you save it like this, it's a lot easier. So his ult does literally nothing, and you won't even notice when Jack's ult's such a bad ult. It's not that bad, but like it's just, you don't notice. It doesn't really change much level 6. You're playing the matchup exactly the same. It's just essentially be careful of his flash counter strike. Build cooldown reduction if you want to play for the 1v1s. Cooldown reduction helps. Same with Stormrazor. Having any sort of slow helps a lot in the actual 1v1. Otherwise, just making sure that you're using your E for his Q, and if you could successfully do that, the matchup becomes extremely impossible for Jax, and he's going to get extremely tilted. I promise you, this matchup is very tilting for Jax, so you can go along with it. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the Jayce matchup. So this matchup, I would recommend at like an easy medium difficulty. I think Fleet Footwork's a necessity keystone on this current patch, because you need sustain in this matchup, or Jayce is going to poke you at a lane. He's a lane bully. So without any taste of blood being, with that nerf that happened and lifesteal being low, Fleet's more of a necessity in this matchup. Gale Force is a very good mythic because it helps you to assassinate him. Shilbo got nerfed, so it's not as good. So I would recommend Gale Force mythic for this kind of matchup. What you want to do in this matchup, one tip that I have for you is that your E can cancel Jayce's melee form Q. So when he turns to melee form, he does a little leap and he jumps at you with his hammer. He can stay in melee form for 6 seconds. He can't go back. Okay, so right when he goes in melee form and jumps on you, save your E for that, ideally, because your E cancels him in midair. It'll counter him completely. You get pushed back to safety, and he's a melee champion for 6 seconds that can't hit you with anything. So it's very good. If Jayce ever goes in melee form in this matchup, when your E's up, he's trolling. He's literally griefing. So what you could do in this matchup is start playing aggressive, start auto-attacking him, throw your Q, your blinds, right? Second, he goes in melee form and tries to jump at you. E-cancel that. Now for 6 seconds, run him down. Run him down. Play super aggressive. 6 seconds, he cannot change back. So that's how you play the matchup. Land blind on him, go for short trades. Try to stay behind minions so he can't EQ you. And if he ever misses his Q, or like he uses on a minion, you waste it, or if he EQs and misses, that's your signal to go in. Okay, remember, save your E. You could, if you have Fleet, there's an option where you could auto E him level 1 first, and then use your Fleet speed run back. You might debate him to go into melee form Q, and you might get away with that. He won't be able to get you. But the problem is, if you're not doing it quick enough, you have to literally like auto E him and get your last auto and run back. And then if you do it quick enough, he won't be able to melee form Q you. But just be careful, because if you're not quick enough with that and Jayce is good, he will instantly melee form Q you after the E, and then he can jump on you and get a lot of damage on you. So that's what you be mindful of. Try to ideally, later on in the game especially, save your E for his melee form Q, and counter his melee form ability. Because then otherwise, Jayce is literally just useless without that, because he's a big part of his kit is becoming melee form, but he can't use it into Quinn. So that's essentially how the matchup goes. Later on in the game, you start dominating him, especially if you build Stormrazor. Stormrazor is really good to help slow him. You want to auto-attack him, paralyze him with a Stormrazor slow, secure land your Q, and by the time blind goes off later in the game, he's just dead. He's a very easy matchup when the game goes on, but he's a lane bully, so in lane phase, as long as you play the matchup like I said there, only go in for trades if you land blind first, go for short trades, save E ideally for his melee form Q. Those big 2 tips will make the matchup a lot easier. Okay, so now we got the Kalista matchup. This one's actually very hard, but thankfully Kalista's not meta right now top lane. Very hard matchup. Literally, in these AD carry matchups, I think Biscuits are very good just because it's like a gong show matchup, like a lot of fights are happening, and it can help you sustain up a little bit because in these matchups, lane phase is literally everything. So yeah, I would recommend in this matchup, okay? Be very careful about your trades. It's very hard to land blind on Kalista, and she can punish you hard if you miss it. So what you do is you do long range Qs in this matchup. If you land it, go for a short trade. I would do auto E, auto, proc press the attack, run back. Short trades only, that's the whole matchup. Don't ever fight her if you don't land blind or if without the blind. You literally only can fight her with the blind, okay? She's going to shove you. If she shoves you, it's okay. She's gank food. Just try to keep the wave frozen in front of your tower. When your jungler comes in, try to jump at her and you'll be able to kill her. Stormrazor is good because Kalista gets screwed over by slows. So Gale Force, Stormrazor are very good options for this matchup to really start dominating. But you just want to really make sure that you are just trying to grind out the lane. Try to go even if you can. If you remember, just only short trades with your blind. That's the only way you can ever fight. And if you miss it, run back. So you got to be careful if minions are low. Kalista's going to stack up her Ren stacks. Throw her Q, and if it hits you when it's on a minion, the Ren stack's going to apply to you. She do a lot of damage. And if she starts jumping at you, get your E off, your Harrier mark, and run away as fast as you can. Boots are pretty good in this matchup early because you get speed, and this matchup's all about speed. If Kalista's faster than you, she's going to get more autos on you, more Ren stacks, and more damage. So again, your goal is just to grind out the lane. Try your best to freeze. It's a little bit harder to push against Kalista because she's scary, but if you can get the push off, if you can get the push off level 2 and you can start shoving her in, that's very good for you. But it's a little bit tougher, so good try, or good luck trying to do it. But that's the kind of part of the matchup you're trying to go for. You're trying to get the shove if you can. And if you do, you can be a little bit more aggressive. She's not as scary if you start shoving her in. But just be always mindful that if you use your Q and she's good, she'll jump on you if your Q is down. Let's say you Q a minion or you're too close to her and you miss her. That's a signal for Kalista to jump at you. So be very careful. That's why a lot of times I would recommend just to freeze in this matchup. Because if you push and you make a mistake and Kalista's good, she can catch you and easily kill you. Okay, so now we got the Karma lane. This lane's pretty easy for Quinn, to be honest. Essentially, all you want to do is be really aggressive level 1. Don't let her shove you in. Don't let her poke. You're getting the push in this matchup. Get the slow push. And then what's going to happen is Karma, be careful of her empowered Q where she throws the big mantra at you and then it's got the little ball on the ground. Just try your best. That's her big poke. If your behind minions doesn't hit you, if she gets the tether on you, if she gets the W on you, what you could do is get close to her. You're going to E her, auto attack with the Harrier and run back. If you do this and you have your fleet proc and your Harrier proc, like you have your passive, your W passive, so you get the extra movement speed, you should be able to outrun her tether. But just be careful. If you can't outrun, it doesn't really matter. Even if she gets the root on you, I would still use my E during her tether. It's totally fine. Because even if she gets the root on you, she'll walk up to you and then you can just blind her and start hitting her. She doesn't do that much damage. Fleet, I think, is a necessity in this matchup because you kind of need sustain and movement speed. It helps you a lot. And Wit's End makes the matchup a lot easier because she does magic damage and it gives you movement speed to help outrun her. So it just gives you essentially everything you need. In this matchup, just be as aggressive as possible. Do not let her shove you in. And if she ever whiffs her Q, that's your signal to go in. You can use E aggressively in this matchup because, again, if you E her and she Ws you, who cares? You're rooted. You can still hit her. It doesn't really do much with the root, right? It's not a stun. Right? It's not like she jumps at you. It's just like, okay, I can use my E aggressively, start fighting her. She'll W me. She'll root me. Who cares? I get to still hit her, right? So you just want to play to dominate this matchup. It's a pretty easy one. Okay, so now we got the Karthus matchup. Again, this is another easy AP matchup. It's same style. You want to be the one shoving him in. Do not let this guy breathe. Do not. If he's playing Karthus top, please, boys, do not let this guy breathe. He's probably a mid lane. Their top laner probably asked for swap. He doesn't play Karthus top. No one plays Karthus top. They're doing it because he's either an autofill mid main or I don't know, he's just trolling. But please do not let this guy live. Wits End Rush is really good in this matchup. Essentially what you want to do in this matchup is just play as aggressively as possible and shove him in. Like literally just keep fighting him. Perma-fight him. You can use your E aggressively in this matchup. Try to dodge his Qs. Try to sidestep them. It's all a sidestep his Qs matchup. That's all it is. But you're fast and we could just completely always run him down permanently. If he ever throws his W down, it's totally fine. He slows you. But it doesn't really do too much. It's just when his W's down, it's a 15-second cooldown. You're not letting him breathe. His W helps to like disengage you, right? If you're trying to run him down, that's like his defense. You can think about it. And it's not a really good one. But if he uses that W, boys, and it's on cooldown, 15 seconds, do not let him breathe. Like literally auto E, aggressive, run at him, punish him, bully him. Everything. Land blind, just play as aggressively as possible in this lane and push. Make sure he doesn't shove against you because that's how you lose these matchups. These AP matchups are dominating you if you're letting them push. Don't let them push. He doesn't outpush you. He can't. So you got to make sure that you're pushing the wave on him. Slow push, not too fast, but you're getting the push on him. You're not letting him shove you to tower. You're shoving him to tower, right? Because then he can't bully you, can't poke you, and he's going to cry asking for jungle assistance. Make sure you're warding as well, but that's just a simple Quinn thing. But yeah, his Q's a 1 second cooldown. Just try your best to sidestep and go for the domination there. Okay, we have the Kayle matchup. I will consider this one an easy one. It's not that bad of a matchup. Early game, you want to be as aggressive as possible. You do not let her breathe. She doesn't really do anything in her kit level 1 to 5, like literally nothing you have to worry about. A lot of times I forget what Kayle's abilities do when I'm playing the matchup because they're so irrelevant level 1 to 5. Like literally there's not much. Usually in matchups I say wait for them to use an ability then jump on them. Kayle does not matter. Like, you know, just use your Q or E, doesn't matter. Just keep fighting her level 1 to 5. Anytime you can, try to find those big procs, big PTA procs. So her Q is a 12-second cooldown, and if she uses it at all, just go in. If you see her use an ability on the minions or use it on you, just jump at her. Just like that's probably the window you're looking for. It makes it even easier. You'll get 0 damage retaliation. So there's 2 options in this matchup. So you can either go for slow push and go for punishing her under tower and go for plates. Or if Kayle's a very passive player, like, you know, like I know there's a lot of players that do this, like the Garens, the Kayles, like you just hide under tower all game, right? The Nasuses, hide under tower all game. Guess what you do? He's hiding under tower all game, okay? What you do is slow push the wave to his tower, crash it. Now the wave's gonna slow push back towards you, just freeze it. Just literally maintain a freeze. If you can maintain a freeze, boys, against Kayle, she can't play the game. So that's how you counter these passive players. Okay, he's just hiding under tower all game. Okay, slow push the wave, crash it to his tower. Now it's going to bounce back towards me. All you do to keep a freeze is just last hit the minions. Just make sure that you have... Kayle has 4 extra minions than you. And just make sure it's always +4. And then just keep maintaining the wave. Just go for last hits. And then try to stand in front of the wave and her. So that now she's too scared to walk up. As a passive player, they won't be able to play the game if you do it like this. So now you're going to deny your XP, deny your minions. Don't worry about fighting her too much. You're just trying to keep that freeze. That's how you deal with a passive player. Later on in the game, the matchup's a little bit tougher, of course, Kayle scales. But honestly, the 1v1's not that bad. You have Wit's End in your kit, and you're going to be building Maw of Malmortius in this build too. So what you're going to do is you want to make sure that you're being very aggressive in this matchup. So level 6, you land. That's how you're going to go. When she has your ult, okay? You land your blind on her, okay? And you start fighting her, you start hitting her, okay? She's gonna ult, especially late game, because you're doing a lot of damage. She's gonna probably insta-ult. Okay, when she ults, probably like E away from her, hit the Harrier, run away, just run away. When she has that ult up, like let's say like level 16, you're fighting her, you blind her, she's gonna ult to like counter that, run away, run. Then you're gonna press ult, and then re-engage and chase her down. So it's a 2-proc play, that's how it is. That's literally what the matchup is post 16. You go for her, you land blind on her, you start DPSing her, she's eventually gonna throw her ult out. Then you use your E after the ult comes, hit the Harrier, run away, just leave, escape, you're faster than her, don't worry. Then when her ult expires, then re-engage at her, wait for your blind to come back up. Then when your blind's back up, jump at her and go for another kill on her. That's how you play the matchup. So that's where she just can't play the game there. You're kind of, it's a 2-part play. Bait the ult, then if the ult's not down at all, you literally just land blind, you win, you lose, you miss blind, you lose. That's the matchup, just like any AD carry matchups. Yes, Kayle scales, who cares? How can she do damage if she's blinded? That's literally like every champ with Quinn. So that's how you play the matchup. Even like level 16, you have no fear of her. But you want to make sure you're being proactive in this matchup. So just don't let her farm up for free, try to freeze and try to deny her. Don't play to go even. You're playing to get a lead or play for roams, play for CS lead. You have to be being proactive early game. Okay, so now we got the Kennen matchup. So this one is an interesting matchup. So with this one, I want to make sure that you are playing to dodge his Qs. Okay, so this is how Kennen works. He hits you a few times, he stacks up a stun, and then he does a lot of damage when he gets the stun on you. Okay, so you don't want to do long trades against Kennen, only short trades. So how do you do the short trades? Well, what you're going to do is you are going to combo him. Okay, short trade, back off. But this is the window how you play the matchup. So level 1, you can be aggressive. He starts his Q like every single time. Okay, if he ever throws the Q and misses or throws it at a minion, that's your window to go in, always in the matchup, okay? So level 1, you can be aggressive. Level 1, he loses. You can auto him, just go for a big trade on him. And then his Q doesn't really matter. You're going to get PTA proc. But when he's level 2 onwards, that's when he starts getting more abilities. So don't fight him until he misses Q. That's how I would say for trades. So what I would do is create a slow push. Try to bait out his Q, like maybe hide behind the minions. His Q doesn't go through minions, by the way. Maybe walk outside the minion wave, then walk back right away. He's going to throw his Q, trying to think that you're going all the way. He'll miss it. Then when his Q's gone, now that's my signal going for a short trade. Short trade. That's the key. So right when he misses that Q, I'm going to walk up to him, hit a Harrier mark for speed, either on the minion wave or on him. Then I'm going to auto E him, then do a short trade. So auto E and then maybe auto 2 times to get PTA proc, then throw blind, then auto him 2 or 3 more times, then back off. When the blind expires, you back off completely. That's the matchup. Because how this works is if he misses his Q, he's not going to have enough damage to get that stun off during the short trade. That's why you're doing it. So that's the reason. If you don't go in when he has his Q and he Qs you mid-fight, he can stun you before you can back off. That's the whole matchup. He misses Q, go in for a short PTA trade, back off. That's the matchup. Try to bait his Q. If he Qs a minion or Qs you, if he hits you with the Q, don't go in because now you got a mark, you got a stun stack. Now you back off. He hits you with the Q, okay, chill. You're going to go back to your slow push, go back to farming wave. Then try again. When he misses the Q, now going for a short trade. That's the matchup. Post 6, be careful. If he ults you, he's terrifying. He literally can one-shot you. That's why I like Wits End Rush in this matchup. It helps it a whole lot. And just try to make sure that you're punishing a lot. So if he has level 6, just have to be careful. If you have full HP, shouldn't be able to 100 to 0 you unless he's fed as heck. Look for roams in this matchup because Kennen can't really do much about your roams. So slow push a wave, crash the wave. Then look for roams whenever you can as possible when he's level 6. That's your option. And then try your best not to fight him when he's level 6 because he's very scary. If you still follow the matchup like I said about dodging Q and going for short trades, you can bully him to the point where his ult, he can't all in you, right? So that's another option too. Level 6, you can still, like, when he misses Q, you can go in. But I would just be careful about using your E. Maybe go for, like, a short trade with your blind. Because if you use your E, he can just, like, ult you and just go in on you and all in you. But if he doesn't, if you're full HP and he misses that Q and you use your E on him, he shouldn't be able to kill you. Unless, if he's really fed. So you can still play the matchup a little bit aggressively with the E after level 6, but I would recommend just be careful. Level 1 to 5, be super aggressive with E. Level 6 onwards, just be a little bit mindful about it. Okay, so now we got the Kled matchup. So this one is a matchup where I think press the attack and Blade King Rush is really important. Cut down so broken in this matchup because his Scarl, his second health bar, that's what it is. It counts for bonus HP. So cut down and Blade King proc on that. So that's why we're going cut down and Blade King Rush in this matchup. So this matchup is a simple win con. His Q is the only ability you care about. The little hook that he throws, the little line. So you're playing Kled. Only use your E after the Q. That's the matchup. After. Make sure that you are paying attention to that. It's only after. Okay, so let's say I'm playing the lane, right? Kled throws his Q. Either it hits me or it doesn't. We'll go 2 options. If he throws the Q and it misses me, I'm instantly going to go in and get my PTA proc. He misses the Q. I walk towards him, auto him, E him, auto a million times because his Q is 11-second cooldown. So you're going to be extremely aggressive there if he misses the Q. Do not let him miss the Q and sit back. That's your window to use E aggressively. Yes, E aggressively. If he misses that Q, you jump in on him, okay? For a big trade. Big trade. You have 11 seconds to get a big trade, okay? Now the other option is he lands the Q on you, okay? Do not use your E. Do not let it pull you. The hook's going to stay on you. It's going to stay on you. After about a second, it's going to pull you in. Just do a little pull, and that's it. After he does a little pull on you, then you use your E. Now you be same thing. He pulls you in, you E, he like pulls you a little bit, then you use your E. Now re-engage again. Now jump on him. Go same thing, same concept. Go deep, big trade. That's how you play the matchup. So now you're playing aggressively. Whether he lands it or not, save the E for after his Q. And then either it misses and you go in, or he pulls you in, then you go in. So that's how you play the matchup. So it's a very good one. You do a lot of damage to him. Your cutdown's going to do like 200 to 300 early game. Go look at it. Go look at the numbers. See it for yourself. It's a broken matchup. So this matchup, you have a goal, okay? He has the Scarl HP bar, which is his first one. Then he's got his mini Kled HP bar. They're different. So your goal is, you have 2 goals. The first goal you have is to get his Scarl down. So when that Scarl HP bar goes away, like the second health bar, he dismounts. And he becomes the little Kled. He doesn't have he's not on the big horse. That's your first goal, okay? So unmount him. So try to make sure that you get that health bar all the way gone, the big one. Now he's on that little Kled. That little Kled has, he's a very weak champion. He's got that little buckshot and that's it. He's got the little buckshot. That's all he does. He's very weak. He's good into melee champs, but he's bad into range champs. So if you unmount him, he's got a little guy. He's got one ability. It's like a Graves buckshot and he gets shot back a little bit. I think he gets 2 stacks of that if I'm not mistaken. But all you're thinking about when you unmount him is just watch the little bar under his health. That's important. If that bar is close to full and it's like yellow and it's close to full, you can see the bar under his HP bar when he's unmounted, then be very careful because he gets this bar charge from getting minions and from auto attacking champions. What Kleds like to do is bait you. So let's say that bar is really high up and you go for a fight on him. If that bar goes to full mid fight, which he can start stacking in the fight, he'll get the big Scarl back. His HP will come all the way back, and all of his abilities are refreshed. So he can just jump on you. He's terrifying. That's what he wants to do. So if you unmount him, and he's in that little guy, he has one ability, very weak, plays super aggressive. You can literally just run on him and E him aggressively and try to kill him because he doesn't really do too much. But if that bar is almost full, be very careful. He's going to jibate you. Be very careful. Don't go near him. Very careful. So that's the matchup. If you want to make sure that you can kill him in the little guy form, try to save your E after the buckshot. So just keep spamming auto attacking him, Q him. He's going to throw the Q. He's going to like jump back a little bit. Then you E him afterwards to follow him. If you E him after he uses that buckshot, he's just dead because you follow him. And then you slow him and he's just gone. He doesn't do anything at all. He's so useless. So that's the matchup. You got 1 gold, unmount him. Second goal, go for the all-in, but make sure that you're doing it with watching his mounting bar. When Kled ults you, just try your best. Same, you're playing the matchup the same thing. He's going to ult you, jump at you, throw the Q at you. After the Q pulls you in, you E after that, and that's the matchup. If he ults you, try your best to just use your speed to run away. Maybe proc your Bork if you can while you're waiting. Just keep kiting him and auto him. Try to get the 3 auto attacks. You get that Bork procced. So you're being proactive. So after the Q hits you, now at least your Bork's proc, so then you can E afterwards, and you got the Bork speed to kite him. Again, if you save your E for his Q, it's not much Kled can do, especially with Bork. You're gonna literally shred this guy. Like actually, you're gonna make him cry. So that's how you play the matchup. Good luck. And just know that the more you practice this matchup, the easier it is. It's all a matchup about sidestepping his Q. Okay, so the Lee Sin matchup. I'm not going to go too in-depth on this one because it's a very easy matchup. Literally, all you do is save your E for his Q. That's the whole matchup. Quinn's one of the biggest counters to Lee Sin. So, if you blind Lee Sin, he can't ward hop. He can't kick you. He has to press it on you. So, he can ward hop to minions. Like, he can W on minions, but he can't W on champions or wards that he creates. He can do it inside the near side, but outside he can't click. So, he can't ward hop on wards, which is what he likes to do. He can't kick you, and his Q, he has to guess where you are. So, literally just save your E for his Q. What happens? If he throws his Q at you, wait for him to use the second Q to jump at you, then you E that. You can cancel that, and then he's just screwed. You literally just save it for that. He's useless. Save your E for his Q, and when he jumps at you, E him, and then run on him. Go full trade. Try to blind him so he can't ward hop away. Even if he kicks you, if he's going to Q you, auto you a few times, E you, kick you away, then he's going to Q again, save your E for after when he Qs you again. Then after you use that, then just jump in. So you're just going to play really aggressive, go press the attack, just constantly trade him, shove him in, make sure your bully get whatever you can. He's going to cry for jungle help, but it's a very, very, very tough matchup for him to play the game. So now we got the Lillia matchup. This one is an interesting matchup. So early game, well, first of all, I would recommend to go Fleet Footwork. Or press the attack. Both options are good. Fleet Footwork helps because it gives you movement speed. I think Fleet Footwork is probably the best in this matchup just because you get speed to catch up to her and you get a little bit of sustain. So one of the important things in this matchup is she has a few abilities. Early game, she's so weak. Pre 1 to 5, you're going to be as aggressive as possible. Her Q is like Darius Q, where the outer end is like the sweet spot. It does more damage. The middle part doesn't do much damage. So if she's charging her Q, try to like practice the timing where you E her during that. If you time it correctly and you get the inside of her, just like Darius Q, you're not going to get as much damage from her Q. Okay, she has Q's on a 4-second cooldown though, so she can spam it, but it's not that scary to be honest. Her Q range is 485 units, and your auto attack range is 525 units. So literally just stay in your auto attack range. That's it. If you stay in your auto attack range, she's not going to be able to do much. You just stay in max auto attack range, her Qs will never hit you. Just literally just keep autoing her. The one thing I would say to save your E in this matchup is Lillia's jump. Okay, Lillia's W. So that's all of Lillia's damage. Like Lillia does so much damage with that thing where she jumps in the air and lands on like that little ground pound. It does a lot. It's a very strong ability. Your E can cancel that. So if you can cancel that ability, that's all of her damage. She relies on that ability so much. Save your E for that. Try to look at the animation to see how it looks. But right when she jumps and she goes, you want to E cancel that, and if you do, be really aggressive. If you use the speed with Fleet, you can start running away from the kite, or run at her. When she has her ult on level 6, don't use your E. If she puts you to sleep, just let the sleep hit you. When she jumps on you, E right after when you come awake. It's the best chance of living. And if the matchup gets a little bit tough, you can go Mob Malmortius later on in the game to make sure that you're defending yourself against Lillia. So that's the way you'll play against Lillia. Again, make sure you're constantly being the aggressive as early game. Look for roams whenever you can. So you can use that advantage you have, and you want to make sure that you're looking to win. Level 1 to 5, your goal is to win the lane, so make sure you're practicing towards that. Okay, the Lucian matchup is honestly a very hard Quinn matchup. I would say it's like top 3, top 4 hardest Quinn matchups. And you might be wondering, how come? Okay, so reason this matchup sucks, okay, is because good Lucians will literally save his E to dodge your Q. So if you throw your Q at him, he'll only use his E to dodge your Q. And then he dodges your Q and then he's going to run at you because he does more damage than you. He's got the double shot passive. He's got his abilities. He will always out-damage you. So that's where the matchup gets very hard because of that one thing. Good Lucians. Bad Lucians are not going to do that. So, I mean, the matchup's free low against bad Lucians, but that's just like any champion, right? So I'm just going to tell you what it's like against a good Lucian because you're probably going to face one. And if you face one, just know it's a hard matchup. So what you want to do is try your best to fight for level 2 first. If you can get level 2 first, go for a big trade, potentially all in, right? And if he's starting to get 2 first, which remember, he out-pushes you. So if he tries to get level 2 first, he will. But I want you to try for it. Try for level 2 first. Start Q in this matchup too. Please start Q. Because if you start E, you're not going to use it at all. Q helps you push the wave, blind him, and actually makes you do something. And then what you want to make sure is that you want to play the matchup, try to get level 2 first. And let's just say you're both level 2. If he starts getting the push on you, let him push. Try to fight for a freeze. You can't out-push him if he starts pushing. It's a matchup where you can't easily get the push on him. If you're able to, it's good. But if he starts getting it and he has that push, then you can't really do much. Just try your best to freeze it. And let's just give the worst possible scenario. Let's say he's pushing. He's got the prio, the shove, right? Which is going to probably happen if he's playing for the push. Your goal in this whole lane, okay, I know it's boring. I say this about every 80 carry matchup. It's boring, but you got to do it. You land blind on him. Go for a short trade with PTA. Auto E, auto, proc PTA, run away when blind goes away. That's the whole matchup. Literally do long range Qs. He's probably going to dodge it with his Z, try to do it when he's not expecting it, but hopefully you land one. If you land one, PTA proc with the blind, he can't hit you back, then run away. The whole matchup, just literally rinse and repeat. Keep doing that until he's lethal range, then when he's low enough, try to kill him. That's the whole matchup. I know it's boring to play like that, but you have no choice. You have no other choice. And he's easily gankable with junglers, so hopefully your junglers help your lane. So you can never fight him when your blind's down unless if he's really low, because he just does so much damage compared to you. So it's literally just a blind matchup, short trade, run back. Your E can cancel his ult, so that's something to keep in mind, especially post 6. But you just know you also outscale in this matchup. It's just a lane phase problem. When you have 1 to 2 items, you start dominating him because now you have enough damage to actually kill him. So the matchup gets a lot easier when you get when you get to 1 to 2 items. So just try to grind out the lane fades. If you go even, that's a win for you. When you have your items, when you have level 6, you can look for roams too. You can't really roam to do much about the roams. Look for good roams and just play a lane to just chill. Go for those short trades and then just know at 1 to 2 items, if you guys are about even, you just clap him. Even if he's a little bit ahead of you, when you have enough items, if you land the blind on him, you just kill him. So that's how you're going to play the matchup. Okay, so now we have the Malphite matchup. This is the matchup that a lot of people struggle with. It's one of the hardest Quinn matchups. He's probably the best ban. If people always ask me, what's the best ban for Quinn? I would say Malphite, especially in lower elos, because he has the highest pick percentage chance against you. Everyone in the game sees a Quinn, and they will consider doing a counter pick of Malphite, because you don't have to know how to play Malphite to play him. Let's say Irelia, she's a hard matchup, but you have to know how to play Irelia to play that. Malphite, anyone will just first time him and they'll do okay. That's why he's the best ban, because I played Quinn literally in the bottom of the elo, like the very bottom, all the way to challenger elo, and I've played every single rank in the whole game multiple times. And from my experience, Malphite was the #1 pick against me for that reason. So he's a very good ban. But he's not that bad of a matchup. I don't ban him right now on my main account because he's not that bad of a matchup. And I'm going to explain to you how you can beat this matchup. So first of all, I think fleet footwork after the durability change is almost a necessity, because you need sustain in this matchup because he's going to poke you out like crazy. So fleet really helps solve that problem. Level 1 to 5, he's pretty weak. So you want to make sure that your goal is level 1 to 5, you're getting a lead on him. Either a CS lead, like a big CS lead, or you're getting a kill on him. One of those two goals. Don't play to go even, okay? You have a short window before he's level 6, before you can start dominating the matchup. Okay, so with the Malphite, what you're going to do is we're going to go fleet footwork rush. So we're going to go Wits End Rush to help give us some magic resistance, some speed, so it's going to be good. It also does magic damage, so it goes through his armor that he builds, okay? So it's going to be a good rush item. What you're going to do is he's going to have Comet. Level 1, you are going to auto-attack him. Keep auto-attacking him. Then he's going to throw his Q at you. Right when he throws the Q at you, you're going to E him, and if you time it correctly, you'll dodge the comet, so it's good for that. Then when you do that, you're going to auto him probably like 1 or 2 more times, walk back in the bush, drop minion aggro, okay? Now your goal is if you auto attack him at all or throw any damage to him in the next 10 seconds, it prevents his shield from coming, because Malphite has a passive shield. If he doesn't get any damage for 10 seconds, he gets a little shield. So your goal is to always hit him if it's ever possible. But the tough thing is Malphite's Q is an 8-second cooldown, and it's a point and click ability. So, ideal world, what your goal is you're always trying to hit him every 10 seconds, at least, like maybe like your Q splash damage, like, you know, an auto attack when he's not expecting it, because that prevents his shield from spawning. But the worst thing you can do is you're trying to throw that auto attack on him to prevent his shield, but you have no abilities up and his Q's up. He'll Q you for it, and then that's a trade in his favor. So be careful about that. So if you have to, give him the shield. If you have to, just let him get it. If it means that you're going to get a really bad trade, just be mindful about that. But if you have fleet footwork, you actually have a lot of sustain, so it's okay sometimes to do it. Just depends how low he is and how you want to play the lane. And in this matchup, okay, you're going to basically only be in his Q range if you have an ability up. So every time Malphite lands a Q on me, I'm autoing him, right? Because my E's up. So every time I get a Q, I'm going to accept the Q, but I'm going to trade him an even bigger trade, which is all those auto attacks in the E. So I only go in when my E's up or my Q's up. That's how you play the Malphite matchup early game. If you land blind on him, he can't even land Q on you. So ideal world later on in the lane, land a long range blind, go for a big trade on him, E, auto, run back, and if you do it quick enough, he won't even get that Q on you, so the Q just gives you a free trade, and that's how you play in the matchup. So only go near his Q range when you have your E or Q up, ideally with your E, because your E really helps a lot, makes the trade in your favor. Rinse and repeat, try to burn out through his corrupting pots, right? I really recommend a cheated recall in this matchup where you slow push the first 2 waves, crash the 3rd wave. I have the cheated recall in the description over here too, of what it is. And what you're going to do is after you get that, slow push the wave, crash it, cheated recall, back, buy an item. You can either buy your Cull. Cull can help a lot too to grind out the matchup to give you a little bit of health. Come back to lane, force a freeze on him, and now you're going to try to kill him here. Or try to make sure that he stays in lane so that you can bully him here, because this is your window to go for a kill. Level 1 to 5, if you did not succeed with your goal of getting a kill on him or a big CS lead, right when he gets level 6, you gotta be careful. He's gonna actually be a monster. You can't do anything about his ult, by the way. When he ults you, he's gonna combo you, try to E after that, but he's probably gonna set up a free gank or kill you. So your goal is, if you got a kill on him or not, right when he's level 6, you gotta make sure that you're roaming a lot. So try to get your wave in a good spot. Try to make sure that you're pushing a little bit. If Malphite freezes the wave, who cares? That's a good time to roam. He's level 6, he freezes the wave on you. Just try to get a roam there. Don't even try to break that freeze depending on if the jungle is top. If you're full HP by yourself and he's not ahead, he can 100 to 0 you, especially if you're building Wit's End as your first item. He will not be able to if you're full health. So just try your best not to be low near him, and try your best to fix the wave. So let's say a predicament, okay? Malphite freezes the wave top lane. He's level 6. If you're not scared of the jungler, let's say you get some good wards or you see jungler off the map, and then it's just him, and you're not scared of like jungler coming at you, right? What you could do is just fly top. He'll start queuing you. Who cares? Just play to shove that wave. Hard shove the wave. Just take the Q. Who cares? Q the minion wave. Auto it. Just try to shove that wave. Okay? Heal up his Q with your fleet. And then when you crash that wave and shove it to his tower, you broke that phrase, is what it's called. Now, look for a roam. Like, literally just try your best to look for roams in this matchup. Malphite has terrible wave clear, terrible push, terrible turret taking power. He's just a cheese pick. They don't play Malphite. These guys are first timing it. He doesn't play the champ. If you go out of lane phase even, he's going to be useless. He's going to have like 60 farm at like 15 minutes. Like, they don't know how to farm on Malphite, especially in lower elos. He's playing a cheese. And then, just to give you a bit of hope, if you go Wit's End, Kraken, and Lord Dominic's, you will start completely annihilating him in fights. And then you can build a Maul later to prevent his one-shot too if you need to, or a Hex Drinker. But you have so much MR from Wit's End. Wit's End does magic damage. That's why I love Wit's End in this matchup, because it does magic damage. So when he stacks armor, like if he builds whatever you think of, Bramble Vest, Ninja Tabby, Sunfire, Frostfire, he goes Frozen Heart, your Wit's End does magic damage, so it goes through that. Kraken, true damage. Lord Dominic's armor pen. All of it together, you're going to dominate him in fights. Because if Malphite all-ins you and he doesn't one-shot you, he's useless. You win hard. If he ults you, uses his ult, his E, his Q, everything, and you're not dead, you just re-engage on him and just fight him and you just kill him because that's his whole kit. He's a one-shot champion. And again, you're building MR and he does magic damage. So that's the matchup. Try your best to win the game through roams at post level 6. Be very careful. If you have to, flash his ult. If he's going to ult you and you think it's going to happen and you see it, be quick, flash the ult. It's worth it. If you get hit by his ult, he's going to be able to combo you. Just be mindful about that. That's what you're going to be considering. And again, just look for roams whenever you can. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the Maokai matchup. So this matchup is pretty easy for Quinn. So essentially what you want to do is you don't really have a fear of his saplings, which is his Q. He throws them in the bush. What you could do with little tech is if you W near the bush, the saplings are revealed and they can run at you. So if there's a lot of bushes, like a lot of saplings in a bush and you see them, walk near the bush, press W till they start running at you and then walk back towards your minions. You'll make all the saplings leave the bush. The other thing, the only whole matchup is just saving your E for his W. So if he throws his W at you, you don't use your E until after. You can't E during his W. There's one time ever that I've done that where you have to do literally perfect timing. Just very rare, not worth it. You just essentially just... If you E first and he Ws you after, you're kind of dead. So just save your E the whole match until he Ws you. He Ws you, he jumps on you. Right after he jumps on you, use your E, hit the Harrier, and then re-engage. After the W interaction's gone, make sure to walk forward. Don't walk back because he just used his engage on you. So after his engage is gone, make sure you counter engage and you go for a big trade at him with auto attacks, with your Q, everything you can. Punish him for this. So at level 6, with Maokai's ult, if his ult, try to hit a Harrier proc to get a little bit faster to outrun on the side. If you can't escape, it's totally fine. Same way you're playing the matchup. So if he lands the ult on you, the root, wait for him to run at you and use a W. After he uses the W, then you use your E, bounce back to safety, then re-engage just like I said. After he uses his combo on you, make sure that you're not running away unless you're in lethal range, obviously. Otherwise, make sure you punish him for it and you re-engage because his whole champion relies on his W. After W's down, he has no way of coming at you. If you E cancel his W and then you just play your range advantage, the matchup gets really hard for Maokai. So now we're going to talk about the Mordekaiser matchup. So this is a matchup that a lot of Quinn players struggle with. So how you're going to be playing against Mordekaiser is, first of all, I think Wits End Rush is really good because it gives you movement speed and magic resist and a lot of damage. So you can go fleet footwork in this matchup if you're a little bit scared for speed. Otherwise, press the attack if you want to play for more damage. This matchup's pretty easy. Because Mordekaiser's Q and E are such slow animation, guys. They are so slow, so easy to dodge, so easy to sidestep. So what you want to do, okay, is in this lane, stay outside the minions, first of all. So Mordekaiser Qs, he has to either choose between Qing you or Qing the minion wave. He has to pick between one of the two, okay? So Q is long range, so he can Q you if you E, so he'll get the Q off every time, but it doesn't matter. Level 1, he'll start Q all the time, but just play super aggressive. Okay, he gets the Q hit on you, but you're getting auto E, auto, proc PTA, and probably another auto attack. Walk in bush, drop minion aggro, you win that trade, right? So play really aggressive. Level 2 onwards, and we're going to be a little bit more thoughtful about your E. So his E is so easy to dodge. So there's a few ways you can play this matchup. Usually after level 2, I would recommend to save your E until after his E. Either Mordekaiser E's and pulls you in, then you E after that to safety, right? Or he throws his E and misses. And if he throws his E and misses, now I'm going to use that to E him, to re-engage on him. So I can use my E aggressively. When that E's down, I want you to be aggressive, especially level 1 to 5. So level 1 to 5, you want to play really aggressive. His abilities are very easy to sidestep because they're so slow, especially when you start learning the matchup a little bit better. And the other thing you're going to do in this matchup is if you want to play more advanced, if you're just playing the lane, I would only recommend this for advanced players, by the way. So you're just chilling in lane. I randomly E Mordekaiser when we're not doing anything. Just randomly hit him, right? Then after I land, I instantly sidestep. Instantly. So what's going to happen is if I use my E on Mordekaiser, he's going to use his E right after that. But if I E and then right when I land, I instantly sidestep, his animation is too slow that he'll miss every time. So you bait out his E this way. So this is only for advanced, right? So you E him, instantly sidestep, he'll E right after where you land, and then you just dodge it. Now his E's gone. Now it's a 22-second cooldown. Now I can play really aggressive. So that's a little tech you can do to bait his E. So anytime his E's down, just really hard punish him. So level 6 the Death Realm, this is the hardest part, but I'm going to try your best to explain it. I want you to rewatch this part or just making sure you're paying extra close attention because I'm going to try my best to explain everything you're going to do. So level 6, Mordekaiser is a problem if you're low. So don't be low near him. So if you're low near him and his ult's up, try to get a recall off and fly back to lane. Okay, so that's just something to keep in mind. But this is the actual mechanical part. If Mordekaiser E's you first and actually gets that pull on you and then ults you, that is very, very tough because Mordekaiser's problem is his passive, okay? That's what we're thinking about. If Mordekaiser hits you 3 times with auto attacks or abilities, he gets that circle beam of death around him. If he E's you first and he gets you close, right, and then he ults you right after that, he can easily throw an auto attack on you and Q you and get the passive procced, even if you E away, because you can't E out of his Q. His Q's too long of a range. So you're going to get hit by his Q and auto attack, so now he's going to get that passive beam. Then when he does that passive beam, you're just dead, because he literally has to just stand like near you and you're going to get burned to death. So that's where Mordekaiser's a problem. So post level 6, do not get hit by his E before he ults you. Do not, okay? If he's trying to ult you and you anticipate it, if you blind him first, he can't press ult on you. He can't. He literally can't. So if you anticipate he's about to ult you, throw the Q on before him. That's 1.75 seconds where he can't ult you. And if he ults you the same time as you Q, it'll cancel his ult. So that's just a little fun fact. And for momentarily, but it will cancel it for the time being if you Q him the exact same time as his ult is pressed. Now in the ult, okay? If you did the part where you didn't get hit by his E first, like I recommended, right? Like I advised you to do. If you don't get hit by his E like I advised you to do before the ult and he just ults you randomly, this is how you're going to play it, okay? First thing is you are going to blind Mordekaiser and do a blind juke. So I throw blind at him. Don't auto attack the Harrier yet. So you blind him. He's got the near sight circle. He's going to choose. He has to guess where you're going. So he's going to walk towards you. Just walk in the other direction outside the near sight. Remember, if you auto attack him and with the Harrier proc when he's blinded, he'll see you. So don't hit him. Just blind. Wherever he walks, you walk on the other side. You're trying to stall for 1.75 seconds. As long as you're outside the near sight, he won't be able to see you. Then, when that near sight ends, you hit the Harrier proc. Kite towards one side. Kite, 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 kite. Save your E for his E. Okay? So I'm going to kite towards one side. Then I'm going to go to the end, change direction, and E towards the other side. That's how you're playing Mordekaiser ult, essentially, when you're trying to go for that. And what you want to do is, after you E after he E's you and you E, you literally just kite to the other side. You're faster than him and his ult's going to expire because you already stalled 1.75 seconds with your blind. Save your E for his E, only E when he does. The reason why Mordekaiser's fine if you play it like this is because he doesn't have time to prop his passive. His passive is the only fear you have. He can't get 3 hits on you if you play it like this. You blind juke him, right? You stalled a lot. Now he comes close to you. He has to get an auto Q and E off, right? He's not going to be able to do that. He gets an E off. But if everybody gets the E off, you instantly E right after that. And then you're okay. You're stalling around, you're stalling time. That's how you're playing it. So really play the stall game, bait him to one side, E towards the other side so you're stalling it, right? And you can use your E first if you want, but you have to be quick with it. So like maybe kite to one side, then E right away, and then hit the Harrier and run it back. But I would advise you not to do that. Try to E after his E. So your goal in this whole death realm, if you want to go, stall him from hitting you 3 times. However you can. Don't let him hit you 3 times. If you can stall that for as long as possible, you're okay. The blind juke helps at the start. That gives it a big chunk of his ult. And then after that, just try to save your E for his E, bait him to one side, E to the other side. You're a lot faster than him. Later on in the game, you're going to get to a point where in his death realm, he's stuck with you. When I have my Wit's End, and if you go Gale Force or Kraken Slayer, for example, and then Lord Dominic's, you literally just murk him, like actually just completely destroy him, where you're just going to shred him. So when he ults you, he's stuck with you, he's just completely screwed. So the matchup gets a lot better. Just level 6 is the spike where he's a little scary. But if you play it like that with that goal in mind to stop him from hitting you 3 times, stall it. You're not going to stop him entirely. The longer in the death realm, he's going to get it eventually. But there's a lot of times where he doesn't get it at all. If he doesn't get that 3 hits on you, he's not going to do any damage to you because he needs that circle beam of death. If he doesn't get that, you're okay. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the Nasus matchup. So in this particular matchup, you want to make sure that you have some sort of movement speed over him. Is usually a good call. So phase rush is the biggest counter to him in my opinion, especially if you struggle in this matchup, because if you go phase rush, you have enough speed to escape his wither, because phase rush doesn't just give you movement speed, but it gives you slow resistance, 75% slow resistance. So that means that his W slows you for 75% less. So phase rush is very good in the matchup for that. And then going Blade of the Ruined King Rush on top of that means that you're stealing movement speed from him as well, and he's building HP as his first item with his Divine Thunder. So Blade of the Ruined King Rush with Phase Rush makes the matchup a lot easier. You have so much speed, slow resistance for his W, and you got a lot of damage to compensate for that as well. So this matchup, your E can cancel his Q. His Q is an uncancelable windup. So if you E him anytime during the Q, you can cancel it entirely. So that makes the matchup a whole lot easier there. How you're playing this matchup is you want to play super aggressive level 1 to 5. Like you do not want this guy to live, okay? He's only a problem when he gets items later on in the game. Nasus usually probably goes Flash Ghost, so you got to be mindful about him running you down. But you have your Phase Rush to counter his Wither, so it's a lot better. So Early game, play the most aggressive as possible. He's going to start E level 1. His E's a 12-second cooldown, same as your E. Be outside the wave, because some people say like, oh, Nasus goes E max, pokes me out of lane, I can't play the game. It's because you're staying in the wave. Be on the outside of the wave. He has to choose between Eing you or the wave. And there you go. Now he has to choose between either pushing the minions going for last hits or Eing towards you. If he E's you when you're on the side, he's not going to be able to hit the minions, because that's the only way he's going to ever farm. He needs to use his E to farm, especially early game. So that's how you counter his E. And then go for a slow push early game. Play really aggressive. Like I said, your E cancels his Q, so he's really useless. He's trying to farm his stacks and get his Q damage up a little bit. But you're going to notice a lot of people say this, oh, Nasus is just playing super passive. He's just hiding under tower all game. How do I do this Queen AD? This is how you do it. You basically want to freeze against him. So slow push a wave, crash into his tower. Now the wave's going to back towards you, like push back towards you. Now just go for a freeze. So how do I have a freeze? Is they have to have 4 extra minions than you. So keep enemy minions 4 extra, freeze the wave, stand in between the wave and him, and now he can't play the game. Because if he walks up at all, you just start fighting him. And he's going to be scared. He's going to try to E the minions to push, and he can't do it. He can't get any stacks this way. Perma freeze him, he can't play the game at all. That's how you play against these passive Nasus with that hide under tower. Implement that freeze, he cannot play the game. So later on in the game, he gets annoying when he gets around 2 to 3 items, and he's got some speed, and he's got, you know, short cooldown wither. So now you're wondering how you can beat the matchup. So when he's running you down at all with his ult, when he procs his wither, you want to make sure you phase rush it. It'll counter his wither, and then pop your Bork too, so hit him 3 times. And you can use Ignite for Nimbus Cloak too to get more speed. Save your E though when he comes right on melee range of you. So the closer he is to you, the better your E pushes you back. Your E cancels his Q, so there's no fear. Let him come really close to you, as close as possible. Before he Qs you, then throw your E. If he Qs at all, he's going to cancel it. Then you get the bigger jump back and you cancel his damage there. So that's how you're going to play that. If the wither's a really big problem and you want to play for more 1v1, other options you have is going bone plating and unflinching as your secondary runes. Unflinching is a very good rune because it gives you tenacity and slow resistance. So building like magic, like building Merc Treads is a very bad boot option, because what Merc Treads does is it gives you tenacity. Tenacity alone and Tenacious sucks, because what happens, his wither goes slow to fast, right? So if you have tenacity alone, it just means that you get that wither slow from 0 to 100 real quick. Literally, it will go from the slowest part of the slow, and it'll go quicker, like it'll go a lot faster to the higher slow. So tenacity alone sucks, but having slow resistance and tenacity, those are the 2 stats you want. Unflinching gives you 30 and 30, slow resistance and tenacity. So having that when you're low, if you have that match with Phase Rush, for example, you have the Phase Rush for his Wither, and if he gets a second Wither on you, or if it's still going, you get that, make his Wither last on you less, not as long, and it's slow resistance. And if you really want on top of that, you can also throw in Boots of Swiftness. Boots of Swiftness counters them too, because you get slow resistance as well. So those are options for you. Later on in the game, you're really playing for split pushing. If he went Ghost and Flash, he has no teleport. So if you bring him on the side lane, like you push bot lane and you bring him on the side lane, you can group a team fight mid. So just force a fight mid. He can't TP there because you're punishing him for not running teleport. He's going to farm the waves. Let him stack up. You're going to win your team the game. Who cares about Nasus getting stacks if you're going to win the game? So that's how you can play against him there. And when you get a few items, you can start clapping him. If you really want to play for the Wither too, you can also build a QSS. You can QSS his Wither as well. But a lot of times you don't need that. If you blind him, he can't Wither you at all because he has to press it on you. So it's another option on where you can snowball the matchup as well. So if you blind him, you can play really aggressive and he can't do anything about that. So next matchup is a Neeko matchup. So this matchup, I would recommend going Wits End Rush. In this matchup, it's not that common top lane, but if you see her, it's probably going to go on hit Neeko. If you know how it's on hit Neeko, if she goes press the attack. If she goes any other keystone, she's probably going AP Neeko. The matchup's still the same. Her Q is 7-second cooldown. She can throw it on the wave. It does little blossoms, like a little, she throws it and does like a few blossom hits. So if you want to dodge her Qs, you want to be outside the minion wave so that she can't Q. And if she throws the Q, you can E her to dodge it. So if she throws the Q on you in the wave, you can E so that you can dodge the second explosion and fight her there, especially level 1. You hard win early game. Don't let Neeko shove you in. Play as aggressively as possible early game, just like any other mage matchup. The main abilities you're looking for her W or E. Her W is her clone ability and her E's are roots. So when she's level 3 onwards and she has all the abilities, the things you're looking for is if she ever throws her root and misses it, her E. If she ever throws it goes through minions by the way. If she ever throws it and misses it, you instantly engage on her, instantly. E her. Just throw the E right away, punish her for missing that E, always, okay? And then when you do that, she's going to press her W, so she's going to send her clone. So it's going to be 2 Neekos. This is a little cheat code, especially if you threw your E at her, any Harrier mark at all. The Neeko with the Harrier mark's the real one. That's a little cheat code tech. So there you go. She misses the E. You E on her and you jump on her, right? Then she's going to W. Look at the one with the Harrier proc, keep chasing that one. If you hit the Harrier proc, you have speed, you can keep catching up to her. She has no E. Run her all the way till she hides under tower. Play like that. So you can play super aggressive there. The other thing is with her ult, if you're right on top of her when she ults you, if you press E right away, you can bounce out of the ult, but she has to be right on top of you. Because remember, your E pushes you back farther the closer you are to the champion. So if you're really close to Neeko when she pressing ult and you press E, you can bounce out of the ult and then you'll be okay too. That's a little tech, but if you can't do that, it's okay. If she lands the ult on you, just try your best to blind her because you're rooted, but you can still hit. So try to throw your Q at her if you're rooted so that she can't get as much damage onto you if that happens. Okay, so the next matchup is the Nidalee matchup. So this matchup is very easy with Quinn. Not a very popular matchup, but how you will play this matchup is you will save your E for her Cougar form, ideally. So when she turns into a Cougar, she jumps at you with her W. You want to save your E to counter her Cougar W. Your E cancels the auto attack completely of her hit. So you keep hitting her. She's going to throw her spear, and then she wants to hit you with the spear and then jump at you. Let her jump at you. You E the Cougar, then you jump right back at her, re-engage, and you start hitting her a lot. You want to really punish her with this Cougar form miss. Okay, you want to really punish her for this. So that's how you're going to play the matchup and rinse and repeat. Keep going along with it. And you want to land blinds, go really aggressive. Fleet forward to go into this matchup because you get some speed to outrun her because Nidalee's a matchup where she relies on speed. If you land on a trap, she can go in Cougar form and jump at you as well. So if you ever step on a trap, just be ready to use your E when she jumps at you. Don't use your E too aggressively because if you use your E first, then she jumps at you after, she's going to be able to kill you. Okay, so now we got the Nocturne matchup. So this is an interesting one. Early game, level 1 to 5, he's the most useless champ ever. You can hard punish him, be really aggressive. Level 1, his Q just throws a little shadow field on the ground, gives him a little bit of movement speed, right? A little bit of damage. Very useless. Be as super aggressive as possible. Don't let this guy live. Don't let this guy breathe. If he ever walks up the farm minions, you punish him. When he has all of his abilities, you got to factor in of how you're going to play it. So if Nocturne's trying to engage on you, okay? What you're going to do, he's going to throw his Q at you and run at you. He has a spell shield and he has a tether. So when he has a tether on you, he's likely going to press spell shield at the same time. This is how you escape when he's jumping at you, okay? You throw your Q at Nocturne, then you E right after that, then you hit the Harrier auto and run back. So that's how you're going to play, because if you have to do it like this, you have to throw the Q first. And I'm going to explain why. So with Nocturne spell shield, it's like any one in the game who's immune to CC, like Olaf ult, for example. If I E Nocturne during that, his spell shield is going to eat that. Then he gets to walk right up to me without getting knocked back, and then my E's down, and then I get tethered, I get feared, and then he gets to just get a million hits on me. So if you want to play this when Nocturne's engaging on you, what you do is you press Q at him, then E, do not auto attack, just Q, then E. Then after you hit the E, you hit the Harrier, instantly run back. If you do this quick enough, you'll escape the tether every time because you're using your Q basically to eat up the spell shield. That's how you play the matchup. Especially at level 6, same thing applies. Nocturne's ulting you, right when he jumps at you, he has a spell shield up. So you have to Q first, then E, then auto attack for Harrier, then run back. Do not auto anytime before the last one. So you Q, E, auto, click back right away with the Harrier speed. You'll break the tether every time if you play it like that. And if you break the fear tether, he's just completely useless. So that's how you play it. Remember, you have to use the Q first. Always use the Q first to break his spell shield. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the Olaf matchup. So this one is a bit tougher after the durability change, but it's not an impossible matchup. And I'm going to tell you some ways on how you can make this matchup a little more bearable for yourself. Olaf goes flash and ghost every game he plays, almost every game. If he doesn't go both of those, then the matchup is just a little bit easier for that time being. But both of those, we're going to assume that Olaf went both, and it's very tough there. So what you're going to do is you're going to run phase rush because this gives you a lot of speed to escape his ult, and we'll talk about that in a bit. And then what you could do is you can go Blade of the Rune King rush as your item because he goes Stride Breaker rush. So I know your Blade of the Rune King rush is not going to slow him, but you're going to steal movement speed so that you get faster. So that helps you escape. And it does a lot of damage because since his first item's a lot of health, Blade of the Rune King rush is going to start shredding him like crazy. So what you do level 1, you play as aggressively as possible. If he lands Q at you, there's a chance that he goes in for an all-in with Ghost. If he uses Ghost, you can just counter it with Ignite. Because Ignite gives you Nimbus Cloak speed, so it gives you a little bit of speed. So if you feel like he's going to outrun you, if he uses Ghost, use Ignite. Ignite shorter cooldown too, so don't be afraid to trade Ignite for Ghost. And it'll probably even scare him off too. So that's just a little tech you can use too. And then early game, if he lands the axe on you, if you proc Phase Rush, you also have slow resistance. I want you to play really aggressive level 1 to 5. There's not really a fear of him, especially if you have Phase Rush up. You can use E aggressively in this matchup, so let's just say that like we're chilling. And I can auto E Olaf and proc Phase Rush. And then if he tries to throw Qs at me and hit me back, I have slow resistance with Phase Rush, so it doesn't slow me. So I can get a few more, I can get auto, maybe like an extra auto and Q and run away. You can use that as a trade because even if he lands a Q on me, I'm not slowed. So it's like just a free trade with Phase Rush up. So you can play like that. Level 6 is the main prime time. Okay, so with this matchup, after level 6, they changed the matchup because his ult was 6 seconds before. Now it's halved. Okay, but if every time he autos you or E's you, he gets it refreshed. So when he ults you, I'm gonna tell you exactly how you're supposed to play it. There's 2 options. Okay, so here's how you're gonna play it. So he jumps at you, right? You're gonna ignite him instantly, first thing, as quick as possible. Ignite, Q, E. That's gonna, using ignite because it's gonna give you Nimbus Cloak and it's gonna be counted towards your phase rush. That means you don't even have to auto him. Q, E, ignite, all together without an auto attack, you proc your phase rush because now it comes quicker. You wanna get that phase rush as soon as possible, right? Because if he gets autos on you, his ult gets extended, right? Now after that, you got slow resistance, you got speed. Now you're trying to hit him 2 more times to get or 3 times to get the Blade of the Rune King proc, right? To get speed as you're running away, and you're trying your best to sidestep his Qs. You get slow resistance, but it's still going to slow you a little bit, which you want to prevent altogether. And you're trying to prevent him from getting his hits on you. So if you proc his phase rush, especially with Nimbus Cloak, you just got to stall for 3 seconds. That's it. Just literally, your phase rush lasts 3 seconds. So you just run away. You'll be faster than him. And then when his ult expires, then you can re-engage on him. The other option you have is if he's farther away and he ults, you land your Q on him, auto attack and ignite, and ideally save the E. Now he run back, and when he gets close to you, then you can use your E. Ideally, you want to save your E after his ult expires, if you can, because his ult lasts 3 seconds if he doesn't hit you, right? So if he's far away from you and I Q auto E, or Q auto and ignite him, sorry, the second combo, Q auto ignite, he runs at me, right? I'm fast because I have phase rush. I escape, I got Nimbus Cloak. Then right when his ult expires, now my E is going to knock him back so I can use E like aggressively. So now I can start fighting him. Now since I have the E up, that's the ideal scenario where I re-engage when his ult's down. I have my E up, so now I can be really strong. That's another option you have too. But a lot of times you don't have option for that second option, time for that second option, just because you want to really delay his ult. So more practical is the one where you're going to Q, E, ignite, and then hit the Harrier auto and try to proc the Bork as you're kiting back, and that'll give you enough speed. As long as you stall for 3 seconds, you're okay. If Olaf goes Ghost and TP and not Flash is even easier because he can't flash onto you, okay? You always want to make sure that your phase rush is up when you're near him. Try to make sure you space back so that he can't just run at you. If you're too close to him, he can ult you whenever and just kill you. So you want to make sure that your spacing is really important in this matchup. Other points is making sure you're roaming, especially level 6 when he's hard, making sure you're roaming around the map and having an option to start punishing him for that. So you want to be around the map roaming. He can't really do much. He can't follow you. He doesn't have TP or anything, and there's no TP pre 14 minutes. So you want to make sure that you're utilizing that window to roam. And at level 6, you always have your phase rush up onwards when his ult's up, and you're making sure you're proccing it with the combo that I told you. Okay, so now we have the Ornn matchup. So with this Ornn matchup, how you're going to play this is Ornn, if he throws his Q at you, first of all, you want to be outside minions. So he usually wants to Q the wave to push it, but if you're outside the minion wave, he has to choose between you or the wave to Q. Second thing is he's very easy if you play the matchup correctly. So if with Ornn, I'm going to explain his abilities. His W gives him unstoppable flame breath. So if you E him during the W, he's not going to get knocked back, but it's not that big of a deal because he doesn't use it that much as a part. He's not going to use it during your E, but just keep in mind for that. If he's using his W, try not to E him if you see it. And then after that, he gets an empowered auto attack. Your E can cancel the Ornn's empowered auto attack, so that's just a fun fact. And how you're going to play otherwise is just look at Ornn's basic kit. So what's he going to do? Ornn's going to throw his Q at you. He's going to dash towards the Q, then use his W after that, and then hit the empowered auto. That's how Ornn plays, right? So Quinn counters Ornn if you play it just like this. So Ornn throws his Q, right? Stand in between the Q and him. That's how you play the matchup. Now, after he does that, he's going to throw his E to dash towards the Q, right? Then you have to make sure you're watching his body. You E him during the dash, and if you do it properly, you cancel his dash entirely, and then now he's just useless. Because now you can just re-engage on him, and then just go for a big trade, and just potentially just keep running him down because he has nothing left. Ornn relies on this combo, and if he doesn't hit it on you, he's just useless. So if he lands the Q, you have to make sure you're standing in between. Because if you try to run away, he can throw the Q. It's got a big hitbox that is going to knock you up. So you want to just, if he lands the Q, just be confident, stand in between, and then just wait. He's going to throw his E. When he throws that E, because you're going to be ready for it. Because if he throws the Q, he's going to throw the E, so your brain's paying attention to it. Then he throws the E, spam your E, cancel it right when you see the dash. You get him. Now you cancel that, now re-engage, and then you got the Ornn matchup. Rinse and repeat there, and Ornn can't do anything. Same concept applies if he's Eing towards the wall. If he E's towards the wall, make sure you E cancel his E so that he can't do that. So that's how you're going to be playing that. Level 6, you have 2 options. This is the most practical one. If he ults, try to blind him, then try to change directions. So If you blind him in the ult, he has to guess where you are. So try to walk in a way you think he's not going to be, and he has to try to guess where you are because he can't see. So then he's going to miss. So try your best to go with that. It's going to help you dodge the Ornn ult. Another option you have, this is a tech that's a little bit tough, but if you're good at Ornn or you know how Ornn is, there's a certain window where if you CC him during his ult, he's going to not be able to hit you back with it. So if he's ulting, right? If you E right at the window where he's bringing the big thing right back at you, he's trying to bounce it back. If you E right before that, he can't hit you back. He can't click it. So this one's hard, and you have to be advanced as heck with Quinn to do this. But it is something that you can consider doing. It's just it requires a whole lot of practice. But I recommend not this one. I would recommend the blinding him and trying to run around. But if you're really confident, you can do this. The only problem is if you mess this timing up, he can knock you up out of your E and you're just dead after that, obviously. Same thing with the E knock up on his Q. If you mess up the timing on that and he E's towards his Q and you E at the wrong time, he knocks you up mid-E, your E's gone, and then you're just dead. So you gotta be very careful about that. But the matchup's very easy. Otherwise, you build a lot of damage items. You start just shredding him after. It becomes a really easy matchup. Okay, so now we got the Pantheon matchup. So with this matchup, I think Fleet Footwork is a necessity because he's a lane bull and he pokes a lot. You could run Pressy Attack as well, but I would recommend Fleet though, just because you want to heal up his poke, and if you're not playing it perfectly, it's gonna be tough. There's one little tech that is important to know. This is a little bit tougher to play when you're on higher ping, but I'm still gonna recommend to try it out, is that you can E-cancel his W if you do it in mid-air, but this is the hardest timing ever because his W is so fast. So if you're playing on higher pings, I wouldn't even try doing this. It's just not going to be possible. Like 60 plus, you're not going to. But if you're more advanced and you're on lower ping and you want to try it, and you feel like you're gifted enough, this is what you can do. So this is also a cheat code on how to do it. So if he's Wing, right, and you anticipate he's going to engage on you, make sure there's no minions in between you. Put your mouse cursor in between you and Pantheon's W and spam your E key. Spam it, spam it, spam it. The second that he's about to use his W, you'll cancel it because you're ready for it. You're not going to be moving your character when you're doing this because if you're pressing E and you're not clicking on anything, you're not going to go anywhere. So that's like a little cheat code on how to cancel the W without, like reacting to it because it's so fast. So this is only if you anticipate him engaging on you. Obviously, you're not going to do this in lane. But let's just say there's a part where you just, like, you're getting ganked and Pantheon's about to stun you because you see it. You know he's going to do it. I would just like walk back and just spam the E button. If he gets that W off, you're going to cancel it in midair. And you cancel his W, you get pushed back, and you're chilling, no stun. It's really good to do that. So that's what I would recommend. Even if you have bad ping, you can do that. Other option in this matchup, his Qs, is that Pantheon level 1, he's probably going to start W, so be careful about Eing him level 1. Let him W first, and then you E him after, always. The whole matchup, you never E first. If you E first ever and his W's up, he kills you. Most times you'll start W level 1. If he starts Q level 1, be aggressive. Stay outside the minion wave, so Pantheon has to choose between Qing you or the minion wave to push, okay? He's a lane bully, and if he doesn't get ahead, he's literally useless. His E, you can't consume Harrier procs on his E at all. So if you have a Harrier proc on his E, just wait out the E, his E when it's down. After the E ends, then you hit the Harrier proc to make sure that you're not wasting the mark, okay? So after that, with the matchup, you're saving your E for his jump and you're playing just to stay up, just to grind it out. Be careful about his W stun at all times. Never E until he Ws. Even if he gets the W stun on you, just E right after that. He's still going to get the stun. He's going to get damage if you do that. Ideally, you want to E cancel him in midair, but if you can't do that, just E right after you get stunned and you'll be okay. After level 6, how the matchup goes is if he's ulting you at all, if you're outside of like the end part, he's going to W right after, right? So do that tech that I told you about. Put your mouse in between him, like right where the thing is, just spam your E, spam your E, spam your E. And then when he Ws, you're okay. The one thing I want you to keep in mind about spamming is E. There can't be a minion there. If there's a minion there, you're going to click the minion. And make sure you don't click him first. You want to make sure you're clicking your mouse in between you two. Because if you click him first, you're going to E first and you're going to get caught. So make sure that like if you go in, just get your mouse cursor ready. Put it a little bit back, like closer towards your body. The second he throws that W animation, you're okay. You can E it, and then you're okay. Otherwise, just let him stun you, E after that, and then go for it. Land your blinds in whenever you can. Go for trades, and roam whenever possible in this lane. Pantheon needs his ult to roam, but his ult, it's kind of telegraphed. You can, if you roam bot and he's top lane in lane, he can't ult bot there. So that's an option for you. If he ever ults bot too, you can choose to follow or just choose to go for plates. Okay, so now we got the Poppy matchup. This matchup is pretty easy for Quinn. It's not that bad. So what you're going to do in this matchup to keep in mind, if you E her when she Qs backwards. So it's a little fun tech that you have in this matchup. Her Q, essentially in this matchup, you play really aggressive early game. When she throws her passive, she throws a little thing at you. It's a 16-second cooldown. Try to step on the shield if you can to make her not get the shield after that if you're going for a fight. If you can't step on it, it's totally okay. Be really aggressive. After she uses the Q, try to E after that. So you can use your E aggressively first too. There's not really a fear level 1. And then what you're keeping in mind, level 3 onwards, especially later in the lane, you're getting the push always in this matchup. You're going for full damage with press to attack and scaling. When she has her Hulk cannon, she's trying to engage on you. This is how you're going to play, okay? Poppy jumps at you. She's going to E a minion or jump at you, right? Then just hit a Harrier proc on her. Either your passive or a Q on her and then hit the Harrier and then run back. Don't use your E. What you want to do is Poppy, you're going to be faster than Poppy, so you're going to run back, run back, run back. Poppy's going to have to use her W preemptively because she's not faster than you, she's slower. So her W gives you movement speed. So she's going to press W right after this. Wait out the 2 seconds. Right after the W expires, then use your E. Because if you E her during the W, you get knocked up and you get grounded. It's very tough. So Poppy, she's going to probably E and then W right away. A lot of Poppies do that because they think that you're going to E right away. But just don't use it. Hit the Harrier, you're faster. Run back, run back. She's going to have to use W. The second W expires, E her, then re-engage. Don't run away after you use the E. Re-engage because she has nothing. She just uses your dash or W. W's a 24-second cooldown. Her E's a 14-second cooldown. Punish her for it. She can't do anything if she misses that. So that's the way you can keep in mind with that. Level 6 onwards, this is a little tech too. You can cancel her ult with your E. So if she's channeling her ult, if you E her and you hit her before she lets go, you cancel her ult. So this is good if you're playing offensively or defensively. If she's trying to do anything with her ult at all, just making sure that you can use your E for that too. You outscale this matchup really hard, being very careful you're not near walls though, because Poppy wants to E you against the wall and she stuns you like Vayne Condemn. So the whole matchup is just you positioning away from walls. If you're in the middle of the lane and you're always, every time you're anywhere in the lane, making sure that, think in your head, is Poppy gonna flash E me here, or am I in a window where she can E me? And it should look like she's going to, right? Especially when you're lower, because she's always looking for it. So making sure that you're always, every angle, you're always away from a wall. There's no way that she's able to get that stun on you, right? Because if she gets that, she's gonna clobber you. As long as you're avoiding that, you'll be okay there. Your E can also cancel her E too, but her E is too fast animation that if she E's you towards the wall, you're not gonna be able to get much out of it. So I'd recommend not trying that. If she's gonna knock you towards the wall, I would recommend to E after the knock up and just let it happen. Okay, so now we have the Renekton matchup. This matchup is very good for Quinn. As you guys saw, it's an LCS counter matchup. People play Quinn only in Worlds just for this matchup. So pros usually go Flash Cleanse. You don't need that though. You do not need it. This matchup's so free, you don't need it. So how are you gonna play this matchup, okay? Renekton level 1, he's gonna start Q. He's so useless. Be super aggressive. You don't care about him level 1. Like you literally you do not let this guy breathe level 1, okay? Like go super aggressive. Later on in the lane, he has his W and his E. If he E's a minion or you, he gets a second dash, okay? So let's just say a scenario where you're gonna be playing, always save your E later on, like level 2 onwards, only vault after his second dash. That is the most important thing. So he's gonna E on one minion, right? Then he gets a second dash. After the second dash, right when he dashed on you the second time, you E him, you just hit the E on him. He's gonna throw his W animation is gonna go off, but your E still goes off even when you're stunned. So that's why the matchup's really free, right? Because you only E after the second dash. So he dashes once, dashes the second time. He's going to W you mid-E, but then you still get the knockback. You still get knocked back, so you're okay. So now there you go. Now his cooldown is E's an 18-second cooldown. His W's a 13-second cooldown. He can't do anything. So that's the matchup. Just save your E. Positioning is important in this matchup because if you're too close to Renekton and he catches you, he can E onto you and then he can go behind you and make it a little tough. So that's why you got to make sure you're spacing a little bit back. If you stay in max auto attack range, you'll be okay. But just don't go closer than that. So Renekton's Q range is very short too, so he can't really make use of his Q at all. And you're just playing the matchup like this. If you go early Boots Rush, if you're ever afraid of this matchup, Boots Rush makes the matchup even harder because the more speed you have, the harder it is for him. So if you go Berserker Boots Rush, for example, he just can't play the game times a million, right? The faster you are, the better it is for you. Level 6, he's got his empowered ult, which can heal him just like Nasus' ult. And he gets his Fury charged more. You're not really scared of him level 6. There's not really a fear. The only fear you have is Renekton setting up ganks, to be honest. He's not going to really kill you 1v1 as long as you're playing it properly. His only tech to really get you is flash stunning you. That's the reason why pros run cleanse in this matchup, because if Renekton has empowered stun, he can flash stun you and one-shot you before you can retaliate a lot of times, right? That's usually what he can do. But a little bit tougher for him to do that after a durability change. Like if he doesn't one-shot you and you live, you're okay. So that's why if you ever go flash for flash in this matchup, it's also good too, because he can't do anything. This is really big. The best way for him to catch you is like flash stunning you and then jumping on you after that. That's really his play. But if you both don't have flash, he can't do that. So then you're just playing on the spacing, staying outside of his, staying at max auto attack range. If he E's on a minion, you can even E the first dash if you want to. If you can't E the second dash, that's okay. because the second dash is, you're going to get the Harrier, so then you can still outrun him after. But I would recommend to E the second dash, but if you miss position and you have to E in the first dash, I would do that. But just hit the Harrier and then run back. That's where you're playing too close. If you have to E him on the first dash, you're too close to him. If you stay at max auto attack range, you'll be perfect, because even if he E's once, he'll still be out of range there. So that's how you're going to be playing the matchup there. Okay, so now we have the Rengar matchup. This matchup is not really a fun one, but it's a matchup where you can perform. Your E can cancel Rengar's Q. It's an uncancelable wind up his Q, so that's something to know. And just keeping track of his ferocity. Under his bar, he's got the little ferocity bars, and when it's closer to the full, or when it's yellow, it's fully charged and he gets an extra powered ability. So that's where you're really be careful about. So how you're going to play this matchup is, I would let him shove into you. Usually I always fight for prio. This matchup I do not. Just let him shove into you. Let him push. Okay, try to freeze the lane. Because if you try to push and he freezes on you, he's going to be a monster. Don't let him do that. So I would let him push early game. Let him push the minions. Freeze in front of your tower, okay? He's going to jump, go and bush, jump. Try to hit autos on him whenever you can. If you want to go for a trade, if you land blind on him, he can't jump on you until after blind goes off. So what you can do is, if you want to get a trade on him, he's walking towards the bush, blind him, keep auto attacking him, right? Then when his blind goes off and he jumps on you, you E him, because now your E cancels his Q. And now when he walks back in the bush to go again, you're far back because your E pushed you back. If you have your Q and E up, you can get trades like that in your favor. That helps a lot. Other than that, try to freeze the wave. And then it's really hard for him to do much, because he can't bully as much as he wants. Also, try not to be neutral in the lane, because when Rengar wants to do is, if you're close to the bushes, he's going to be able to punish you. So be on the bottom side, like away from the top lane bushes. You want to make sure you're on that side so that he can't just leap on you whenever he can. So in this matchup, he's a lane bully. If he doesn't get ahead early, he's just completely useless. Try your best just to grind the lane out. And if you freeze the lane, he's also really gankable. Rengar is so easy to gank. There's not much he really can do on that. So you're making sure that you're just playing the lane just like that. You're having the freeze off. And if your jungler ganks for you, you can set up a good gank and you're safe. If you're in front of your tower and you freeze the lane, he can't bully you at all. He can't, because you're outside of his Q bush range. And then this champion's a lane bully. If he can't get ahead from the cheese, he's just going to be a minion. Okay, so now we have the Riven matchup. This matchup is such a good Quinn matchup. When I played against General Sniper, I played against his Riven, and then he banned Quinn after this game, who's the best Riven, who's rank 1 on NA, his peak. And this matchup, I'm telling you, is super good. So how you do with this matchup, okay? You want to E Riven after her second Q. That's how you play the matchup, okay? She has 3 Qs. And then this third one knocks her up in the air and does a little knock up. So if you, after the first 2 Qs, if you E her after the second one, right? You can either do it when she's in mid-air or before, it doesn't matter. When she throws that next Q, you cancel it and that's her whole kit. If you can E that, save your E literally for that the whole game, okay? Then when that Q is gone, then you just re-engage after, because she can't do anything. Like, she has your last Q, that's her gap closer, right? So you're faster than her, so she has to use her Qs to catch up to you. Then when she uses the third Q, you're okay, because you can just cancel that. That's why the match was very free. She can't even land her W on you. So there's not much you can do. So just save the E for that. Play super aggressive, auto her whenever you can, Q her whenever you can. Riven will get fed up, she'll E, Q, Q, and then just chill, just stay patient. Then when the third Q comes, E cancel it, and you're chilling. So you want to make sure that you're really going for bullying and going for spacing, okay? So if you're too close to Riven, she can always one-shot you. So you have to make sure you're spacing, you're at max auto attack range, so that if she wants to jump on you, she has to use her EQQ, and then you can just be in a good spot, because then you're in position where you can E cancel her third Q. Level 6, you have to be careful, because she could flash stun you. That's a combo where she can catch you. Flash Wing you and then trying to hit your Qs after that. So you have to make sure you're always out of Riven's flash range. You got to be mindful of a level 6, being a little bit careful, because if you're low, just try not to be near her if she has flash up, because that's the one win she gets on you. If you guys both have a chance to use flash in this matchup, it's always worth, just simply because if you both use flash, her all-in potential there is gone. Because again, if she has flash up at level 6, she has windows to one-shot you before you can do anything. If she doesn't have flash, you're completely okay. So playing this lane, just after you cancel her Q with your E, you're re-engaging, you're playing really aggressive, going for plates whenever you can, and then just keeping the spacing in the matchup. If you go Berserker Boots Rush in this matchup, it's unplayable for her, because she has the speed. It's a speed matchup. The more speed you have over her, the more useless she is. So that's an option too if you struggle in the matchup. A lot of times I find you don't need it, but if you need a little bit of help, that's one way you can play it as well. Just keep the aggression up, keep limit testing, and just making sure that you are following the part about spacing. That's the whole thing I want about this lane. If you're too close to her ever, she always has the advantage on you. So just making sure, as long as you stay in max auto attack range, keeping eye on her with her Qs, saving your E for her third Q, you will be golden there. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the Rumble matchup. So this matchup is really hard for Quinn, to be honest. I would definitely put it as like a top tough matchup. I would recommend fleeting this matchup after durability change, just because healing is more valuable in the game, and this matchup you need healing because he's a lane bully. He pokes you like crazy. So this matchup, Rumble's going to start E. His E's a 6-second cooldown. He has 2 charges of it. You're trying your best to sidestep them. You can't really punish Rumble as much early game. He can't punish you. His E's don't really do much, but it slows you a lot. So if he hits you with an E, you're going to be slowed a lot. You're not going to be able to get as many autos on him. So what you want to do is be really aggressive level 1, and when he throws the E on you, just try to your best to see if you can proc the PT and sidestep his second E. If you can sidestep both, it's good. It doesn't go through minions. Level 2 onwards, he has his Q, and this is where the matchup gets a little bit more challenging. So what you want to do is you don't want Rumble to shove you in because the matchup gets really hard. So you want to be the one pushing, okay? Every time Rumble Qs the wave, you want to be back up a little bit because the fire is going to hit you. And if you are in the area with the Q, it's going to hit you a lot. But when his Q's down, it's a 10-second cooldown. So when Rumble Qs the wave trying to push it, he's always going to try to do that. When his Q's down, that's when you're looking for engages, okay? Because he's really used to without the Q. So literally in the matchup, just play the lane, start slow pushing, okay? Be behind minions so he can't E you, and be back a little bit so his Q doesn't hit you. Second he uses that Q on the wave, just back up, back up, back up. Let him Q, let him Q, let him Q. Second that Q expires, run on him, go for an engage. You can use your E to engage here. Auto E, auto proc PTA. Go for a big trade. If you're behind minions, even better because he can't hit you with his E's. That's the matchup. He has to use his Q to match with your push. You don't have to use any abilities to push because you're an 80 carry champ. That's the asset that you have. So that's what you're doing with Rumble matchup. You want to be the one pushing. Use his Q on wave. When Q's down, go for engage. Post level 6, he's very tough. He can ult you and run you down. So that's why you make sure you're not low near Rumble. If you're full HP, shouldn't be able to kill you. If he lands his ult on you, you want to proc your Harrier proc with your E. Harrier proc fleet, try to run away. Try to sidestep his E's. If you sidestep his E's, he can't kill you because you're not slowed. So that's the goal with him, level 6. Level 6 onwards is a very tough matchup, though. I'd recommend Wits End Rush in this matchup just because he's very tough to deal with otherwise. And what you can do is, right after that, Leah level 6, look for roams. Look for roams. Slow push the wave, crash to the Rumble's tower, look for roams. Because being in lane with him is going to be very tough. You're trying to just grind out the lane. When you get your Wits End, the matchup gets a lot easier. But you're trying to hold your ground until you can start making effective roams and go from there. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the set matchup. This matchup is a very Quinn-sided matchup, but it just depends on if you're playing it to your win con. So, first of all, this is a little cheat code with set matchup. If you auto-attack him level 1 and you don't see the white bar under his health bar, when it's not getting stacked, that means he leveled up his E, so be careful. If you auto-attack him and you get that white bar, he started his W. So, if you auto-attack him once, and you see the white bar under his thing, he started W, so be really aggressive. Just auto, E, auto, be really aggressive. After you use your E, you want to auto attack and walk back so he can't W you after, because after you use your E, he's going to W for sure. But if he started E, which most times he does, be careful. Don't use your E first. Do not use your E first. How you're going to play this matchup always is let him pull you in. Always. Like you're playing the matchup, if he ever E's you and pulls you in, you E right after that. Always. If he misses his E, then you can E after that to engage. That's the only time you use your E in this matchup. His E's a 16-second cooldown, so it's longer than yours. So that's the win con you have against a set matchup. You're just going to make sure that you're playing the matchup accordingly based on your E's. So, matchup's annoying for set because with your Harriers, you outrun him when he uses his Q on you. So if he uses a Q on you, he's trying to run at you. Try to blind him, use the Harriers just for speed to outrun his Q. And then after that, what you want to do is just wait, hold the E. He's going to throw the E eventually. If he misses it, you can E him after engage. If he lands the E on you, you instantly, this is the combo you do every time if he ever E's you. Follow through. This is what you're going to do. He pulls you in. You instantly throw your E at him, auto attack to consume the Harrier proc, then walk back instantly. If you do this quick enough, you're going to dodge his W damage because after he E's you, he's going to W right away. But if you do this combo, like I said correctly, like quick enough, where you E, Harrier auto, walk back instantly right after the auto, like very quick, he'll throw his W and he'll dodge it every time the damage. So that's the mechanic I want you to master. If you can practice that is good. Tier 2 boots, Berserker boots, Rush are really good in this matchup if you struggle because having speed, it's a speed matchup. If you're faster than Set, you can't play the game ever. And his ult is very short range. His ult is only 400 range. So your auto attack range is 525 range. So if you stand in auto attack range, you can never ult you, and that's why the match is very tough. It's so short, such a short range, and it's like actually click on you. So if you blind him, you can't even press his ult on you. That's why the matchup gets very good for Quinn versus Set. So maintain the spacing. Save your E, like I said, only for how you use the E, and then the matchup gets super free after that. If you just literally just play the interaction, like I said, if you're using the E like I told you there, saving it for a Z, and then you're doing that combo to dodge his W, you will never have a problem with Set. Other than that, if you can go flash for flash in this matchup, it's good because Other options Set has is flash ulting you or flashing you, which isn't really a problem if he flashes, but if he flashes then ults you instantly, there's a bit of a problem if he's trying to set up a gank. So if you can ever go flash for flash in this matchup, it's usually good for you. Okay, so now we're talking about the Shen matchup. So this matchup is very easy for Quinn. Literally all you're going to do in this matchup is you're going to wait for him to taunt and you're going to E-cancel his taunt. That's literally how you use this matchup. So you're playing the lane normally. You're being really aggressive. You're autoing him, queuing him, being as proactive as possible, doing as much damage to him as possible. If he ever uses his taunt, you E. If you can master Eing during the taunts, you're still going to get taunted, but you're not going to be like pushed towards him. It's going to say taunt, but you're still okay. You get the dash off, which is perfectly fine. That's exactly what you want. And in this matchup, you're basically trying to bait his W. So you're going to be damaging him, bullying him a lot. He's going to throw his W. When he throws his W, try not to consume the Harrier proc, because if you do, it's not going to do any damage to him and you're going to lose the Harrier. So if you hit him, he uses W. He is marked with the Harrier. Just be patient, wait there. Then when the W expires, then consume the Harrier mark. Then after that, then you can be aggressive. So that's how you're going to be playing against Shen with that. Be really aggressive. I like shoving him in so that he can't ult. Because if you start shoving him in, if he wants to make an ult play bot lane, he's going to lose 10,000 plates top. So he can't do that. So that's why I don't want you to freeze against Shen post 6. Play more for push. And he doesn't really do too much after that. If he ever taunts you and he lands it on you, just E right after, proc the Harrier, and then run back and then kite him. You're building full tank shred into him. PTA with Absolute Focus Gathering Storm. Being as aggressive as possible. The mid lane is extremely Quinn-sided. There's not much Shen can do in the 1v1. Okay, so now we got the Singed matchup. So this matchup is another easy Quinn matchup. So what I would recommend in this matchup is either Fleet Footwork for the speed, or you can run Press the Attack. You can go Blade the Rune King Rush. It really makes the matchup very hard for Singed, and he builds a lot of HP, so it's very good there. So in this matchup, just important things I want you to know is level 1, he can't play the game if he starts Q. Like, literally do not let him play the game. Like, hard punish him, boys. Keep hitting him, keep hitting him. Use your E aggressively. If you see him, use his poison. If he starts E, careful. So careful about using your E level 1, because some Singed players wait. If you E him, he'll flip you in the tower. So be careful about that. He could. Make sure you see his poison. If he has poison, be as aggressive as possible. You can still use your E aggressively level 1, but only if you're like away from his tower. If he's close to his tower and you haven't touched him and you E him, he could fling you. So careful. Okay. If he starts Q, be aggressive. If he starts proxying you, let him do his proxy cheese. It's okay. Don't chase him. Don't lose the minions. Don't fall for the proxy cheese. When you start getting like the wave a little bit better in a spot, you could start looking for opportunities to get him just to execute, just so he's out of there. The proxy is not really a problem. If you want to start the game and prevent proxy, just try to wait in the bottom bush where the red buff is, because that's if you're on red side. If you're on blue side, just wait in the blue buff bush, because that's where he's going to proxy, so you can see him before he gets there. That's the way to start the game against Singed. So other than that, his W makes you grounded, so you can't use flash or E. So his W is the really annoying part of his kit. Singed is going to throw a W at you. You can't vault. He's going to flip you, and then you're going to poison you. He's not really a problem, though, because you're faster than him. Singed relies on being faster than you, but Quinn with Harrier marks are faster than him. That's why it's a hard Quinn matchup. So Singed matchup. So how you play this, okay, is if you E him, he can flip you during E and he'll cancel your E. But if you blind him first and then you E him during the blind, he can't ever E you. We practice this. It's impossible. He literally cannot E you if he's blinded. So if you ever need to get your E off, blind him first, then you can throw the E. So that's the way you can get at that. Other than that, just keep the spacing. If he throws W on you, trying to engage on you, try to throw blind at him. That's all you can do. Hit the Harrier on him. And then when he flips you away, just try to play the kite. Just try to play run back so that you can get your E off. He doesn't really do too much, like I said, because you're faster than him. So that's the part where you just start dominating this matchup. Just play really aggressive. Wit's End is also a very good item in this matchup too. It does magic damage that gives you speed. So when you start getting items like Wit's End and being able to be faster than him, it just becomes very unplayable for Singed as the time goes on. So now we're going to talk about the Sion matchup. So this matchup is a decent matchup, but he's kind of annoying, but I just got to talk about some certain mechanics. So Sion's Q, Quincy can cancel Sion Q. So if he's ever charging his Q, E him, but remember, this is important. This is very important. If he charges that Q for 1 second or longer, don't E him. Because if he's charging it for over 1 second, his Q turned into a knock-up. So if he's charging for a second, right, at least a second, and then you E him, and he let goes preemptively during it, he'll knock you up out of your E, and that's going to be scary. So that's why you want to be kind of close to Sion. So if he starts channeling his Q, instantly E him, then you cancel his Q. But his Q's put on a 2-second cooldown. So when you do this, get a little bit of damage for 2 seconds, then walk back. He'll Q right away when he can after 2 seconds. So be very careful. E cancel his Q, do a little bit of damage for 2 seconds, walk back before he can Q you again. Other than that, his E and W don't really do too much. You know, just if he has his W, try to pop it. If he throws his E through minions, just, you know, if it doesn't really change the matchup that much. Post level 6, just be careful if he ults you. If you have to flash his ult, flash his ult. He's a very tough champion. If he lands his ult on you, he could almost one-shot you. Champion does a lot of damage. If he goes AD Sion with Phase Rush, you want to make sure that when you kill him, blind the actual dead guy, because he wants to Prowler's Claw you. But he won't be able to do that if you blind him, because he can't click on you. So that's an option too, if you're about to kill him. If he's going inting Sion, be as aggressive as possible. Make sure you're pushing into him, using your E like I said, and always doing damage. If you ever Q's a minion wave, if he's charging it for the minion wave, right? Walk a little bit behind him. Keep auto-attacking him. Don't E-cancel him, because he's queuing the minion wave, right? You don't want to E-cancel him. Just let him miss. Just keep auto-attacking him. Then the second that he launches the Q, then you can use your E after that and use it. Be careful. You don't have to waste the E. If he's not going to Q you, it's not going to hit you. You can see the indicator. If it's not going to hit you, right? And if he misses you, don't E-cancel it. You don't want him to. He's going to just keep auto-attacking him until he cancels it. Don't cancel it, because then you're making him get more time. You want to get as much damage as possible in that scenario. And that's how you play against a Sion matchup. Play for roams a little bit later in the game. Careful when he builds Hullbreaker, because he's going to go for tower pushing. But when you get to like 3 items, you start shredding Sion that he just can't play the game. He won't be able to deal with you when you get your tank shred items. Okay, so now we got the Sylas matchup. This matchup is another good Quinn matchup. So this matchup, when Sylas is trying to play the game, his Qs do the pokes, and make sure that you're not at your Q range. He's going to poke Q you with his little explosion tip at the end. His W gives him a little bit of heal, and he gets the dash with the E. Literally how you play this matchup is when Sylas dashes onto you, and he has the chain on you and jumps to you, E right after that. Hit the Harrier auto and move a little bit, because he's going to throw the Q right after, right where you land on your E. But after that, just literally save your E for his dash. He jumps on you, you E away, that's how you play the game. Don't E before he chains you. If he misses the chain on you, where he throws the chains and it goes in front, right? That's how he connects. If he hits you, you E after that. If he misses, be aggressive. Engage on him after. If he misses that chain ability, jump on him. Make sure you really punish him. The reason why this matchup's really good is because Sylas relies on taking good ultimates to be a monster. But Quinn doesn't really have an ult. I'm telling you, 99% of Sylas players use Quinn's ult incorrectly. It's so funny if you see them. They will use the ult, and they'll do it mid-fight, and then you don't know how that it's a channel. They'll try to like literally fly away. So play really aggro, punish him, and the matchup should be very free. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the Tahm Kench matchup. So this matchup is pretty tough after the rework. So I'm going to explain on how you can punish the matchup and how you can pressure to win. So how this matchup works is that he will use his E to dig down under the ground, jump at you, and then try to clobber you with that. That's his engage. So the one thing I want you to know is when Tahm Kench goes underground, that's when you're going to use your E to cancel it. So as he's channeling underground, you want to make sure that you E him there. If you mess his timing up and you go a little bit too early, or a little bit too late, sorry, he's going to knock you up and cancel your E. That's how you want to play the matchup. Stay behind minions so he can't Q you. Try to sidestep. So like I'm behind minions, I try to walk out a little bit, walk back under the minions, bait his Q. When his Q's down, then I go in for a trade. Level 1, you can use your E fine. It's totally okay because there's no punish, because if you sidestep the Q, you just go in for a big trade, right? Then after that, making sure that for his level 2 onwards, you're saving your E for his E. Do not E until after he E's. You're going to use your E, only cancel his E. Whether he's jumping at you to engage, you cancel his E. It's very good. It puts him on a cooldown. He can't engage, can't get to you. Or if he's trying to escape and you're generally trying to gank you, only use your autos and Qs, and then right when he jumps out of the chooses E underground, you cancel that. That's how you're going to set up really good ganks for your jungler as well. So if he does his E and jumps on you and he actually gets in, you can't cancel it. Right when he comes back underground, try to E, hit the Harrier, and try to sidestep, because if you get hit by the Q, then he can slow you, and then he can walk up to devour you, especially at level 6. At level 6, you want to look for roam. So Tahm Kench does as a lane bully, he needs to get fed in lane. If he doesn't, he's completely useless, so making sure that you are playing the lane, trying to survive as much as you can. He's really tanky, so you don't do that much damage to him. Go for roams, and if you can play it like this, the matchup gets a whole lot easier. It's literally just about how you use your E against his E. That's the #1 thing in the matchup. If he ever misses Q, use that window to go in. Make sure that you're not using E though, because if he's E's up, you can't use your E. The only time you use your E level 2 onwards in the whole matchup is to cancel his E. The only time. Otherwise, do not do it. Okay, so now we're talking about the Teemo matchup. So in this matchup, I would recommend to go Fleet Footwork because he pokes a lot and healing's a lot more mandatory after durability change and all the lifesteal nerfs that got nerfed. And the other thing is going Wits End Rush really helps in the matchup because it gives you a bit of MR. So in this matchup, it's It's a matchup where it's honestly 50-50. A lot of people say it's like heavily Teemo favorite. I disagree. It depends on how you play it. So what you want to do in this matchup is you want to land, you start Q level 1 in this matchup, okay? So you literally do long range blinds, and if they land, you go for a short trade auto backup before he blinds, and that's how you play the matchup. Just short trades, rinse and repeat. The only time you're ever going in is if you blind him first. If you don't blind him, he's going to blind you and you can't hit him at all, right? If you E him first, he's going to blind you. You don't even get an auto attack after the E, so it makes it a little bit tough. So you want to make sure that you're going for short trades with the blind. And you want to hit him whenever you can, because if you hit him, Teemo's W passive speed goes down and it doesn't hit. So you want to make sure that you're playing off that. And the main thing in this matchup, especially when you get to later on in the game, you're going to get Sweeper first of all. Edge and Eddy, if you throw in your build's really good because it counters his blind, but I wouldn't get that too early. You can get it later as an option. Merc Boots are really good because it lowers his blind duration by almost a full second. Another part of the matchup, this is a little tack that I like to do. If you have enough items to kill him, right? Or let's say Teemo's low and you want to go for kill on him, this is what you do. Stay in max blind range, okay? Especially with your fleet. Charge your fleet up 100 to 100 all the way. Stay there, right? Teemo's going to poke you with blind whenever you're in the max blind range Q, okay? So right after he throws that blind at you, just start walking up. Hit that fleet proc when the blind goes away, and a Harrier proc if a Harrier proc comes, and then run him down. So you kind of just like, he wants to use his Q to poke you. So if you have enough damage to all in him and kill him, right, you want to bait his blind. So stay in max blind range. He'll throw it every time if you're in max blind range. Then start running him down. This works better if he's closer to your tower. So if he's closer to your tower and trying to poke you, and you feel like, okay, I got my one item, I got 2 items, I feel like I can kill Teemo. Okay, just chill there. Let him use his blind. Then after blind goes up, as a blind coming, you're walking up. Blind goes off, hit the fleet on a minion or him, then run him down with that speed. He has no blind, he's just useless. That's how you play the Teemo matchup. He wins in all long fights, you win in short trades. So constantly short trades, but when you have enough damage to eventually kill him, that's when you're going to use attack. Don't do this if you guys are both even and you feel like he does a lot of damage at that point. Do it when you have enough items where you feel like you can 100 to 0 him. That's the time you're going to do the attack. It's going to help you a lot. Moon speed helps in this matchup. You can definitely go with that. So that's the way I would go here. Just making sure that if your Q's down, don't walk into his Q range, because otherwise he's going to poke you for free. Only time you walk into his Q range is if you land your if you can blind him back. Make sure that you are trying your best to land those Qs. And if you miss it, don't go near him, because otherwise he's just going to poke you for free and bully you. Okay, so now we got the Trinimir matchup. So there's a few options you can play this matchup. If you're not confident, go Phase Rush, and that helps a lot with Blade of the Rune King Rush. Otherwise, you can go Flash and Ghost with Fleet Footwork. That's an option too, because I feel like a lot of times you don't really need the Phase Rush. He goes Ghost, so you can run Ghost as well. Early game, you're just big chilling. For the whole game, you're literally just saving your E for his E. Never E him till he E's. You're just playing the mid lane, auto him, Q him, damage. The second that he E's you, you E cancel his spin. That's the matchup. That's the only way you play it. So you're making sure that you're only E'ing his E the whole matchup. Level 6, it gets a little bit tough, of course. So you got to make sure when he's level 6 and he tries to all in you, you're ghosting as well. And if you can, try to save your E for his E, and making sure that you're not low near him. If you're full HP, he won't be able to kill you, especially if he just got level 6, unless he's really fed, right? Because if you have your summoners up, Flash and Ghost up, you'll be okay, because he'll jump at you, right? And especially if you have Phase Rush. Phase Rush is good because it counters his W. So if you want to run Phase Rush, it helps a lot. It's just about spacing post 6, because if you're too close to him, he could have windows to run you down. When you get your Blade of the Rune King Rush, it makes the matchup so much easier, because then you get to slow him in his ult and it gets so much harder. You're just trying to stall him post 6. And the other thing what you want to do in this matchup is you can go Boots Rush too. If the matchup's super tough for you and you find it so tough, you go Berserker Boots Rush with Flash and Ghost, and you go Blade of the King Rush. You have so much more speed than him, you just can't play the game. So as long as the game goes on, stall it out, you eventually get to a point where you have so much movement speed over him that he just can't kill you. So that's how you're playing. Be really aggressive. You want to win the level 1 to 5 so hard that at level 6 he doesn't have the damage to kill you. Durability change made the matchup a little bit better for you because you're tankier, so Trinimir can't kill you in that window where he has in the level 6. So now we're going to talk about the Urgot matchup. Okay, so this one, level 1, he always starts E, like 9 times out of 10. So do not E him, level 1. He's going to destroy you, okay? If he E's you during your E, you're fucked, okay? This is the little tech though, okay? I wanted to give you guys something. If you E Urgot first and he doesn't press E at the same time as you, right? If he E's after your E, he'll miss every time because the range is too short. The only time this doesn't work is if he has flash. So that's why going flash for flash from this matchup is so important. Because if he has flash up, if you E him first and he E's after, he could E flash you. So if he has no flash, you can E as aggressively as possible in this lane. Because his E range is 450 units. So it's 75 less than your attacker range, right? Your E range is 525 units. So if you E him, he'll never E you back if he does it after you. If you do it at the same time, he's obviously going to get you. So that's the little thing. So go flash for flash in this matchup if you ever have the opportunity to. Try to dodge his Qs. He wants to land his Q so he slows you so then he can get an E on you. If you anticipate Urgot's going to get an E on you, try to flash it. If not, let him flip you and then E after that. Make sure that you E after the E, because the worst thing is that you try to E when he's about to E and he flips you. So if you have to, let him flip you, E after that. When he's level 6, you're trying to blind him when you feel like he's going to land an ult on you. Make him try to guess if you get caught somewhere. Make him try to guess it of where you're going with it. And when you start getting items, you start shredding him in this match. When you get Blade the Rune King, you get Kraken, you just start absolutely destroying this guy to the point where it's totally okay. Land blinds on him, go for as much damage as you can. Save your E the whole matchup. The only time you ever use your E in this matchup is after his E. The only time you can use it aggressively, like I said, if his flash is down. If his flash is up, he will E flash you all the time if there's an opportunity to. So be very careful. That's the one mechanic that makes the matchup tough. If his flash is ever down, use your E as aggressively as possible because there's not really a fear. Because like I said, if you E him first, he can never E you back. He can never do that. The only way this doesn't work, again, if you do it at the same time. But if you get your whole E off and he E's after, he'll always be out of range. So that's the way you can play this matchup. Look for roams at level 6 because Urgot's... he has an advantage at level 6 if he has his flash up. So if you see he has his flash up and you're a little bit scared, you can go for that. Otherwise, just play for your scaling up because when you get your Blade the Rune King and your Kraken Slayer and your Lord Dominic's, you do so much damage to him to the point where the matchup gets really freebie after that. Okay, so now we're talking about the Vlad matchup. So in this matchup, I want to go Wits End Rush. It's really good for this matchup because he does a lot of magic damage. With Vlad, okay, so how it's going to work is he's going to Q you early and he's going to charge up his pool on the bottom. He has 2 stacks. So the first one brings his pool to half at yellow. Second one brings it to red. When his bar is fully red, it's going to start draining down. Don't go near him because that's an empowered Q that gives him a lot of healing. So you got to be careful about that. That's how you want to make sure that you're not going near him at that point. So when you're playing this Vladimir matchup, you want to make sure that you're being as aggressive as possible early game. He does nothing, okay? You're just being super, super, super aggro. Your goal is to bait his W. His W is a 28-second cooldown. So if you can bait his W in any way possible, maybe if you go for random engages with your E and go for a big trade, Vlad's going to get scared in W, right? Or W your Q. 28-second cooldown, that's the goal. You have 2 goals in this lane. Get the W down. When W's down, don't let him breathe for 28 seconds. Do not. Like if his W's ever down, you be as aggressively as possible. If you land Q at him, he'll offer you 2. So that's another mechanic you have as well. If he runs Ghost, you have to be a little bit mindful about him trying to run you down. If you anticipate that he's trying to run you down, try your best to save your Q. Because like let's say he's running you down, he's going to W dodge your Q and that helps him a lot. So if you feel like he's going to run you down, he's going to W early, he'll ult you and then he'll press his W. Then after his W goes away, then Q him because then he can't get his Q healing after that because you have to make sure that you get that blind off. It helps the matchup so much. And again, if his W's down, you just don't let him breathe in the lane. If you ever get to a point where you land blind, especially later in the game, you can just destroy him because you're going to blind him later in the game. He's just going to W right after that. Then you can just chill, wait for your blind to be back up, then you just go back on him, right? It's a 2-part play. Your blind, usually he's going to W your blind. And after his W's down, whether you're mid-game, early game, or late game, you just re-engage after when your blind's back up, and he's just useless because he has no way to dodge your Q. The one thing about this matchup is you don't need Mortal Reminder because you have Ignite. It's such a short cooldown that don't waste time buying Grief Wounds. It's just not worth it. Just buy your damage items, rely on your Ignite, only fight with your Ignite. It really helps a lot in this matchup. If you're about to go for a lethal kill on him, Ignite before he W's because that can kill him. You can do the Ignite even though he's untargetable. If you Ignite him before he presses W, he's usually going to kill himself because his W takes a little bit of HP too. So if you Ignite, then he W's, he loses more HP too, and it's going to start taking over through his W. So that's a little tech too you can use as well. So now to the Volibear matchup. This one is a very easy Quinn matchup. The one interaction I want you to know about is Quinn's E can cancel Volibear's Q, like completely. It refreshes his Q, he gets it back, but it's always worth it to do it. So when Volibear's engaging on you, let him run at you as close as possible, then you E, then you're going to get the biggest distance possible. He'll get his Q refreshed. It doesn't matter because you're still at random if you consume the Harrier proc. Level 1, he starts W, he's going to throw it to the 3 minions. It's okay. Be really aggressive level 1. Super, super aggressive. Start getting the slow push after that. Save your E level 2 onwards to cancel his Q. Play it just like that. And when he gets level 6, he's pretty scary because his ult, you don't E him during ult because he's uncancelable. So if he's trying to ult you, let him ult you, then you E right when he lands. Because either you're going to E him to cancel his Q after that, or he's going to get the Q after the ult, but then you get the bounce back. So regardless, it's a win-win. Even if he gets a stun on you, it sucks a lot, but at least you get the E, so he's not going to get that much damage on you. So you want to make sure that you're always only Eing after his ult lands on you. Otherwise, you're screwed. If you're low enough, you have to flash. Like, you can't E during the ult. It does nothing. It's not going to get knocked back at all. It's going to be very tough for you. If you struggle in this matchup, go Berserker Boots Rush or any speed, because in this matchup, if you have speed advantage over Volibear, he just can't play the game. There's nothing you can do if you have more speed than him. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the Wukong matchup. A lot of Quinn players struggle in this matchup, but it's not that bad. So level 1, Wukong's E is 2 seconds quicker than your E. So what's going to happen? Don't E until he E's all game. Literally, just like Tryndamere. So level 1, just keep auto-attacking him. Eventually, he's going to get fed up. He's going to E the minions or you. Right when he does that, you E, then walk forward. Don't walk back. Every time I coach Quinn players, this is the biggest mistake I see. You E Wukong's E, and you're walking back. Why? He has no abilities after that. You have to walk up and constantly auto-attack him. Don't walk back after you cancel his E, especially level 1. You E cancel his E, walk up, auto him to death till he runs to tower. That's how you play. Level 2 onwards, he has his W. Quinn's E, first of all, cancels Wukong Q. So if he's channeling his Q, your E cancels it completely. And with Wukong W, if you want to make sure, this is a little tech on how you can see if Wukong W'd. If he has a Harrier mark on him and it just randomly disappears, he W'd, okay? If you start hitting him and the Wukong clone has a Harrier mark, right? And it just stays still, he's faking it. He's faking it. If there's a Harrier mark, just remember that. Remember I told you that. If you're fighting a Wukong, you have a Harrier mark on him, right? Before he presses S, before his champion stops moving, and you just see him randomly stopping, but that Harrier is still on him, that means he's faking you, okay? But not many Wukongs in your elo won't do that probably. But if it disappears, he for sure W. So just little tech. So now you're going to tell you how to play the matchup. Listen very carefully. Replay this segment if you have to. It's very important. This is how you play against Wukong level 6. Okay, so Wukong will E you, right? Then he's going to ult once, okay? Then he's going to W, walk forward, ult again. So how you play it, okay? Let him E you, let him ult you once, let him get the knockup, hit the Harrier on his clone, right? If you have to, throw a Q at his clone and hit the Harrier there for the speed. Run back, run back, run back. Let him hit you the second time. The second that the second knockup hits you, that's how you use your E. That's how you play the matchup. Don't use your E till the second part hits you. That's how you do it. Let's literally just master that and you're chilling. So again, he E's onto you, he'll ult. You do the same combo every time. E's onto you, he'll ult once. Hit the Harrier on the clone, run back, run back, run back. The second he comes out of stealth and ult you the second time, the second that the second knockup hits you, you E. Then after that, you re-engage on him because now he has no W, no E, no gap closer, no ult. You just be really aggressive on him. Your E will also cancel his Q, so you have that option as well. So that's how you play the matchup. After that, he's a long cooldown champion. You go re-engage on him, you be really aggressive. Making sure that your spacing is important because at level 6, if you're close to his tower, he has a better window to kill you. So don't be too far away from tower when he's level 6. It's all about your spacing. Okay, so now we got the Yasuo matchup. So in this matchup, Yasuo starts Q or E. A lot of times they'll start Q level 1. If he gets 2 stacks, the second stack gives a big NATO. He's not really scary level 1. Be as aggressive as possible. When he's got his E, you have to be a little bit careful because if you're fighting a big minion wave, he's going to use that as an advantage and try to dash on them. So try not to fight too much in the minion waves. If he's trying to jump at you, try to like telegraphic. Be away from the wave so he can't E onto you and get a free Q. He has to like guess where you are. If he misses his NATO Q, go in on him. You can use an E and go for a big, like a short trade. Only short trade. Don't go too much because then he can get his Q back up again. Okay, so careful about the minion waves. The one tech I want you to know is when he uses his W, this is a little tech. You constantly auto attack him through the wind wall. Okay, doesn't matter. Does not matter if your attack's not hitting him, right? It's going to refresh that Harrier mark permanently. If you have lethal tempo, it will also constantly proc lethal tempo stacks as well. So you keep auto attacking him behind the wind wall. Auto, 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 auto. The Harrier mark, you're just going to hear the thing refreshing. It's not going to consume it, but you're going to constantly get it refreshed. So the second that wind wall ends, you're going to refresh the buff. So that every time you auto it, you get that movement speed and attack speed buff reset. So it's like you get permanent Harrier stats. So he's got the wind wall, but you're stacking up your Harrier on top of that. If you have lethal tempo, you're stacking up as well. If he's level 6, he lands the knockup on you. Don't E till after the knockup hits you. Don't E beforehand. If he has a channel up Q and he's running at you, he's dashing, 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 he hits you. Just let him hit you. He hits you, he ults, you instantly E after that, and then you run away. That's how you play the matchup. Just let him hit you if you have to. Save your E for that. Be careful with the minion waves. Early boots in this matchup pretty good because he relies on speed. So if you can match his speed, the matchup gets a lot easier. So if you struggle, you can go Berserker boots early. It will make the matchup a lot easier for you. Okay, so now we got the Yone matchup. So in this matchup, this is a very, I consider him an easier Yasuo, to be honest. So in this matchup, he has a very telegraphed playstyle. I like him because with the Yone matchup, if he uses his Qs, just wait for him to use his second Q. If he misses it, you just run at him. That's how you play the matchup. So if he uses the second Q and dashes forward, you E right after that and start running at him. Another part of the matchup is you want to play really aggressive early game, okay? When he starts getting, because he doesn't do anything level 1, like literally nothing. He plays aggressively as possible, just nothing, okay? When he has all of his abilities, this is how you're going to play. So Yone is going to use his E. He's going to jump at you, okay? Right when he uses that Q, if it hits you or misses you, you E right after that, because Yona's going to W right after the Q. And if your E makes him W backwards, because it's always the same thing. Right after Yone throws the second Q, he's going to W right away. So right after the second Q, all you have to do is just E him. Whether it hits you or not, you E right after that. And then he'll W right after and he'll W backwards because he'll do that right at the same time. That happens so much more than you think. So that's one little gimmick mechanic. If he uses E, you can follow back to him if you're trying to plan that. Let's say he's about to snap back and you anticipate he's going to go right there. If you press E right when he snaps back, you'll follow him all the way. Keep this in mind if you don't want to follow him. Let's say he's at tower. If you do this, if you E him when he's in his E, there's always a chance you follow him all the way. So be careful, that's happened to me. Then when he has his ult, okay, he's very telegraphed. So this is a little mechanic you can do if you're confident, is if he has his ult up Yone, right? You can E him randomly in a part where you think he's going to ult. He'll ult right after you E. So what you do is you E him randomly, instantly sidestep. He's going to ult right where you land. He's going to miss every time. That's how you debate Yone ult. You can do that. That's only for advanced Quinn players though. Otherwise, if he has his ult, don't E until after the ult hits you, because if you E during the ult, it's going to cancel your E and you're going to lose your E. So if he's going to ult you, try to sidestep. It's pretty easy to telegraph. It's an easier hitbox to sidestep, because especially with Quinn speed. But if it's going to hit you, let it hit you. E right after the ult hits you. Don't E before it. Okay, do not touch your E until try to sidestep it by yourself. Either you sidestep or you're chilling. If you get hit by it, E right after, that's the best chance of survival. If Yone ever uses his E and W, those are big long cooldowns. 22 seconds on his E and 16 seconds on his W. Do not let this guy breathe if he uses that, okay? If he uses W and E's, especially his ult too, don't let him breathe after that. Like literally, he just has his Qs. He's very weak, very easy. If Yone misses his Q on you, you jump on him because he jumps towards you. That's the downside of Yone using Q, because he pushed himself up. So that's the way you want to go in the Yone matchup. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the Yorick matchup. So this matchup, a lot of Quinn players struggle in this matchup, but it's not that bad. So level 1, he's going to start that ability where he like sends the ghouls at you, right? Where he throws the little piece. Try to sidestep that throughout the lane. Okay, his Yorick's E, it's like, you'll see it. He throws like a little ghoul thing at you, like a little signal for the ghouls, and it does damage to you. So the whole matchup is all about that. If you don't get hit by that, you're okay. So just be really aggressive level 1. Try not to get hit by that. Level 2 onwards, your E can cancel Yorick's Q, so that's something you can keep in mind. When he has his cage, don't use your E until after his cage, because if you use your E aggressively and he cages you after, he can run at you and be aggressive to you. So be careful about that. How you want to play the matchup, little gimmick I like to do, is save your E, be really aggressive towards him. Then when he cages you, he's going to send his ghouls at you. Right when he sends the ghouls at you, E the ghouls out of the cage. That's how I like to play it. Otherwise, in the matchup is just don't get hit by his E, the ability that summons the ghouls, because that's really the poke that he has. If you don't get hit by that, he can't do anything really. That's the whole champion, okay? Be really aggressive. Bork Rush in this matchup is broken because his big maiden has a lot of HP. So if you have Blade of the Rune King, you're going to shred that maiden. So when he has level 6 and he has his maiden, your goal is to kill that maiden whenever possible. Blind it, constantly auto attack it whenever you have the opportunity. If you have your Blade of the Rune King, it gets a lot easier. And then if his maiden's ever dead, that's the windows where you start beating him in split push, okay? So just being careful, try not to get hit by his E, that's how you play the matchup. Kill his ghouls whenever you can. If he does get the cage on you, be careful about how you use your E. If you're chasing him and he cages you, you can E out of his cage too, so it's not that bad if you're being aggressively. It's just when you're playing defensively, it's a little scary. Just try your best if he cages you, E on a minion or E on the ghouls if he sends it. And then you want to make sure that you're finding opportunities to always be aggressive here in this matchup. Don't let him push you in. You want to be the one pushing, because if you start pushing him in, he can't do much, okay? So that's how you play the matchup. Just make sure you're playing confidently in this matchup. Try to sidestep his E. If he misses his E, it's a 12-second cooldown. Then you can be really aggressive in that matchup. Remember, you cancel his Qs with your E. It's really just his E. That's the whole matchup. If he lands that E on you, he sends the ghouls, he gets to poke you and be annoying. If he misses that E, you punish him. He can't do much about that. Okay, so now I want to end this video off by talking about a special story. So I created my first 2-hour-long Quinn guide in 2020 during the pandemic, and from that video I met this girl who's a Quinn player from that video, who lives in Argentina while I live in Canada. So she wanted to learn more about Quinn originally, but we spoke more and more to each other on Instagram, and we realized that we had this really intense spark that like none of us can really describe. And we just kept talking more and more each day. First about League and then just about life in general, learning about each other's cultures because we literally live in polar opposite sides of the world. And in April of 2021, we eventually decided to have our first FaceTime together. And as time progressed, we realized we had a really strong connection with one another and started to gain feelings for each other, which is weird because we literally live 9,000 kilometers away. So we'd FaceTime for about 14 hours a day sometimes and felt like time flew every single moment when we spoke to one another. And then in September, I did a 24-hour subathon, and from this, we raised enough Twitch subscribers for me to afford to surprise her with a plane ticket to visit her for the first time ever. She didn't even know about this. And on December 28th, 2021, I flew over to Argentina for the first time. It was the second time I flew in my life and the first time I flew alone, and it's a cross-world flight. And I went to see her, and then we eventually, when we saw each other, we started dating officially. I saw her for 3 weeks, and they were the best 3 weeks of my life. And then I went back home to finish school, finish teacher's college, and then instantly I booked the plane ticket to come back and to see her for another 3 months in my summer. So currently, I am with her right now in Argentina, and I created this entire Quinn guide while I'm there in Argentina. We started our own YouTube channel where we plan on posting about our story to motivate others, especially I know that a lot of people in the gaming communities, they find themselves in these kind of situations where you're in long distance. And we have a lot of advice on how to be in a long distance relationship, and also post about us traveling around the world. And if you are a Spanish speaker, we also have a TikTok that we created when we met for each other for the first time, and currently has over 110,000 followers, where I learn more about the Argentina culture as a North American foreigner. So I want to give a big thanks to the Quinn community for showing support with my relationship and for everything that you guys do. Quinn not only made me find this amazing community and made me enjoy playing League every day, but Quinn also led me to my girlfriend from the opposite world as well. Thank you so much for watching this video, and if you got to this far of watching my story, comment LDR down below so that everyone who watched this part can look in the comments and see it. Okay, so I want to end this video off with giving a shout out to people who helped create this website and help make it what it is. Shout out to AlphaDist, who always offers assistance whenever in need with some descriptions and with formatting with a lot of the text boxes with the website. Shouts out to Zenabo and Vilplit for going above and beyond, creating a whole matchup doc about the videos and champions to help us create the videos for the website. And shouts out to Angie, who helped with the design and layout with the website and always offers assistance to help make it look the way it does. And the biggest shout out to Order One. They're all in the credits here on my website, and we're going to update them whenever people help. The biggest shout out to Order One, who goes above and beyond always whenever I need help with this website to make adjustments, to make updates, checks the formatting, make sure it's all intact. His Twitch is twitch.tv/order1. Please go to his Twitch channel and send him a follow, send him a subscribe, and let him know you came from here, from Valor's Vanguard. He's the best person ever, and he's been, fun fact, the longest subscriber I've ever had. So please show him some love. He has, fun fact, he has 4 birds and he plays Quinn. So not only is he an awesome guy, but he's one of us as well. Thank you guys for watching, and I really appreciate the support.
From the start, we were so damn good. I could see you and me like a hold we should. Down the road, guess it was way too